Finally, we have reached the last day of Software Development Week offered by Simplilearn. This week has been an amazing journey of learning the software development process. We started right from the building blocks, the data structures and algorithms, then started off with C++, then we landed on Java and obtained a comfortable understanding of core and advanced Java concepts. Later, we learned the Python programming language. And now, here we are at our last stop, JavaScript. JavaScript is rigorously used for multiple purposes. Whether it is a mobile application or a desktop application or a website, all you need is JavaScript. It is also recognized as one of the most popular and highly used programming languages in the current IT industry. This session is dedicated in helping learners to get acquainted with the JavaScript programming language. Now, without any further ado, let's get over to our experts.
We'll begin by understanding what exactly JavaScript is, and then we'll understand the learning path to JavaScript, followed by which we'll see tutorials on concepts like creating your first JavaScript program using Hello World. Then we'll move on to more technical topics like arrays, loops, objects, this keyword, functions, form validation, regular expressions, and email validation. Moving ahead, we'll look at asynchronous programming concepts like promises and async await. We'll also look at a detailed tutorial on DOM. And finally, coming to the most awaited part, to develop 5 different projects using JavaScript. And lastly, we'll end the session by looking at the top interview questions in JavaScript. So I hope you're excited for it. So without further delay, let's jump right in. First, let's have a look at a brief history of JavaScript. JavaScript was written in 10 days by Brendan Eich in 1995. He was working at Netscape at the time and was implementing Java, the hot buzzword for the browser. Later, he developed a more easy-to-use programming language called Mocha. The idea was to make Java available for big professional component writers, while Mocha would be used for small scripting tasks. Mocha was later renamed to JavaScript. Now, in 2009, Node.js was released. This allowed programmers to write full applications in JavaScript. NPM was also created for installing reusable bits of code in libraries. So moving on, what exactly is JavaScript? JavaScript is a server-side and client-side programming language. It is commonly used to create web applications. Now, all of these applications in JavaScript can be seen in diverse fields like gaming, web development, server development, robotics, among others. Popular JavaScript libraries and frameworks like React.js and Angular have scaled tremendously in the past few years. Let's begin with JavaScript fundamentals. I'm sure these are topics that everybody has already learned. However, getting your fundamentals strong lays the foundation for better and faster learning. Some of these include the lexical structure of JavaScript, JavaScript variables, types, and expressions, JavaScript functions, which include the function constructor, self-invoking functions, functions as values and objects, arrow functions, generator functions, and predefined functions. Then there's JavaScript arrays. It could be array methods, map, reduce, and filter. Then there's JavaScript loops, which include the for loop, for in loop, while loop, and the do while loop. And then we have objects, which include creating objects, object properties, methods, and accessors. Moving on, there is data structures like boolean, string, number, null, undefined. There's control flow statements like if, else. There's data object. There's type conversions, that is converting from one data type to another. Then there's mathematical operators. And lastly, there's scope in JavaScript that talk about the local and global variables. Now, once you've laid your foundation strong, you can go ahead and work on more advanced topics. Now, let's have a look at them. First one being callbacks. Now, this is a pillar for something called as asynchronous programming. And then there's promises. And finally, there's async await that are built to achieve asynchronous programming. There's closures that are an extension of variable scope and define how global and local variables are accessed. They help in delaying the execution of certain code or functions. Then there's prototyping, followed by inheritance. Now they specify how JavaScript objects and methods from a prototype. Next up, there's binding. There's also regular expressions where you'll have to learn about flags, patterns, quantifiers, meta characters, and basic string search and replacement techniques. Lastly, we have Unicode, event loops, which involve blocking an event, creating a simple event. And moving on, let's look at some of the important web platform tools required to master JavaScript. First up, we have cookies that talk about how to create, read, change, and delete cookies for any web browser. There's local storage, that is, you'll have to know how data is being stored locally on the browser. We have APIs or application programming interfaces that define how to extend functionalities to a browser. One such important API is the Fetch API, which is important to request resources, be it network resource document object model that defines how anything that is being changed on the browser is affecting the model state and vice versa. And lastly, we have Service Worker, which is basically a script that runs in the background of a web browser, offline app development. Moving on, let's have a look at the tools script. Now, JavaScript offers a wide range of these libraries and frameworks. However, you could choose to learn whichever that suits your interest and requirements. Firstly, there's React, which is an excellent JavaScript front-end library that helps create interactive web pages. Now, there's Angular, which is a JavaScript framework. Next up, we have Vue, which is also a front-end JavaScript framework used to create single-page applications. Now, although these libraries and frameworks have the same objectives, their underlying architecture and working differ. And as a result of this, different people prefer different frameworks and libraries for app development. Next up is TypeScript. Now, TypeScript basically defines a set of types to JavaScript and helps users write JavaScript code that is easier to understand. Typically, all the TypeScript code compiles down to JavaScript code. Next, for a simple overview of what we've learned, we have beginner level or fundamental topics. Then we have the advanced level topics, there's web platform, and finally there's tools. But you must be wondering, how can we help you? Now, one thing you could do is take up a Simplilearn certification course. Now, to help you understand this better, let me just open JavaScript. And there are a few courses and master's program that we provide. You have the Node.js training course, and then there's the full stack and object-oriented. Now, the best part about JavaScript is the fact that it's open source and is cross-platform compatible, meaning one piece of code written in any system regardless of the operating system functions the same in other operating systems as well. Lastly, most commonly used as a part of web pages, it allows client-side script to interact with the user and make dynamic pages. Now, moving on to the next important question, why JavaScript? Now, being the most popular language in the world, JavaScript has a huge fan base and benefits from a large community support. JavaScript is now being used in many industry fields such as web development, mobile application development, and also game development. It is very diverse in nature. There are great career opportunities for JavaScript developers as this technology seems to be holding on its own when compared to other languages. Alright, now moving on, let's go ahead and execute a simple program to understand JavaScript better. So we'll go ahead and execute a simple Hello World program. Alright, for that, first thing you need is a text editor. In this case, we've used the VS Code editor. So now let's go to our text editor, that is VS Code, and here let's open a file. Here say new file, and now you can type in your code here. So we will have to add the JavaScript to the HTML code and then print out the words Hello World on the browser window. Right? That's our objective. So let's add the HTML boilerplate in this file. So let's type in HTML. This is our tag. And then next we have the body tag. So within the body tag, we can add the script tag to insert the JavaScript into HTML page, right? So we say script language equals JavaScript and type equals text / JavaScript. Alright. Let's close the tag. And then in the script we call a JavaScript function that is document.write, which writes the string to our HTML page. Right? So we say document.write and within braces we say hello world. Okay, and now we close the tags. We also close the body and finally the HTML. Alright. Now when we save the file, we're going to save it, say on my desktop, and I'm going to call it index.html. Right? So make sure the extension is HTML and then save it. Alright, it says it already exists. I say replace it. And now once you save it as an HTML file, you can see that the colors have appeared. So any errors will be easily indicated here. So now let me save this, and now let's go ahead and execute the file that is stored. So let me go back to my desktop, and here I have index.html. There you go. When you click on the file, it opens in your browser and you can see the words hello world. In this video, we will be learning all about JavaScript arrays and the popular methods of the array object. So what exactly is an array? Now an array object lets you store multiple values in a single variable. It stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements of the same type. Now an array is used to store a collection of data and it uses only integers as element indices. However, associative arrays can also use string indices. Moving on, let's understand what array operations are. Now we can perform various operations on an array in JavaScript. But let's start by creating an array. So for that, let's go ahead and create a folder first, which will consist of the file that we're creating, right? So for that, let me just go ahead and create a folder. And I'll call it demo_array. So once you're done with that, open your Visual Studio Code editor. And here, say open folder. And click on demo array. Okay, it's creating the workbench. Alright, and now here you can see the new file icon. So go ahead and create demo.html file. Alright, here you go. Now let's start typing the code. The first thing we do is type in our HTML tag. And here I have the head tag. And let me say JavaScript tutorial. Alright, and now let's create the body tag. Now within the body tag, I create a paragraph tag and create an ID and let me call it demo and then close the tag. Now I'll explain to you why we're doing this a little later. So first let's go ahead and create the script tag. So say script, and within the script let's create our array. So let me use the keyword let and say we give the name of the array cars equals in square base braces we say BMW and Volvo and then say Honda. Alright, so now we create an array. Now one more thing is that we use the keyword let so that which indicates that the array can be changed throughout the program. Alright, so now we go ahead and display it. So I say document dot get element by ID, and here I say now the ID created was demo, so I say demo here, and I use the dot inner HTML property, which is equal to cars. Okay, let me change this to BMW first. Alright, so what exactly inner HTML does is that it is responsible for what is being displayed on the web page. Okay, now since we've taken ID as demo, any changes made is reflected in this ID and then displayed onto the web browser. Alright, so let's save this and now execute the file. So here I go back to my folder and then to the file and go ahead and click on it. So there you go. The heading is displayed and the entire array is displayed here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. Okay, so I hope this was easy to understand. Now let's go ahead. So the next operation is to access an array element. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create another variable. Say let BMW. BMW is the name of a variable. Don't get confused with the array element. So BMW equals cars of the index 0. So basically cars of 0 is nothing but BMW. Alright, so that is being saved in the variable BMW. And now let's just go ahead and display this. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and instead of cars you use the variable name BMW, that is this one. Alright, so now let's save this, and when we execute it you see BMW here. That's how you retrieve an element from an array. Next up we have the array length property, which displays the length of the array. So again, let me show you how to do that. Let's go back to our code. And here, let's create a variable and let's call it length variable. So I say let len equals cars.length. Now you can use the length property, which will retrieve the length of the array for us. It's as simple as that. And now after this, again, let's just copy the same code here and then let's pass len. Okay, now let's save this, and when you execute it again it says 3. So we've successfully retrieved the length of the array. Alright, so the next operation is to access the last array element, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and now let's create another variable and let's call it last, and we'll just say last equals cars, and within square braces cars.length -1, right? So basically the length of the array is 3 and 3 minus 1 is 2. So it should retrieve cars of 2, which is Honda, right? So let's just execute this. Let me pass last here, save it, and see if it displays Honda for us. There you go. It's as simple as that. Alright, so moving on, the next array operation is loop over an array item. So for that, let's go to our code, and here let's use the for loop. So I say cars dot for each, and within this we'll say item comma index comma array, and now we use the arrow function and display the content on the console. So I say console.log of item along with its index. So let's save this. And now let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, now as you can see, nothing is printed on your web page, right? Because whatever is being printed has to be printed in your console. So now click on F12, which opens the developer options. And here you can see console. So click on that. And now you can see the name of the item in the array along with its index. So you see BMW 0, Volvo 1 and Honda 2. Alright. So moving on, now that we've learned about the array operations, let's go ahead and learn about the array methods. So the first method is toString. Now as the name suggests, it is used to convert an array into a string. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And now let's copy the same code here. And here, instead of last, I just say cars.toString. Now you can use this method to convert the array into a string. So let's save this and let's execute it. Alright, now here the same output is shown, which means that the type has only been changed to string type. Alright, moving on, the next method is pop. Now pop basically removes the last element from the array. So let me show you how that works. Let's go back to our VS Code, and here we have to save the popped element into a variable, right? So let's create a variable, say last. Okay, and since last is already used, let me call it last one. Last one of cars.pop. Now you can use the pop method to pop the element. And now we can just copy the same code to display this onto our web page. And here I just say last one. Now, since we've popped the last element, the array has only two elements, right? That is BMW and Volvo. So if you want to display the last element, it should display Volvo, right? So what we can do is we can just create another variable, say last2, and just use the same logic here. Okay, and now let's just display it on your console, and let's say last2. Alright, so now let's save it. Now the popped element has been saved in last one, which is displayed on the web page, and the last element of the array after the pop function has to be displayed on our console. So let's go ahead and execute the file. Alright, so Honda has been displayed. That is the element that has been removed from the array. And now once we check our console, here you go. Here you can see Volvo, which means that is the last element in the array. Moving on, the next method is the push method. Now as the name suggests, it is used to add a new element to the array. And remember, to the end of the array. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here let me say cars.push. Push is the method that we are using. Inside of which we'll say Audi. Alright. And now let's just display the same thing. So let me copy this. And here let me say cars. Okay, so let me save it. And once I execute it, it says BMW, Volvo and Audi. So we've successfully added another element to the end of the array. So the next method is the shift method. Now basically shift is used to remove the first element from the array. Now this method shifts all the elements, reducing the indices of every element by 1. Alright, let me show you how this works. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just say cars dot shift. It's as simple as that. And let's just display this. Let me copy the same thing. Let's save it. And when we execute it, here you can see it just displays Volvo and Audi. So now cars has array elements Volvo and Audi with array indices 0 and 1. Alright, so moving on, the next method is unshift. Alright, so to add an element into the beginning of an array, we use the unshift method. Therefore, this method increases the array index by 1. Right? So let's go back to our VS Code and use the same function unshift. So I say cars.unshift. And here we go, let's save it. And here we have to specify what we're adding, right? Let me say Hyundai. Okay, let's save this. And when we execute it, you can see Hyundai, Volvo and Audi. It's as simple as that. Alright, moving on, the next method is the concat method. Now this is basically used to merge two different arrays, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let's create another array first. And let's just call the array bikes. Okay. And let's create, say, Yamaha. And let's say Suzuki. And then we'll say Royal Enfield. Okay. And now, let's save this and say let vehicles, this is another array, which is basically the after concatenation, the entire array is saved into this array, alright. So let's say cars.concat of bikes. We just concat bikes and cars together. Okay, and then let's just display this over the web page. So let me change this to vehicles. Alright, let me save this. So let's go ahead and execute it. There you go. Now both the arrays have been merged together into a single array. So the next array method is the sort method. Now basically sort is used to sort the entire array into ascending order. Alright, so let's go back to our editor. And here, let's just use the sort method on the array vehicles. Alright, vehicles.sort. Okay, and let's just display this on our web page. So again, let's go back and execute it, and here you can see it has been sorted. The next method is the reverse method. So the reverse method is again used to reverse the elements in an array. So it's logic, right? So sort was used to sort it in ascending order. Now when you reverse it, it just sorts it in the descending order. So let's go back here. I want to copy the same thing. Alright, and here instead of sort, let me just say reverse. So let's save this and execute it. There we go. It has displayed the entire array in the reverse order. Alright. With that, we finished the array methods. Next up, we have map, reduce and filter. First up, we have array.map. Now the map method is used for creating a new array from an existing one by applying a function to each and every one of the elements in the first array. And it does not change the original array. Alright. So to make you understand this better, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. And now here, let's first create another array. Okay, so let me call this num1 and let's have integers, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, and now let's have another array num2. So let's go ahead and say num1 dot map of, let me define a function, say multiply. Okay, so multiply is the function that I'm going to define here. So let's say function multiply of value. Okay, and inside this, let me say return value into 2. Okay, so what this basically does is that it multiplies each and every element of the array num1 by 2 and saves the new elements into the array num2. Okay, now after this, let's go ahead and display the content. So let me copy this and let's display the content in the array num2, right? So let me save it. Let's go back here, execute it. So there we go. Every element has been multiplied by 2 and then displayed again. I hope this was clear for you. Now the next method is the filter method. So the filter method takes each element in an array and applies a conditional statement against it. And if this condition returns true, the element gets pushed onto the output array. But if it returns false, the element does not get pushed. Alright, so let me show it to you. Now, let's go ahead and create another variable, say num3. And here I say num1 dot filter of, say, comp. Now comp is a function. Let me define the function here. Let me say function comp of value, takes a value as a parameter, within which I'm going to check if the value is greater than 4. Now it only appends the element into the array num3 if the value is greater than 4. Alright, so now let me just go ahead and change this to num3. Alright, let's save this. And when we go back and execute, here we go. Now the values, so let's go back here, let me check. Now num1 had the values 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, right? So according to this, it has to only display 5, 6 and 7. Do not get confused with num2 here. We've passed num1 here, so it checks for this array, right? So according to the logic, it should display 5, 6 and 7 and it has done so here. Okay. Moving on. The next method is the reduce method. Now the reduce method reduces an array of values down to just one single value. Now to get the output value, it runs a reducer function to each element of that array. Okay, now this method does not reduce the original array again. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now let me create another variable, say num4, and say num1 dot reduce, and let me call it sum. So what we're basically doing is that we're adding all the digits 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in num1 to a single value, right? That is the sum, and then we're going to be displaying that. So what we're going to do is let's define the function here. Function sum basically is total comma value, right? And then here let's say return total plus the value. Okay, and after this I'm going to display the content. So let's say num4. Okay, let's save it, go back and execute. Here we go. It displays the sum of the entire values in the array. This was pretty simple, right? Now before jumping into the for loop, let's first understand what exactly a loop is, right? So a loop is basically a programming construct that executes a piece of code as long as a certain condition is met. Alright, and there are two different types of loops. We have entry control loops and exit control loops. Now, what exactly are entry control loops? Now, these are the loops where the test condition is checked before executing the piece of code. For example, you have the for loop and the while loop. So in their case, before entering the loop, the condition is checked, and only if the condition is met, it enters the loop and executes the code. Alright, when it comes to exit control loops, the test condition is checked after the loop has been executed. Alright, so in this case, the loop at least gets executed, the code in the loop gets executed at least once. So the example for this is the do while loop. Alright, with this basic knowledge, let's go ahead and learn about the different loops. So the first loop is the for loop. Alright, so what exactly is a for loop? This is the basic logic and the flowchart in front of you. So what exactly happens is that, say for example, you want to print the word looping, say 10 times, right? So what you can do is you can start and you can have a for loop which goes from 0 to 9. And then you increase the number by 1 every time you print the loop. Once it's equal to 10 or even greater than 10, it ends the loop, right? So let me help you understand this better with an example. So let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. Here I've created a folder called demo_loops, within which I've created a file called for loops. Alright. So now let's just write down our initial code for HTML, that is HTML, and then I have a head tag within which I say JavaScript loops. Alright. Now I have a body tag within which I give a heading for clearer understanding. Let me have a heading, say JavaScript for loops. Alright. Let me just call it for loop. Now let's have the script tag within which I'll have a variable, say x, and now we'll have the for loop. So we say for x equals 0, x less than 5, x plus plus, within which I say console.log of x. So basically what happens is, now you have the first variable which is called the counter variable. Now this keeps track of how many times the code is being executed, right? And next, I less than 5 is the condition. Now the loop keeps executing as long as the condition is met. And lastly, the counter variable is incremented, and usually it's incremented by 1, right? So here we've done the same thing. And inside the loop, we print the value of x. Alright, so let me save the file and then execute it. Alright, it's printed JavaScript loops here. Let me just go back. Okay, my bad. I missed out on the title tag. So this has to be enclosed within the title tag. So let me just change it here. Now let's save this. Let's go back and just refresh the page. And that is it. So whatever is in the title tag basically appears here. Alright, so now since we're printing the value of x on our console, we'll have to inspect our element. So let's go here, and here let's check on console. And here you can see all the values have been printed from 0 to 4. Alright, now this is a simple for loop. So next up is a while loop. Now the logic is similar to that of a for loop. So first the condition is checked, and if the condition holds true, then the code is executed, and if it is false, it terminates. Alright, so moving on, let's understand the general syntax. So here first you have the variable whose value keeps changing, and then you have the ending condition, which is basically the maximum value a variable can reach. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And here, for better understanding, let me just change this to JavaScript while loop. Alright, let's just delete this, and here, let's initialize the value of x to 1. And now I say while x less than or equal to 5, within braces, I say console.log of x, and then I increment the value of x. Alright, so let me save this and let's execute the file. Alright, so it says JavaScript while loop, and let's inspect. And here in our console, it displays the values of x. Alright, so according to the logic, x is initially initialized to 1, and the value gets executed once it enters the while loop. Alright, it's incremented and then checked every time until the value reaches 6, right? And then it breaks from the loop since the value does not hold true, and then it terminates. So this is the logic behind the while loop. Next up is the do while loop. Now here, as you can see, first the code is executed and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then the code execution continues, and if it falls, it's terminated. Alright, so this is an exit control loop. Also, in an exit control loop, the code is executed at least once. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here, let me just delete this. Now let's initialize x to say 15, alright? And now I use the do keyword within which I write the code. So first I'm going to print the value of x. Console.log of x. And then I increase my value. And here I mention my test condition, which is while x less than, say, 10. Alright, so according to the logic, initially the value is x, and once it enters the loop here, it should print the value of x, which is 15. Alright, and then it increments the value. But once it comes out of the loop, it checks for the condition. Here the condition says less than 10, but since x is not less than 10, it prints the value x, that is 15, and then terminates. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me execute this. And here, let's check the console. So there we go. It prints 15. So what it does is that it prints the value 15 first and then checks the condition. Now, let's go ahead and change the value of x to say 5. Alright. So now it enters the loop and then it prints the value of x and then increments it. And when it comes out of the loop and checks the condition, as long as the value of x remains less than 10, it prints it. Okay. So let's save this, go back here, and let's refresh the page. And here you can see the values 5 to 9 are printed. So this is how the do while loop works. Moving on to the next concept, breaking out of a loop. Now, as the name suggests, break is the keyword that is used to break out of a loop. Now, here is a simple code for you. So, according to the logic, it prints the values between 1 to 10. And say at the value 5, you want to break out of the loop. You can simply use the keyword break. So, let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just make it simple and say for x equals 1, x less than or equal to 10. Let's increment it. And within the loop, let's display the value x on the console, and then we're going to check for the condition if x equals 5. Alright, so if x equals 5, we break out of the loop. So let's save the file and execute it. And there you go. It's displayed the values from 1 to 5. So basically the code inside the for loop is executed, and once the value of x reaches 5, it breaks from the loop. Simple, right? Alright, so let's move on. Next up, we have skipping a loop cycle. Alright, so here, what exactly we do is we make use of a keyword continue to skip a particular loop cycle. Say in this case, we have a for loop which displays the values of I ranging from 1 to 10. However, we want to skip the cycle when it reaches the value 3. So what we do is we make use of the keyword continue here. So basically it displays 1 and 2 and skips the third cycle and then directly displays 4. Alright, so let me show you in our VS Code editor. Here, let me just remove this and say if x equals 5, I'm going to continue. Alright, after which I'm going to say console.log of x. So let me save this and then execute it. So here, let me refresh the page, and there we go. As you can see, it displays 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the fifth cycle is skipped. Alright, and the rest of the digits are displayed. So that is how you can skip a loop. I highly suggest you also practice all of this and then play around with loops to get a better understanding. So taking a step forward, we're going to learn about JavaScript objects in this video. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. So what is a JavaScript object? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, so everything in Java is an object. A JavaScript object is like a real-world entity having state and behavior, for example, a car. Now we can take a car as an object. It will have its state like color and model. It will also have behaviors like accelerate and brake. JavaScript is template-based and we can create objects without having the need to create a class. Generally, object is accompanied by a class that defines an object's blueprints, but JavaScript doesn't require any class to be defined for objects. Moving on to the next concept, to create a JavaScript object. Now basically there are 3 different ways of creating a JavaScript object. Alright, so we'll look at them one by one. The first one is to use a literal to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go to our VS Code editor. Now if you have any doubts regarding the initial setup, then I suggest you go through the previous video, that is JavaScript arrays, to get you started with it. So here I've created a folder called demo objects, and now I'm going to create a file called create_objects.html. Alright, so we'll begin by writing the initial code. that is the head and the body. So I say HTML. Within this, I create the head tag, and then I create a title tag, and let's say JavaScript objects. Then after the head tag, I'm going to create a body tag. And let's create a heading and say creating JavaScript objects. Okay. And now we create an ID. All of this is explained in the previous video. I really suggest you go through the video beforehand so that you get a clear picture. And then I say ID equals, say demo, and then I'm going to close it. Now the first method that we're going to use to create an object is by using object literals, right? So what we can do is say script within which I declare a variable, say var student. Now within the object, we're going to create 3 different properties. Now this is basically like a dictionary. It has a property, a key, and then a value. Okay, so I say name property, and let's say Chris, and then another property, say age, and say 21, and another property, say studies, and say maybe computer science. Okay, so this is the syntax used to create an object using an object literally. Now after this, what we're going to do is we're going to display this. Right now we want to display the message saying Chris of age 21 studies computer science. So what we can do is say document.getElement by ID, and the ID that we're going to pass is demo, and we say inner HTML equals student.name, which is Chris, after which we display the message of the age, and then the age, that is student.age, studies, student.studies. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute the file, it says Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this is one of the ways in which you can define an object. Alright, so moving on to the next way of creating a JavaScript object, it is to use the new keyword. Now this is the most traditional way of creating an object, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's create another script within which we say var student equals new object. I'm sure everybody has learned the same way, the same syntax. So this is one of the ways. After which we can say student.name equals Chris. Again, student.age equals 21, and then student.studies equals computer science. Alright, now after this we again display the message. So let me just copy this. Alright, so let's save this and run our code again. And there we go. It displays the message, Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this was the second method used to create an object. Alright, so then moving on to the third method. It is to use an object constructor to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go back to our code editor. And here we define a function. So we say function, say stud, with 3 parameters, that is name, age, and say studies. Okay, and now within the function we use the keyword this. So we say this.name equals name. Alright, and we say this.age equals age. And we say this.studies equals studies. Now what we do is that we can create a variable and pass parameters to the function. So we say var student equals stud, and within braces we say Chris, comma 21, comma computer science. Alright, so we've done passing the parameters. After this, we're going to copy the same print message here. Alright, so let's save this and execute our file. So let's refresh the web page. And there we go. It still displays the message, Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. So this was the third method that can be used to create objects. Moving on to the next topic, object properties. Now a JavaScript object is basically a collection of unordered properties, right? Values associated with the JavaScript object are called its properties. And properties can usually be added, updated, or deleted, excluding read-only properties. So now let's have a look at the demo to help you understand this better. So let me go back to my VS Code. So this was where we left off, and this was how we created objects, right? So now let me create another file, and let me call it objects_properties.html. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the first piece of code here. Alright, let me just copy this into my new file. And here, as you can see, student is the object that we've created, and name, age, and studies are the 3 properties. Now say we want to update the age. Alright, so what we can do is here we can just say student.age equals, let me change it to 24. Alright, and let me save this, and when we execute the file, that was object_properties, you can see Chris of the age 24. So 21 is updated to 24. So this is one of the ways you can do it. Or there's another method. You can just assign the property to a variable and then display the variable instead. So what we can do is we can just assign student.age to a property, say x. And here, instead of displaying student.age, we can just say x. Alright, so let's save this. And when we run it, it says 21 because we haven't updated 21 to 24 anywhere. Alright, so 21 remains the same. So another method we can use is we can just say x equals age. So we're directly assigning the property to the variable. And here, when I'm displaying it, I say student of x. Alright, so let me Save this. And when you look at the web page, it still displays the same thing. These are different ways of accessing the properties. You can update them, delete them, unless they're read-only. Alright, so let's move on to the next concept, object methods. Now basically, a JavaScript method is an action that can be performed on the objects. So you'll understand better with the help of the demo. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here I've created another HTML file called objects_methods. Alright, so let me just copy the initial code, paste it here, and let's have the enclosing tags as well. And HTML. Alright. Now here I declare another tag, that is the button tag. So we're going to be making use of button here. So I say button ID equals click me. So that is the action that I'm going to be performing. And the message that is going to be displayed on the button will be click me. Alright. So we're going to see the usage of it a little later. Now let's go ahead and create an object. So I say script, within which I create the user object. So we're creating using a object literal here, and I declare the property name as Chris again, and age say 24. Okay. So let's close this. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function that we will use as an object method. Alright, so I say function, and let's give the name say hi. Okay. Within the function we basically display a message. So we're going to say alert and hello. Alright, so this is going to be displayed in a separate dialog box. So now once the declaration is done, what we're going to do is we're going to create another property, basically say user dot, let's say message, and assign say hi to it. So basically what we're doing is we're adding the previously created method to a new property, that is user.message, the message property. Alright. So now I say document.getElementById and say demo. And the message that I want is just hi plus the username. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to display the message hello, alright, when the user clicks on the button. So for that, let's just copy this. And here, instead of demo, right, we're going to be passing the ID click me as per this. And the event is going to be on click event. So here I say on click, after which I'm going to simply pass user.message. Let me just delete this. Alright, so here I notice that I've given an equal to sign. I'm sorry, it's a colon. Alright, so let's save the file and let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, so here you can see hi Chris being displayed, and once we click on the button, you can see an alert which says hello. Alright. So now let's move on to the next concept, that is Java object accessors. Now getters and setters allow defining an object accessor. Alright. To get the value of a property in a JavaScript object, we use a getter, and to set the value of a property of a JavaScript object, we use a setter. So let's go back to our demo, and now let me create another file, and let's call it object accessors. And now again, let me just copy the first initial part. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a new object. So let me say script, within which I say var, and let's call it car. Alright, so let me define the properties, say model, and the model is say BMW 320D, and another property say color, and let's say it's navy blue, and the last property say fuel type, and let's say it's diesel. Now what we can do is we can make use of the keyword get to access the properties. So I say get and say fuel, within which I return this dot fuel type. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's display it. Document dot get element by ID, demo dot inner HTML equals, we say car dot fuel. Alright, so now let's save it and execute our file. Here you go, it retrieves diesel for us. Now this is one of the ways of accessing the properties. Now to help you understand setter, let's go ahead and create another object. Alright, say var car again. Now let's say the model is Audi A4, color be bright red, and fuel type, let's keep it blank. Alright. Now to set the value, we use the set keyword. We say set fuel, and the parameter is fuel, within which we say this dot fuel type equals fuel, right? Now let's set the value for the fuel. Say car dot fuel equals petrol. Alright. Now let's display the same. Let me copy this. And what we want to display is the fuel type, right? So here we say fuel type. So let's save this. And let's go ahead and execute the file. And there we go. It retrieves petrol. So what it does is basically it assigns the value petrol to the property fuel type, and then we display the same on our web page. So this is how you make use of getters and setters. So you must have heard about the this keyword several times. So in JavaScript, the this keyword basically refers to an object which is executing the current piece of code. While in simple terms, this keyword basically just references the object that is executing the current function. Now, if the function that is being referenced is a regular function, then this keyword references the global object. Alright, I'm sure it must be a little tricky at the moment, but please hold on. And if the function that is being referenced is a method in an object, then the this keyword references the object itself. So to help you understand the concept better and to clarify all your doubts, let's look at a simple demo. So here in VS Code, I've created a file called this.html. Alright, you can give it a name of your choice. Now here, let me first define a variable, and let's call the variable, say, value, and let's set it to, say, 50. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a simple function. So let me say function, my function. Alright, and within this, let me define the value for value. Let me set the value for the variable value as 100. Okay. And now let me just alert it. Alright. So let me say alert value, okay, plus value. And then let me have another alert message, which is going to display this dot value. So let me just say this value, and instead of just saying value, I say this dot value. Alright. Now after this, let's go ahead and call the function my function. So let me just save this and execute it. So here it says value equals 100, and then when you see this dot value, it says 50. So now here you can come back to the code and see. Now when I just say value, it takes the value 100, alright, which is taken locally. But when I say this dot value, since it is a normal function, it references to the global variable, which is here, this value. I hope this makes sense to you now. Now moving on, let's look at the behavior of the this keyword within an object method. So let me create an object here. But before that, let me just comment this out. Let's say script. And now let's create an object. So let's say const. And then I give the name of my object as random. And within this, let me say name, and let's call it John. And then I create a method called info. Okay. And within this, I display a console message that says, hi, my name is. And now I make use of the this keyword. I say this dot name. Alright. And now let me just go ahead and call this method. So I say random dot info. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me check my console. And there you go. It says, hi, my name is John. So if you clearly observe here, when we say this dot name, since it is being used within a method that is defined inside an object, it references to this property here. Alright? Unlike this case where it references to the global variable that was mentioned outside. So I hope this helped you understand the difference between the two. Now let's look at another simple example. So now let me just change the value of name here to say tutorial. And now let's define another property, which is basically an array. So let me just call the property video, within which I have an array, let's say JavaScript, another value, say this, and then let's say keyword. And in my info method, I'm going to just display these video tags. So let me just say this. Okay, let me just delete this first. And let's say this. dot video. Now since it's an array, we can make use of for each. And now for each in turn takes a callback function. And then I say, I'm going to call it a tag, the parameter that's being passed, within which I just console log it and say tag. Alright, so let me save it and then execute this. Now here you can see that the values in the video property are displayed. That is JavaScript, this and keyword. Now let's suppose that you want to display the name along with every string here, right? So naturally you would go ahead and just say this dot name, right? It makes perfect sense. So let me just save and execute this. Now if you see, just the values of the property video are displayed here. Now the main reason for this is, if you closely observe, that this function here is mentioned within the callback function, right? So when it is referencing to the global object, which is unclear, which is undefined in this case. So to overcome this, what we can do is that the for each method takes in two properties. One is the function, the other one is the object. So here we just pass this. Alright, so what happens is, it's going to reference the current object, that is random. So let me save this and then execute it. And there you go. You can see that tutorial, that is the name, has been displayed. Alright, I hope you understood the concept of the this keyword. It could be a little tricky, but as you work on it, you'll get the hang of it. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript functions. In our previous videos, we've covered topics like JavaScript arrays and loops. If you're new to this topic, I suggest you go through these topics before. Alright, so before jumping in, let's go ahead and look at what's in store for us. First, we're going to learn what exactly JavaScript functions are. Then we'll look at JavaScript function expressions, then the function constructor, self-invoking functions, functions as values, functions as objects, arrow functions, generator function, and the predefined functions. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Moving on to our first topic, what are JavaScript functions? So basically, a function is a group of reusable code which can be called from anywhere in your program, right? When you have a piece of code that you want to execute repeatedly in your entire program, it makes more sense to define it once and call it over and over, right? It makes the code more efficient and readable. This also helps programmers write modular codes. So this is the syntax. You make use of the function keyword, followed by which you mention the name of the function. The name of the function is completely your choice. Next, you mention the parameter list. And within curly braces, you can define the function. Now, the function body is basically the code that is executed every time the function is called. So let's go to our VS Code editor. And here I've created a folder called demo functions, within which I've created an HTML file called functions.html. Alright, and now I've just typed in the initial code. Now let's create a function. So let me say script, within which I use the keyword, that is function keyword. And now I give the name for my function. I say my underscore function. And the function takes a parameter, say value. Now this function basically returns the square of the digit, alright? So within which I say document.getElementById. The ID is demo. And now it just displays value into value. Alright, so the function basically displays the square of the number. Now outside the function, let me call the function, it is my function, and let me pass the value 5. Alright, now let's save this and execute it. So let me go back to my file. And here we go. It displays the value 25. So this was a simple function which took a value, a digit as a parameter, and then returned the square. Moving on to the next concept, function expression. Now what we learned previously was function declaration, but a function can also be defined as an expression. Now this is what the syntax looks like. Now here the function is created and assigned to the variable explicitly like any other value. The meaning remains the same. That is, you create the function and store the value that it returns into a variable, and in our case it's x, right? So let's go to our VS Code and let me help you understand this better. So now I create another function and here I say let x equals, let's use a simpler function. So I just mention function and within curly braces I display an alert message and I display a message saying hello. Alright. Now after that, to display the message, what we can do is, let me just copy this output code and paste it here. And here what we're going to be displaying is the value x, right? Now since it consists of a function, you'll have to type the curly braces. Now this is crucial for its execution. Alright, so let me save this and then execute. Let me execute this. And here you go. It says the site says hello. So we've successfully executed the piece of code. We can also assign this variable x to another variable and then call that variable instead. Right? We can say let y equals x, and instead of calling x here, we can simply call y. Let me save it and then let me refresh the page. And there we go. It still displays the message hello. Alright, so this is one of the ways of defining a function, that is as an expression. Moving on to our next concept, function constructor. Now JavaScript functions are defined using the keyword function, right? Now functions can also be defined using a JavaScript built-in function. Now this is the basic syntax. So here we've created a function called myFunction and we've used the keyword new. After which we've used the constructor function and inside we provide the parameter list. After that, the return value. Next you can call the function here, right? So let me just go back to my VS Code. And now let me just make changes to the same piece of code here. I create a function, say my_function. Okay. Alright, let me just change the name to myFunction. Alright. And then here I use the keyword new and the function constructor, that is function, within which I'm passing all the parameters. So I have a, b, and I'm going to return the sum of the digits. Alright. And now while calling the function, let me just store the value in a variable, say x. And let's call the function, that is myFunction, with the parameters 2 and 3. Alright. And now let me display it. So I'm just going to copy this. And I want to display the value of x, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. If you refresh the page, it displays the sum, that is 5. To make it more readable, let me just display another message here. Let me just say the sum is x. Alright. Let me save it and then refresh the page. It says the sum is 5. Alright, now this is how you make use of the function constructor. Next up, we learn about self-invoking functions. Now, as the name suggests, these functions are invoked automatically without being called. Now, previously when we learned about function expressions, we saw that parentheses were crucial. So you have to add parentheses around the function to indicate that it is a function expression. So here is a syntax for you. So what we've done is we've made sure we've enclosed the entire function within parentheses. So let me help you with that. Let's go back to our VS Code and let me create another script. And here, let me create the function within the parentheses and say function. It's not taking any parameters. Instead, it is going to alert a message. So let me say hello, welcome. Alright. After which, we're going to call the function. So again, we have to mention the parentheses. Let's save this and execute. So when we refresh the page, it says hello, welcome. So we never called the function, rather it got invoked by itself. So these are self-invoking functions. Now let's go ahead and look at functions as values. Now in JavaScript, a function is basically a value. So we can deal with it as a value. Now here is a simple syntax. Now if you closely look at the syntax, you might think that this is same as function expressions. Well, no. In this case, what we do is we first define the function and then we assign it to a particular variable. But in the case of expressions, the function definition was defined during the initialization of the variable, right? And also we had to specify the parenthesis in order to call the function. So to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just erase this. And let's define a function that returns the product of two digits. So let me just call it product, which takes two parameters. Let me say A and B, within which we return the value A into B. Alright. Now after this, let's create another variable, say Y equals function. Oh, I'm sorry, the name of the function is product. So product of 2 and 5. Alright. So this basically returns us 10. Right. So let me just copy this to display this on our web page. And here I change the message to the product. And here let me change it to Y. So let's save this and execute it. So let me refresh the page. And here you go. You can see the message, the product is 10. Now what we can do is we can make alterations to this. Now say I want to multiply the value with 5 again. Right? So basically this returns 10 and that value is multiplied by 5. So let me save this and refresh our page. And there we go. It returns. And there we go. It displays 50. So this is how you can make use of functions as values. Moving on to the next topic, functions as objects. Now JavaScript functions are a special type of objects called function objects. Now a function includes a string which holds the actual code, that is the function body of the function. The code is literally just a string. Although not recommended, you can also create a function with the help of the function constructor. I will show that to you a little later on. But for now, let's look at the syntax. Now here we have a variable called body, which basically consists of the function body. It's enclosed in double quotes and that's a mistake, please ignore it. Alright, so next we have variable function name. Here we create a function using the keyword new and then we pass a parameter list and the body basically tells us what the function returns. Alright, next we have an alert message to call the function. So let me just show how this is executed. Back in our VS Code, let me create another function and let's say the function returns the area of a circle, right? So let me just create a body variable which returns, so the area of a circle is pi r square, so we make use of math.pi into radius, right? So it's basically pi r square. After which, let's say where circle And here let's create a function using the new keyword function. And then here we pass the value, that is the radius, and then the body, right? So basically this is the definition of our function. So let's use alert to display the area. So we say alert of circle of 5. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So when you refresh the page, it displays the area of the circle. So this is how you can use functions as objects. Moving on to our next concept, arrow functions. Now functions can be written more compactly and more precisely with the help of arrow functions. Alright, now arrow function expressions are ill-suited as methods and they cannot be used as constructors. Now also while using arrow functions, using const is a safer option because a function expression is always a constant value. So this is the syntax. Now you can only omit the return keyword within the curly braces if the function is a single statement. So this is the syntax. First you provide the name of the function with an equal to sign followed by the argument list. And later you make use of this arrow icon and define the expression. So this is basically nothing but this. So let's go back to our VS Code and check for ourselves. So let's create another function. And here let me say const myfunc equals. Now say we want to display the product of 3 digits. So let me just pass A, B, C as my parameters. And we make use of this icon which indicates that this is an arrow function within which I say return A into B into C. Alright. Now let me just assign this to a variable. Okay, let me say product because we've used X here. And then let me call my function, that is myfunc, and pass the value 2, 3 and say 4. Alright, so let's display the product. So let me just copy this code. And here let me say the product of the 3 digits is. And let me say product here because that is what is being used here, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. Alright, first it displays the area of the circle. Alright, and then we say OK. And there we go. It displays the message. The product of the 3 digits is 24. So let me do one thing. Let me just comment this out. Okay. Let me save it and then execute it again. It just displays this. Alright, so this is how we can make use of arrow functions. Moving on, let's look at the generator function. Now regular functions typically return only one value, right? Or a single value, or sometimes even nothing. But a generator function can return multiple values. And the speciality is that it can do it so on demand. Alright, now to create a generator function, we make use of an asterisk. So an asterisk indicates that the function is a generator function. So here you can see that we have a function followed by asterisk and we've created a function called generator sequence. So here you can see we have the asterisk after the keyword function followed by the name of the function, right? But the main method of a generator function is the next method. When this method is called, it basically runs the execution until the nearest yield value, alright, or the nearest yield statement. Then the function execution pauses and the yielded value is returned to the outer code. Alright, so the result of the next method is always an object with two properties. It has the value property, which is basically the yielded value, and then it has the done property, which displays true if the function code is finished or false if it's otherwise. So let me show its execution for a clearer understanding. So let's go back to our VS Code And here let's create the generator function. Let's say function asterisk generate function. Alright. Now within which I make use of the keyword yield, and I say yield 1 first, followed by yield 2, and then finally I make use of return, which indicates the termination, so I say return 3. Alright. Now we make use of a variable, say generator, and assign it to the generator function, that is generate func. And now I create another variable, say 1, which will basically return the value when I call the next function. So here I say generator dot next. Okay, so whatever generator dot next returns, it's stored in 1. So to display the message, I say alert. And now I'm going to make use of a method called JSON.stringify. Alright, so basically this method converts a JavaScript object or a value to a JSON string. Alright, so within which I'm going to say 1. That is this. Alright, so now let me save this and execute it. Let me refresh the page. And there you go. Here it returns two properties, that is value and done. It says value is 1 and done is false, right? It is false because we haven't reached the return statement yet. So what we can do is to display the rest, let me just copy these and display it one by one. See there, let's see this. And here let me say 2. And this is 3. Let me copy this. Okay, here I say 2 and then I say 3. Alright, so let me save this and then execute it. So when I refresh the page, it says 1 and false. After which again it says 2 and false. And finally, when it displays 3, it returns true for the done property. That means we've reached the end of the function definition. So this is how you make use of a generator function. Now let's move on to our last topic, that is predefined functions. Now JavaScript has many built-in functions, alright? Now here are a few of them. We have eval, parseInt, parseFloat, escape and unescape. Now let's go through one by one. Alright, first up is eval. Now this basically evaluates a string and returns a value. Alright, so to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And now let me just create another file and let me call it predefined functions.html. Alright, and I've just copied the initial code. Alright, so for eval, the syntax is eval, within which I say expression. Alright, now this is the general syntax. So what this eval does is that it evaluates the expression. And if the result is not a string, the result is just returned. And if the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program and evaluated. So let me show you how it's done. So first, let's create 3 variables. Alright, let's call them x and initialize it to 5. Then y with 6. And then let z be 7. Alright. Now, let's just display the result on the console. So, let's say console.log eval of, let me say, x plus y. Alright. After which I again say console.log of eval of z. Here, since the expression is a string, this gets evaluated. And here, since it's not a string, it just returns the value z. And here, since it is not a string, it just returns the value of z. So let me save this and then execute it. Alright, so let me just check our console. There you go. It evaluated the expression and added the two values, that is x and y, and returned 11, while z is returned as it is. Alright, this is what eval does. Next up is parseInt. Now, as the name suggests, it parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. And the syntax basically includes the keyword parse and the string within parentheses. Parsefloat, on the other hand, parses a string argument and returns a floating point number. Again, the syntax has the keyword parsefloat along with the string within parentheses. Next up is escape. Now, this returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument. And on the other hand, unescape returns the ASCII string for the specified value. So what exactly is form validation? Now, I'm sure you must have filled several online forms, right? A simple example would be a new registration for a website. Now, every time you miss out on giving a particular detail or end up giving faulty information, the website alerts you. So this process of ensuring that the information provided is legit is called form validation. Now, this generally happens on the server side. However, JavaScript facilitates form validation on the client computer before sending it over to the server. Now, there are two functions performed. One is the basic validation, which ensures that all the mandatory fields are filled. Now, this is implemented with the help of a simple loop. And the other is a data format validation. Now, this checks the data for its correctness. So, to help you understand form validation better, let's look at a simple demo. Alright, so back in my Visual Studio Code, I've created a file called forms. Alright, it's an HTML file and I've typed down the initial code. Now, the simple use case that I'm going to show will include the validation of the email and the password fields in a form. Alright, so for that, let's go ahead and first create a simple form. So here, HTML allows the form tag. So I say form, within which I'm going to provide our fields. So I say input, and then the name I'm going to be providing is email. Alright, and then I'll provide a placeholder and call it email. And then the type of the input is going to be text. Alright, and then let me just give a break tag here. So now let me just copy the same thing for my password as well. So here you go, I say password here. And then the placeholder again will be password. And then I'm going to keep the type as text. And finally, I'm going to have a button, a submit button, right? So let me say button. Type is basically submit. Alright. And let me display submit on my button. Alright. Okay. So with the help of this, we've created a simple form. So let me show you how this looks. So here we go. We have successfully created an email field, a password field, and a submit button. And every time I click on the submit button, you can see that my page is getting refreshed. Now, once the user provides the correct email ID and password, we want to display a message. Alright. So for that, I've created another file called message.html. And this is a simple file where I'm displaying the message, hello there, welcome. Alright. So this is a simple message that I want to display. So for that, I have to add it in my form tag. Now, once the form gets submitted, an action has to be performed. And the action is to navigate to the message.html file, right? So let me just say action equals message.html. Now you can also provide a name to your form. So let me call it my form. Alright. So let me just save this. Alright. So moving on, we have to now validate the information that is provided. For that, I'm going to create a function here. So let me call the function validate. Alright. So here I'm going to check for my fields, right? Now, if the email field is empty, then I'm going to alert the user saying please enter the email. And if the password field is empty, I'm going to again alert the user to provide the password. So for that, we're going to make use of the simple if-else logic. So let me say if document dot my form dot email dot value is null. So I'm going to check if the value provided on my email field in my form is null. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say alert, please provide your email ID. Okay. And then I'm going to say document.myform.email.focus. Now what exactly focus does is that it makes sure that the cursor remains at the email field. That is, it is focused at the same field. Alright. So let me just copy the same thing for my password field. So let me say else if. Let me just copy this. Instead of email, I say password, within which I'm going to alert the user to provide the password. I'll say please provide your password. Alright. So basically it first checks for the email field and then for the password field. So let me just say finally else do nothing. Alright. Okay. So now what we're going to do is every time we click on the submit button, the form gets submitted. Correct? Now we can control when the form is getting submitted. So basically the form gets submitted when this function is executed. So for that, we can use another property here called onSubmit. And here I'm going to call my function that is validate. So let me say validate here. Alright. So let me save this and let's check the output. So here, as you can see, let me just try submitting it without providing the email field. Alright. So here we go, it alerts us. Alright, and once I click on OK, it still displays the message, hello there, welcome. Now that is not what we want, right? So once the email field is empty, it should remain in the same page and the form shouldn't get submitted. But here in our case, it is getting submitted. So for that, we're going to have to make use of return values. So what happens is, if my email field is empty, then I'm going to return a false. So here I say return false and here as well. And finally, when both my email and my password fields are filled, I'm going to return true. Alright. And same goes here. Let me just say return validate instead of just validate. Right. So here we go. Let me save this and now let's check the output. So here let's first submit the form without providing any information. Alright, so it says please provide your email ID. When I click on OK, observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So here let me just give some random value and then let's try submitting it again without providing the password. and then it says please provide your password. Alright. Okay, now if you observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So let me just check my code once. Here we go. I haven't mentioned password here. So let me change email to password. So let me just provide some random value at my email field and say submit. And then I get a message saying please provide your password. And now you can see that the cursor is at the password field, right? So let me just give random information there. And then I say submit. And here we go. The message hello there, welcome is displayed. So this was a simple demo on form validation. So I really suggest you pause the video here and then go through the code once. So what exactly are regular expressions? Now a regular expression is basically a sequence of characters. Now these characters could be digits or the letters of the alphabet. And this expression usually searches for a particular pattern. Now the user can basically define what has to be searched in a text, alright? And these expressions could be alphabet or digits as I explained before. Also, one of the main reasons that we use regular expressions is for text search and text replacement operations. So this is the general syntax. You have a pattern that needs to be checked and you have a flag associated with it. So further on in the video, I'll explain to you what flags and patterns are. But before that, let me give you a small example of what a regular expression is. So I've made use of this website called regexr.com. I'll link it down in the description box below. So this is the website. Now here, let me just show you a simple regular expression. Now say we have a text that says apple. Alright, and now we have to search for the letter A. So what I do here, now this is going to be my expression. So I first provide a pattern, right? So I just say capital A. So when I say capital A, you can see that the letter A has been matched in my text. Alright, so it's as simple as that. Now one thing to remember is that here it is case sensitive. Alright, so if I say a regular small a, it does not get matched. Alright, so if I want to match AP, I can just say AP and it gets highlighted here. Alright, so this is a simple regular expression that matches with the text. So moving on, let's see what exactly these flags, patterns and quantifiers are. So what exactly is a flag? So we previously saw that the syntax consists of a pattern and then a flag, right? So these flags basically specify to alter the behavior of a regular expression. Now these flags are generally appended after the regex literal and can be specified as a second argument in your expression, right? So let's see the different flags that are supported by JavaScript. Now you have these 5 flags here. You have G, which is the global flag. Now this finds all matches instead of stopping after the first. Alright. Then you have I, which is ignore case, which makes the entire expression case insensitive. And then you have M, which is multi-line. So the caret and the dollar match the beginning and the end of each line respectively. Then you have Unicode. And if this flag is not supported, you must match specific Unicode characters. And then finally you have Y, which finds all the consecutive or adjacent matches. So moving on, we have patterns. Now these patterns are basically brackets and are used to find the range of characters. Now again we have these patterns. You have A to Z, which finds all the characters from A to Z in lower cases only. Then we have 0 to 9, which finds all the digits between 0 to 9. And finally, we have the letters of the alphabet and the digits separated by a pipe. Alright, so this basically finds any character, be it an alphabet or a digit. I hope this was clear to you. So moving on, we have quantifiers. Now these quantifiers define the number of occurrences of a particular string. Now consider n to be a string. So we have 3 quantifiers here. We have the plus, we have the asterisk, and we have the question mark. So plus indicates one or more occurrence of the character n. Alright, and the asterisk indicates 0 or more occurrences of the character n, while a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the character n. So now that you know flags, patterns and quantifiers, let me help you understand them better with the help of a demo. Alright, so here I have a simple text which says, "Welcome to this tutorial on JavaScript. This video teaches regular expressions." Now here, when I search for a particular word, say let me search for the word this, okay? So I say this. Now ideally, even this has to be highlighted, right? However, it does not. That is because, as mentioned earlier, it is extremely case sensitive, right? So what we can do is here we have flags. So here I say case insensitive. So once I click on that, both these words get highlighted. Alright, so this was how you make use of the I flag. Now moving on, let me help you understand patterns. Now as mentioned, you can have a range of characters. Now just in case here, say I just make it case sensitive again. And here I would like to select all the letters of the alphabet from A to Z. Alright, so when I do that, you can observe all the letters are highlighted except the ones that are in the uppercase. Correct? Because that is not mentioned here. So here when I make it insensitive, you can see all of them get highlighted. So this is how you can make use of a pattern. Now to understand quantifiers, let me use a separate text, alright? Let's have a couple of A's and a few B's. Now here, when I say A, you can see all the characters A are being highlighted, right? Which is correct. But when I use the asterisk symbol here, what happens is you can observe all the 4 A's are considered to be a single unit. What asterisk does is that you can see here it says matches 0 or more of the preceding token. Now the preceding token is A and matches 0 or more occurrences of the character A. Now same if I say B next to it, you can see all the characters B are matched, right? However, you can check the characters A in this particular text are not highlighted. I'm sure you can understand why, because the expression that I'm looking for is any occurrences of A followed by the character B. In this text here, there are no characters A and B together, correct? So here you can say that A is not highlighted. But once I give an asterisk again, what happens is that the character A gets highlighted. What happens is that B can have 0 or more occurrences. So here there is a 0 occurrence of B. So A gets highlighted. So this is how the asterisk quantifier works. Now one of the most important concepts of using regular expressions are the special characters. So here we're going to indicate the special characters with the backslash. So we have \W, for example. Now what W does is that it matches any word character, right? So all the characters here get matched. Now it also has a counter character which is the capital W, alright? So what this does is that it does not match any word. So it matches everything that is not a word, including the periods. Now let's say we want to match all the white spaces. You can make use of the character S here. Alright, and when you have the uppercase S, it matches any character that is not a white space. Now let's say you want to match a digit. You can just have \D. So let me just type in a few digits and here you go. All of them get matched. Now let's say you want to have a range of values that get matched, right? Now let's say I want to match just 3 digits. So I can make use of curly braces and within which I can mention 3. Now here you can see that it matches 3 of the preceding token, correct? So the preceding token is basically a digit. So it groups them in 3s. So let me just add 2 other digits and there we go. Same goes with the matching of words. So here let me say W. So when I say 3, all of the characters are grouped in 3s. Alright. Now let's say I want to group the words that are 3 or 4 in number. So here I can just say comma 4. Alright. Now it gets matched. Alright. So now it gets grouped in 4s. So this is a simple example to show you how special characters work in a regular expression. Moving on, let's see how you can use regular expressions to search for phone numbers. Now here in my phone number, I'm going to have an area code. So let's say 080 followed by an 8-digit number. Alright. So let me give a random number. Alright. So it's 8 digits. So some people write a phone number like this, while others could write it something like this. You could have a hyphen in between and then an 8-digit number. Alright. Now how are you going to look for this text? So what we're going to do is we're going to make use of the special character, that is for a digit, we make use of -d. And first we're going to look for the area code, that is a 3-digit number, right? So let me just say 3 here. And next we're going to have an optional hyphen. So for that, now since we learned a pattern can be enclosed within square brackets, so let me just say hyphen here and let me say a question mark. Now a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding character, right? So we're going to have a hyphen for a question mark and then finally we're going to have a digit again. And here the number of digits is 8. So let me just specify that. Alright, so when this happens, you can see both my numbers are getting highlighted. Although the text remains the same, it could be specified with different formats, right? So just like this, you can create expressions that match various formats. So this was just a simple video to acquaint you with regular expressions. In today's session, we're going to be learning all about JavaScript email validation. So first of all, validation is an essential part when you're communicating with the user. Almost all the websites and applications that you use have forms that you need to fill in. And every time you fill a form, that information you provide needs to be validated. So this is an essential and a crucial part. Now, when you're providing more critical information like user credentials, say your ID, your password, your date of birth, all of that needs to be validated. So JavaScript enables this with the help of a feature called email validation. Now, email validation, first of all, ensures user authenticity. It also facilitates email validation on the client side so that all the processing that takes place on the server side is faster. And lastly, with JavaScript, one can validate a name, password, email, date, etc. Now, I'm sure everybody has used email IDs, right? So here's a dummy email ID for you. One thing that you must have noticed is that all IDs come with an @ symbol. Now, the first part before the @ character is the personal data. Now here it could include your name, you can provide digits, etc. So the length of this personal information can be up to 64 degrees. And following the @ character, you have the domain name. The domain name can be up to 253 characters. Talking about the personal data, now this data can include any sort of information. You can provide your name, your birth date, etc. So basically it can consist of all uppercase and lowercase letters of the alphabet. It can have digits from 0 to 9. It can include all special characters. And lastly, it could include the period character. One thing to remember is that the period character cannot occur twice and is not supposed to be either the first or the last character. Alright, so this was just a brief introduction to email validation. Now, to give you a better understanding, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So back in our Visual Studio Code, I've created a folder called JavaScript demo and I've also created a file called email validation. I've also typed in the initial code. Also, if you haven't watched our videos on JavaScript regular expressions and JavaScript form validation, then I highly recommend you go through them. Email validation is basically just a combination of the two. So I'd suggest you first head back and watch those videos and come back here. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is create a form that includes the email field, right? So for that, let's go ahead and create our form. Here I'd say form, within which I'd give input. Let the ID be text. And I'll give the placeholder property and let it be email. And the type text. Alright. and then I will break the line. And finally, I have a button that's basically the submit button, right? So let me just say button, type, say button, and then the message displayed is submit. All right. So now when you're validating a form, you will have to provide certain cases, that is the if-else conditions, to validate it, correct? Now first, I'm going to create a function wherein I'm going to pass the information typed in by the user as an argument, and this function consists of a regular expression against which the ID provided by the user is checked. And if the pattern matches it, then the ID is valid, and if it does not, then you'll have to alert the user. So now let's create our function. Let's say script. And now let me create a function called validate. All right. And now I'm going to create a variable called mail. And I'm going to get the information provided by using this ID from the input. Now I'm going to get the text using this ID, correct? So let me just say document.get element by ID, within which the name of the ID is text. Let me say text.value. All right. So the next thing is to create a regular expression. Now consider two different IDs here. Now the domain of the first ID ends with .com, while the next one is ending with .co.in. So when we're defining the regular expression, we'll consider all possible scenarios. So now let's head back to our VS Code. And here let me just say variable regex beginning with a /, and then you have a caret. Now the caret symbol indicates the beginning of the regular expression. Now since we can have the lower cases, upper cases, and all the digits, let's go ahead and mention them. So here, let me say A to Z, all lower cases. Then we have uppercase, and we have all digits, 0 to 9, followed by which we can also include a period and an underscore. So when you're including a period symbol, you will have to use the escape character, that is \, and then you mention the period. Now, one thing to remember is that a period symbol in regular expression means that it can include any of the characters. But here, since we're using the literal character, that is the period, we have to include \. After that, we can have an underscore as well. All right. Followed by which we have a quantifier, that is plus. Now plus here indicates one or more occurrences of all these characters. So here we include plus, after which we have a literal, that is the @ symbol, followed by which we have the domain name. So again, the domain name can include all the letters of the alphabet and the digits. So for that, let me say A to Z, and 0 to 9. Again, to remember, we have to include the plus symbol, indicating that let me just get rid of this. So we include the plus symbol to indicate one or more occurrences of these characters. Again, followed by which we have a period symbol. So for that, let's just go and type in period. Now you must be wondering why I didn't use the \. Now a \/ or an escape sequence here can only be used within the square braces. Outside of it, it is considered as a literal. So here I just mentioned the period. Again, I highly recommend you go through the JavaScript regular expressions video to clarify all your doubts. So moving on, after this I have to mention the extension, that is .com or .co.in. Now generally these extensions are in lower cases. So for that, let's just go ahead and mention A to Z, again followed by a plus, that is a quantifier, with an optional dot again, followed by the letters A to Z. Again, these can, again I mentioned plus, followed by which I'm going to add the question mark. Now, the question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding expression. So in this case, this extension, that is .in, is optional. Now, the question mark here indicates either a 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. Alright? So, to end the expression, you have the dollar symbol and then the front slash. I might have missed something. Okay, yeah, I haven't closed this, so let me just add the parenthesis. Alright, so this is your regular expression against which we're going to be checking the email ID, right? So now we're going to use the simple if-else logic. So for that, let's say if regx dot text dot mail. Now mail is basically what has been passed by the user. Alright. Now if this is true, that is if the mail when checked against the regular expression comes in to be true, then I'm going to alert the user saying you have provided a valid email ID, and I'm going to return true. Else, if the expression does not match, then I'm going to alert the user with a message saying sorry, incorrect email ID, and I'm going to return a false. So now you must be wondering, where is the return value going? So for that, I have to add the onClick event on my button. So here, let me say onClick. It's going to call the validate function. Alright, so there we go. Let me save this and execute it. In my browser, when I type in xyz@gmail.com and when I click on submit, it alerts me saying you have provided a valid email ID. So to check the other condition as well, let's type in .co.in and submit. And again, it says that we've provided a valid email ID. Now, let's just add a period and an underscore as well. So if I say xyz dot a_bc@gmail.co.in, and when I submit it, it again says it's a valid email ID. For a false case, let's go ahead and remove the @ symbol and submit it. It says, sorry, incorrect email ID. Or you can also go ahead and remove the period here. And when I submit it, it still says that the ID is valid. Now, here what happens is that Gmail Co is taken as one domain name with an extension .in. So here, this is valid. So this was a simple video to explain email validation. I encourage you to play around with regular expressions and also consider all possible scenarios while you're validating your ID. In our previous few topics, we learned about arrays, functions, and loops. However, this time we're going to take a step forward and then learn about promises. Now, you must be wondering why JavaScript promises even came into picture and what exactly these promises are. So don't worry, I've got your back. In today's video, we're going to learn about promises, why they were introduced, and also I'll explain their functionality. So let's go ahead. First up, why JavaScript promises? Now, JavaScript is predominantly single-threaded, meaning all processes contain the execution of instructions in a single sequence. So basically, in simple terms, One command is processed at a time. Now, if a function relies on the result of another function, it basically has to wait for the other function to finish and return. And until then, the current function remains idle. Now, this can be extremely frustrating because it's time consuming and very restrictive. I mean, you're not using the system to its full capability. So to overcome these drawbacks, asynchronous concepts or asynchronous programming came into picture. So in this case, the main thread continues its execution while JavaScript allows long network requests and other tasks to happen simultaneously. Now with the help of features like callbacks, promises and async await, asynchronous programming can be easily achieved. I hope now you understood why promises or asynchronous programming came into picture. Moving on, what are JavaScript promises? Now in the case of synchronous actions, you could, instead of arranging for a function to be called at some point in the future, return an object that represents this future event. This is what the standard class promise is for. Now a promise is basically an asynchronous action that may complete at some point in the future. And when it's completed, it produces a value. Now it is able to notify when its value is available. The easiest way to create a promise is by calling the promise.resolve method. Now this function ensures that the value you give it is wrapped within a promise. Now a promise basically has three states. First up is the pending state. Now this indicates that the underlying operation has not yet been completed. Next up is the fulfill state. This indicates that the promise has been fulfilled with a particular value. Lastly, we have rejected. Now this indicates that an error has occurred during the operation and the promise is rejected with a particular reason. Moving on, a promise is said to be settled when it is either fulfilled or rejected. Because remember, promises are immutable. They cannot change their state. So once they're either fulfilled or rejected, they're said to be settled. So when a promise is fulfilled, it has to do a particular job. So for that, we make use of the then method. Now the then method basically runs for a result, and this is used to attach a callback when the promise has been resolved. Alright, same with the case of the scenario when the promise is rejected. It makes use of a catch method, which is used to attach a callback when the promise has been rejected. Don't worry, you'll understand the concepts better when we get to the demo. So moving on, let's look at a quick flowchart to understand promises better. First up, you have a new promise. Now the promise is in the pending state. Now this promise runs for an asynchronous action. Now we check if the action is successful. If it is a yes, then we call the then method. And if it is a no, then the catch method is called. And to end it, if it is fulfilled, then the asynchronous action is performed. And if it is not, that is if it is rejected, then error handling is performed. And lastly, the values of these methods is returned to the promise. I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the general syntax. You can use the let keyword and provide a name for your variable, and then you create a new promise. Now this promise object takes a function which in turn takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. So to help you understand all of this better, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So in VS Code, I've created a folder called demo promises, within which I've created an HTML file named promises. So I have the initial code ready here. So let's begin typing our code. So let's say script. And here, as I explained, we say let, and let's give the name car to our variable. Say car, and we create a new promise. Alright, so the promise object returns a function which takes two parameters called resolve and reject. Alright, so within the function, let's define a simple use case. Now let's assume that we're checking the car for its fuel. Alright, so we'll create a variable called fuel underscore full tank. Now let's set the variable to say true. Alright, now let's set the variable to true. Now this indicates that the fuel tank is full. So now if the fuel tank is full, what I can do is I say resolve. Alright? Else I reject it. Okay, I hope you understood what I'm doing here. I'm just checking for the fuel tank, and if it is full, which is true, then it gets resolved, and if it is false, then it gets rejected. So if the promise gets resolved, the then method is called, right? So let me call it here. I say car.then. Now this runs a result, right? So it's a callback function within which I say document.write the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Alright, and if it is rejected, I say .catch, which also returns a function that says document.write. Let's just display a simple message saying that the fuel tank is not empty. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So here it displays the message, the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Now that happens because we've set the value to true here. Now in case we change it to false, let's see what it displays. Alright, it displays the message, the fuel tank is not empty. So this was a simple example showing how a promise works. Now let's go ahead and understand nested promises. So for that, let me just comment this out. And now let's create a function that returns promises. So in our case, what we're going to do is first we'll check for the fuel tank. Now in our case, we're taking a scenario where the fuel tank is empty and the engine of the car is overheating. So as a result, the car is not safe for traveling. Alright, so let's go ahead and create these functions. So I'll say let empty underscore tank, okay, which returns a promise. So within which I say return new promise, and the function takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject, within which I'm going to display a message saying resolve, which says the car doesn't have enough fuel. Alright. Now let me just copy the same piece of code to check for the engine. Alright. So let me just change the name of our variable here. Let's call it engine. And here it displays the message, the engine is overheating. Alright. And lastly, when both of these scenarios hold true, that is the car doesn't have enough fuel and the engine is overheating, we say that the car is not fit for travel. Let me just call it travel. And here I'll display a message saying the car is not safe for traveling. Alright. So right now we've created three functions that returns promises. So first we check for the empty tank, right? So let me just call the function here empty tank. And we make use of the then method, which is executed when the promise gets resolved, which takes a callback function. Alright, so basically when we check for the empty tank, after this is executed, we check for the engine, right? So here we simply call the engine function. So let me just say return engine. Alright. Now this is a nested promise in itself. So on top of it, I can run the then method again. So if the tank is empty and if the engine is overheating, then I'll just check if it is safe for traveling or not. So let me say function, and here let me just return the method travel. Alright. Now after this, if all of these are executed, then I say function. Finally, I'll display a message saying done. Alright. So let's save this file and execute it. So here I go ahead and click on promises. Let's go and check our console. And there we go. The message done is displayed. So here, since every time the promise is being resolved, a message is displayed, I can basically catch the message in a result. Okay. And this result can be passed to the coming methods. So here I just say result. I say result again. Alright. So now we get the message, the car doesn't have enough fuel. So we'll have to append it with the next message. So let me just say message here. I've used MSG. And let's just append it here. And the final message gets appended here with result. Okay, I have to add message here as well. Alright, so let's save it and execute the file. Alright, so here you can see the message done gets displayed first. And then, since we're appending it after the message done, it says the car doesn't have enough fuel, the engine is overheating, the car is not safe for traveling. So this was how you can make use of nested promises. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript asynchronous concepts, that is async and await. Firstly, let's understand the basic concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming. In case of synchronous programming, all the actions are performed sequentially. So you have the execution of the function 1, after which you have function 2, and then you have function 3. And after all of these are executed, the program terminates. Now, although synchronous programming is clean and has lesser errors, it has its own drawbacks. The entire system is halted when a particular process is being executed. Now, as a result of which, it is time consuming and the system is not used to its full capacity. So to overcome that, asynchronous programming was introduced. Now, in this case, let's assume that a particular function or a process is being executed. Now, let's consider that this particular function is waiting for a resource. Let's say a network resource. Now, instead of waiting for the function to acquire this resource, the main thread continues its execution with function 2 and function 3. And when the resource is acquired, it receives a callback, indicating that the function 1 has to be called. And finally, the entire chain is terminated. So this is how asynchronous programming works. It makes sure that the system does not halt when a particular process is waiting for a resource. This makes the entire system very efficient. Now that you know the concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming, let's move ahead. Now, async and await are purely asynchronous programming concepts. I again suggest you check out the video on promises before watching this. Alright, so moving on. What are JavaScript async functions, that is async and await? Now async and await are built on promises. The function is basically accompanied by the keyword async, indicating that it returns a promise. Within this function, the await keyword is applied to the promise that is being returned. Now the await keyword ensures that the function waits for the promise to resolve. Now on the surface, the execution looks synchronous while it's actually asynchronous. Now at the place of usage of the await keyword, the execution of the function is practically blocked. Now async functions make the code more readable and are easier to handle when compared to promises. Now to give you the general syntax, you have the async keyword associated with the function name, within which we have the await keyword with a particular promise. Now to help you understand the entire concept better, let's look at a demo. Now I've created a file called async await in my Visual Studio Code. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to have two functions that help you check for the result. Now you pass this code as a parameter to these functions, which in turn return promises telling if you have passed and will also give you the grade that you've scored. Alright, so let's go ahead and say let me call the variable result, and let's have a function which takes the score as a parameter. Alright, within which it returns a promise. So I say return new promise. Now as you know, a promise basically has a function which takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. Now I just display a message saying calculating results. Alright, now if my score is say above 50, I resolve it by displaying a message saying congratulations, you have passed. Alright, and if it is less than 50, I reject it with a message saying you have failed. Alright, so this is a very simple promise that I've created. So moving on, let's create another function that returns a promise. So basically this function will tell you the grade that you've scored. So say let grade equals function. Now this takes response as a parameter. So let me just say response. Now again, let me just copy this. Alright, within which I'm going to console log a message saying calculating your grade. Now we're just going to resolve the promise with the message your grade is A. Alright, and then we append the response. Now the first promise either resolves saying that you've passed, or it rejects saying you failed. And in case it gets resolved, then the next promise is automatically resolved with the grade A. Alright, so moving on, let's call the functions. So here, let me first call the function result. So I say result, and let me pass the value 80 since it gets resolved. And now I make use of the .then method. Now here I catch the response. Alright, and then I just display a message indicating results received. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the response to my next function, that is the grade function. So what I say is I say return grade, and the parameter is response. So let me just pass that. Now what exactly happens is that the grade function also returns a promise. So on top of that, I can use the .then method. So I use the then method, and let me just say final grade. Now within which I just display the message final grade. Alright. Now lastly, we make use of the catch method. In case of errors, this catches the errors. So let me just say error, and then we'll console log it. Alright, so this is the code. Let me save this and let's execute it to see its normal execution. So this is without using async and await. Alright, so let's go ahead and execute this. So here let me check the console and there we go. It says calculating results, results received, calculating your grade. Your grade is A and congratulations, you have passed. So this was basically without using async and await. So now let me show you how you can use async and await and how easier the code becomes. Alright, so what we can do is, let me just comment this out. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call my function, right? So I'm just going to make use of the async keyword while calling it. So I say async function and let me call the function calculate results. Okay. So now inside this method, I'm going to call the functions result and grade. So when I first call result, the value that is returned by result is going to be stored in the variable response. So for that, let me just say const response. Now I make use of the await keyword here. I say await result of 20, or in our case, let me just say 80. Alright. So what the await keyword does is that the function result ceases to execute until the promise is resolved. And whatever the promise returns gets stored in the variable response. Alright. So now after this, let me just display a message that says results received. Alright. Now next, I'm going to call the other function that is grade. So again, I'm going to say constant and I'm going to have to create another variable. Let me call it final grade. And it's the same procedure. I use the await keyword and call the function grade. And I pass response as the argument. Alright. And after this, I'm going to say console log for final grade. So it's as simple as that. So first we call the result function, which returns a promise which gets stored in the variable response. Alright. Then we're going to call the grade function and pass the response as an argument, and the result of which is being stored in final grade. Alright. And lastly, we display final grade. So now you must be wondering, if this executes, what about errors? What if the value that I pass is less than 50? Right. For that, I'm going to have to catch an error. So what I can do is that I can place this entire code within the try block. Alright. So let me just say try. And now what I can do is I can catch. Now if there is an error, it gets caught and then I display it. So let me say console log error. Alright. And lastly, let's call the function calculate results. Okay. So let me save this and execute it. So alright, here we go. It displays the same messages in the same sequence that we saw before. So now to give you an example of rejection, so here let me just pass 20. Alright, let's save it. And there we go. It says calculating results, you have failed. So you can make use of async and await instead of complicating the entire piece of code by using promises.
And in this session, we will be seeing what exactly is DOM, which is Document Object Model, and how can we manipulate the DOM. How do we interact with the DOM elements and nodes? And then we will wrap up the session with a very interesting and engaging demo, which is about movies. So we'll be creating a movie web page where you can see the list of movies. You can search for these movies, and we also can add a new movie and delete a movie. So these DOM manipulations we'll be seeing for a movie web page. So what is DOM? Document Object Model. It is the data representation of the objects that comprise the structure and content of a document on the web. So this DOM is a programming interface for HTML and XML documents, and it represents the page so that the programs can change the document structure, style, and content. DOM represents the document as nodes and objects. This way, programming languages can connect to the page. A web page is a document. The document can either be displayed in the browser window or as an HTML source. But it is the same document in both the cases. The document object model, or DOM, represents the same document so it can be manipulated. DOM is an object-oriented representation of the web page, which can be modified with a scripting language, very powerful language like JavaScript. DOM is usually represented in a hierarchical tree-like structure. So you can see this picture onto my right, where you can see a HTML element, which will be the root or the parent element. And it has two child elements that you can see. One is the head, and then we have the body. Head consists of the metadata, like title. It also consists of script and style tags. And body comprises mostly of the content of the web page. So in this example, you can see a h1, which is a heading tag. We also have another element, which is the list element that you can see, which is an unordered list, which consists of two list items. Now, these two list items are the child elements of this particular unordered list, and these two comprises of the child element of body, which in turn is the child of the root HTML parent element. So we have a parent and child relationship that you can see over here. And when we speak about events later in the module, so you can see like how the parent can handle the child event, or the child can be able to manipulate the events of the parent element via JavaScript. So we can use JavaScript to perform different tasks of DOM manipulation, like traversing the DOM. You can read the text, or the HTML text or inner text, or whatever property value which is present in the form of the element, inside the element or a node. So you can do a read operation basically, or you also can edit or update something, and we also can add new element. We can delete the existing ones. We can change the style. So we can do all these manipulation of this document object model using just JavaScript. So all of the properties and methods and whatever events that we have available for manipulating and creating pages, and these are organized into something like objects. So the document object that represents the document itself, the table object that implements the special HTML table element, DOM interface for accessing HTML tables, and so forth. So the entire DOM, if you see, it's like object reference, object by object reference. So what is the power of JavaScript in manipulating this DOM? So we'll see the perspective of JavaScript now. So using JavaScript, as I told earlier, so you can add elements or nodes, or you also can remove the HTML elements or nodes that we see in the structure. But this is just not HTML elements or the content. Even you can manipulate the style. So you know cascading style sheet, or the CSS, which represents the theme of a page. So for a web page, the theme or style is very, very important. So the HTML represents the content, and CSS represents the style or theme, and the JavaScript is the core functionality or the feature of a web page. So these three things are like, like a trinity of a web page or website. These three things complement each other and go hand in hand. So just with your JavaScript, so your content is definitely important. Content is king for any particular website or system. So content is mandatory. It has to be there. So without content, it's nothing. But style is also very important. So if you have to attract your first-time customers, so you can attract them only with a very nicely styled theme or design. So this UI and UX design plays a very important role to attract your customers. So after attracting your customers, so these are just not enough. It is also important to provide good features. So your customer is now trying to shop from your website. So he is so attracted by your design, minimalistic, beautiful design. So he starts shopping. And after that, at some point or the other, he is unable to put items in the cart, or he is not able to contact you via some contact form. So these are provided by your JavaScript or some JavaScript packages like jQuery or Angular or React. So this is very, very important. So the functionality and feature, if you don't provide it, of course, you're going to lose your customer. So your JavaScript is so important and powerful here that, so I was saying that using your JavaScript, you can add a whole lot of HTML content. You can, from scratch, you can add styles also or change the existing style. Not just the font and color, you also can completely change the spacing, padding, alignment, everything. So the entire theme, style, and content you can change via JavaScript alone. And coming back to your events. Now this is very important part of JavaScript. This is the place where the user interacts with that web page or website. Say for example, in the form of a form. So you have a registration form or a contact form. So using these forms, so where we have these input elements like a button, we also have a lot of text boxes and check boxes. So using all these input elements. So we can get the input and we can interact with the user. So the user can click a button and he can select something, he can blur, or he can get into some particular input element, but by gaining some focus. Now all these are done in the help of some triggering points, which is called as events. Now we have these event listener, especially for older browsers, and these events are nothing but some triggering point which can trigger some actions. Now these actions are termed as functions or your handler for that particular event. So to put this in a very simple layman form, say for example, someone is ringing the bell, your doorbell, and you're getting up and you're attending the door. So you're opening the door and checking who is it. So in this scenario, so someone ringing the bell is the event. And you getting up and going and seeing, so who is it, and accordingly responding. So that would be the function. So that is the action. So that particular event, doorbell ringing, has triggered you to do or take some action, which is your function. So we will see more about this event. So in this project, we'll have a lot of events and we will also be handling those using some functions and actions. So what next? Here in our project, so in this demo that we will be seeing, what are we going to do? So what is the takeaway? So what can you expect out of this? So you can see this screenshot. So this is the web page that you will be creating. Now this web page, as I told you earlier, it is a movie website. So it's like a movie web page. It's a single page that we are going to create. And you can see a list of movies to watch, some latest movie. So you also have some red color buttons to your right. So these buttons so here it is written as delete button. And there is also a green color add button over there, which is at the end of the page, where you can input some movie name and you can dynamically add it. Now all these we are doing via JavaScript. So you can statically add it also using your HTML. But in this particular example, so we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically add a new movie. And if you want to delete those movies, we are going to delete that also. So this is what we are going to see as an example. And in this demo application, so wherein you can create these details of the movies. Now I have to say something here. So I have styled this using CSS, but we will not be going in depth into the CSS because that is not in our scope, but I will walk you through the code that I have written so that you get this beautiful, the background image and the alignment and margin and padding. Those are the properties that I have included to get this style. So I will walk you through that. Then once that is done, so we'll focus more on our JavaScript code so that we can create this particular movie website in an easier, so very, very simpler, easier manner. So how we can implement this particular concept of DOM manipulation. So that we will be seeing in our movie project. Okay, so let's get started. And before we begin with the actual coding of creating a new movie and deleting a movie, so before we do that, I would like to walk you through the actual application. So let's get started on that. So before we get on to the coding and stuff, so I would like you to take a look at the final web page or the website that you would be creating. So let's take a look at that now. So this will be the website that you will be developing. So you can see that it's a movie web page. It's kind of a single page application because we are creating just one single web page for this particular demo. So you can create any number of pages you want later. But for this, we are just going to create one index.html. Now in this, if you can see, there is a list of movies here, popular movies. Yeah, so most of my favorites that you can see. And as I move my cursor, you can see that there is a purple color, like a border. That's actually a border that I have written in CSS. It's a border property. So you can see that on the left, which is highlighting that particular row. And you also can see a corresponding button in red, which is the delete button. So when I press, it's going to delete that particular movie. And you also can see a text box at the end of this page, and there is a green color button to add a new movie for this. So you can see the entire page has been styled in CSS, so it looks quite appealing. So I have given an image which emulates like a movie screen, movie theater screen, and there is a card that you can see. So this is the card. And so which has this title and a tagline, and all these have been aesthetically arranged here, as you can see. So there's a lot of CSS here, so which goes about to create the theme and style of any web page. So CSS is very, very important. So if you have to attract any probable customer for your page or for your business, something that is very important, the entity that is very important is your style or your theme. So the CSS plays a major role over here. So I will show you the, I will have a code walkthrough of how I have styled using CSS. So let's try to add a movie over here. You also can see there is a placeholder, tip also, text also over there. Let's go on with this movie. Yeah, the popular one. So let's say add, and you can see instantly now Avengers getting added at the end of this particular row. And you also can see that there is a delete button that got added automatically. So if I have to delete a movie, so you can see that it just goes off instantly. And I have to remind you, so this is not linked to any database, so it's not persistently stored. So if I have to refresh it, you get everything back. So this is just like stored in an array. So it's just a list of movies that we are just going to store in the page. So if you have to have these changes reflected, of course, you'll have to connect it to a database. So this is what we are going to do. So using the DOM and using the JavaScript features, so how are we going to add an entity or element to your DOM, and how are we going to delete it? So this is what you can expect out of this demo. Alright, so here we are in the editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. So this is the editor that I'm using currently. I do use other editors like Sublime, Brackets, WebStorm. So this is purely up to you. Whichever is the editor that you're comfortable with and you're already working, even if it is going to be Notepad++, or if you're from a Java background and you use Eclipse more, you can go ahead with Eclipse. So whatever is your editor, your preferred choice, you can go with that. Visual Studio Code I've been working since the inception, so I'm also from the .NET background, so I've worked exhaustively with Visual Studio also. So here this editor is very comfortable in many ways. It is just not for JavaScript. You also can use VS Code for Angular or React or Python, any other type of technology that you choose, any type of web development, you can use Visual Studio. So it has a very nice intuitive and simple user interface, and it has an integrated terminal, so where you can run your server also, and it has a very good debugging options with IntelliSense, and you can install packages on the go, and you can also use this particular space for deployment also. So it's pretty easy and comfortable. So if you prefer Visual Studio and you're from that background, or you have been using exhaustively for MEANstack or MERNstack, so you can use Visual Studio. Otherwise, it's completely up to your choice. So you can see that I have a folder which is called as DOM demo, where I already have 3 files there. So 2 of which is nothing but some pictures. So this is the background so that I'll be using. So if you could recollect, so I had shown you the web page with that theater background. So I will be using these 2 images for that. So you can take a look at it. So you can see this one, right? You could recollect that. So I will be using this for background, and where I will be listing out the movies. So I will be using this image. I will not be using the entire image. I will be cropping and I will be using it. And all the style to use these images for other style features also, for including those buttons and the rows. All these I have used CSS, cascading style sheet, and so this is the style that I will be including. So I will not be explaining each and everything. So I presume so you all have some basic knowledge of CSS and HTML. So what I have done briefly to get that style, I will explain it in a very concise manner, so that you will get an idea what feature I have included, and you can explore on your own these style features. So you can see that the background image I have added as this property, and the size, font family, and colors and spacing I have set. This is for the heading. And so you should be knowing about different types of selectors, like ID selector, tag selector, class selector. So this hash denotes the ID selector. So I will be using this ID selector when I'm creating my HTML page. So what I have done is, for that particular, I'm creating one container. Okay, so for that container, I'm giving a name called as wrapper. So where this container is the one which is going to list out all the movies for us. So the margin, padding, border. Now these are very, very important. So if you want to have a evenly aligned, readable, legible list or text or content, so you have to play around with these different properties of CSS. And you also can see that there is a page banner. So this is the outermost container. Then I will also be showing an image within that where the movie list will be displayed. And within that, I will be giving the, the top movies, that list. So for that and the paragraph for the tagline, so some of these alignment features and width and margin I have given. So you also can see that I have given certain elements with these IDs, movie list, and this is for the button add movie. Margin has been given there, and the list it's an unordered list. So unordered list, I don't want to specify any particular bullets there. So ordered list will be having like 1, 2, 3 or ABCD. Unordered, usually bullets will be displayed. So I don't want any bullets. So I'm displaying that as none. And so this is the one I have used for the list items that you can see. And by default, if I don't move the cursor, the border left, if you can recollect, I had one purple color one, right, which got highlighted only on the left border. So by default, I have made it as, gray. So, but when I hover so this is the pseudo list. So when I hover over it, so the state, it gets changed. So the color becomes purple here. And these are the style features that you can see for the delete button. So this is the delete button. So it's a class. So that's why it has this period symbol. And so what are the difference? So it has a radius. It has a rounded corners, that button. And the text is white. So all these. And again, like when I hover, so from red, it changes the background color. And you also can see, this is the style for the add movie button. You can see that. So this is predominantly, it is in gray color. And so this is for the input, which is your text box. And this is the add movie button. So this particular button, so I have made it as green. And you can see the other features also. And again, so hover, it becomes like a dark green. So these things and all you can change, right? And for these label. So for all the elements that I will be creating now in the index.html, so this is the style that I'm going to apply. So you can go ahead with your own style. There is no restriction, so you can change the color, the alignment. You want to change the background layout, so completely up to you. So our focus is not CSS for this particular demo. So our focus is on the JavaScript's DOM manipulation. Alright, so let's start creating our web page. So the first step, how do we create our web page, is by creating a HTML page. After we create a HTML page and set those content, the list of movies, we'll try to create the most important file, which is your JavaScript file. And we will connect all these together to your HTML file. So we already have the styles.css in place. So after we create our HTML page, we'll be creating the JavaScript page also, and we will be connecting all these three together. So here you can see there is an icon which states new file. And so let's give this name index.html, and you can see the icon gets magically changed over there. So I have a corresponding extension file which actually gives all these extension. The logos will be automatically updated. So you might not be having that by default. So if you want, you can just go ahead with your these extensions. You can see that. So you can see this. This is the one that I have already included, VS Code icons. So if you want to have those logos so that you have a clear picture of what you're creating, you will be able to do it. So here we also can create one more, which is your app.js. This is the one that you will be creating next. So you can see this JS icon also pops up nicely. So by default, you might not be seeing this icon. So, but if you have that particular extension, that file, you should be able to see it. All right. So inside my index.html, so let's start with our coding. So first thing, so you can see that very nicely, this IntelliSense is also popping up. Okay. So here I say that it is a HTML5 document. So the HTML document, earlier we had HTML4 version for many years. So recently it was upgraded, W3C, which is our World Wide Web, upgraded that to the next level, which is your HTML5. So here, this particular, the first line where it denotes the namespace, it's much more concise and precise now. Otherwise, if you have already coded in HTML4, you will know the pain of writing that, lines and lines of that namespace. So the first line indicates that it is a HTML5 document. So now we'll have to specify the root element or the parent element or the outermost one, which is our HTML. So all our tags and elements goes inside this HTML tag. So we have this head and we also have the body. So head, as I told you earlier during the discussion, so where I was saying that all the metadata and other properties like your title and so if you want to link other files like your styles or your script, everything goes inside your head. Having said that, you also can include your script src anywhere inside your body. Also, you can have more than one script source also. Not necessarily that it has to be inside your head only. But we specify some metadata and other within your head elements. So here I'm including one character set here. So this is the default one, which is your Unicode. Okay, 8. So not mandatory, but you can include this one. And as I told you, we can also include your style and we also can include your script, but we'll do that later. So right now I'll just include my title, so which will be displayed on the web page title bar on the topmost one that you can see. I would say movie time, right? So now this goes inside the head. Inside our body, as I told you while we were going through this style, so we have already created this outermost container and I have given some name for that. So we will be using this in our HTML content. So where I'm going to create a div and all the ID so will be represented as hash that you will be using in your CSS. So you can see this one. So I've used this hash. It means that we'll have to use an ID over here. So let's say wrapper. Now this is going to be my outermost div and all other elements are going to be present inside this div. And inside my div, I'm going to have a header. So this is a HTML element header. And inside this header, I'm going to have the title. So which says movie time, and it also has a tagline I showed you in the finished web page. So those movie title as well as the tagline, I'm going to include it here. So inside my header, I'm going to have this one more div, and I've already created the style for this. So this will be the page banner, and inside my page banner, I'm going to have this title. So the movie title, I'm going to use h1 over here, and I'm also giving the class because I've already defined. And you also can define the style outside, or you can have a style inside the head that you can refer. So in that case, it would be referred as internal style. Now this will be external style. But if you want, you can also have an inline style. Say, for example, I can include a style property here. So this will become the inline style of h1, which will have the highest precedence. So in this, I say I want to have a white color. So you can either pick from the text as such, or you also can give this hex value. So both are same. Then after that, so all your CSS properties are terminated by a semicolon, and it's separated with this colon, like this property name and the value separated by colon, and the statement, it ends with a semicolon. So here you specify whatever is the heading that you wish to display, and next we will be giving the tagline. So let's also have an inline element for the tagline. So we'll be using the same thing, which is the white text. Since we are going to have a colored background, so we are using the white text here. So I'm copying and pasting it here. Yeah. So here, so we'll have to close this. Here, let's say a curated list of most amazing movies. So you can write your text like however you want. So however you want to display those taglines and the title. So I'm closing my paragraph here, and I'm also giving a break there. And so with this particular div, which is the page banner, so this is over. So I've created this page banner just to display. This is the entire thing is your header, you can see. So this is your div, which is your banner, and this entire thing is my wrapper. So I still have my list of movies that will be coming up here in this section. So this will be the title and the tagline. So after this header, I want to include a div which is going to be my movie list. So we'll call this movie list, and inside which I'm going to have the title again, something like a subtitle. So I'm using my H2, so where I say, again I give this title class, so which will be used in styling, and within which I will say movies to. So this will be the title for the list. So after which we are going to include our unordered list of movies. Now inside the unordered list, I'm going to have now, see, two things here. If you could recollect the movie page that I had shown, we will be creating the name of the movie in the row-wise format, and it will also be having the delete button. So you would be able to see that the delete button would be there, and so both elements have to be there for each movie list. So I will be specifying the name of the movie here, and I will also be specifying the delete button. So inside my list item, I'm going to have a span. Now this span, so I'll say, so it will have name, and where, let's include the first one, and done, and I will be including a span element for the delete button also, and I will just say delete. Okay, so let me copy this one, because we are just going to use this for all this particular style for all our movies. So I'm copying this and I'm pasting maybe 4 or 5 movies. So 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so let's write whatever movies that you want over here. So let me just change these movies quickly. Okay, so all of my favorite movies, Inception again, yeah, and stage, and okay. All right, so the last one, maybe I have included one extra, it's okay. Avengers, the Avengers or Avengers, okay, whatever. So I have included this 5 movies now. So with this movie list is over. So now next what we will do is we'll have to do one more thing before we move on to JavaScript file. So in this one we have to create our, we will be having a form element here. The main reason being we have to include a submit button so that I can inform the JavaScript module or the function, so which can handle the addition of new movie when I have to click on the add button here. So I'm giving a name for the ID. So this will be the form, so which will be the parent element, and inside the form I'm going to what we are going to have is we are going to have the button and also the input box. So the input, the text box we will be including, so you can see the list of input elements of your HTML. So we'll be selecting text, and we can have a placeholder. It's nothing but the text, so where I can specify, okay, so this should not be inside. Okay, so this is text. So the placeholder property where you can give some hint of what is supposed to be entered in that text box. So I'll say add so let's close this input box. Now this button, let's add. So now this is going to invoke the function which we will be adding in the JavaScript page. So with this, we have closed this form and we have also closed this div and the body. So with this, the HTML content, the code for the HTML content is ready. So if you have to see this page, so I have this option set up here. So open in default browser. So when I click this one, okay, so you can see this, and so if you're wondering why is this blank over here, you can see this here now. Yeah, it's the main reason is I've given white text because we'll have to include the style. We have not included the style yet, so just the HTML content, it looks like this. So it's not, it doesn't look so great, I know. So there is no JavaScript function also, but we can see that whatever content that we have mentioned, so it has been displayed properly. So the next step for us to do is to add the CSS and see if it matches the style that I had shown earlier. So if you have to add the CSS, so let's see. Okay, so we have now seen before adding CSS. So I keep saying about the importance of the style and theme also. So I know your content is ready, but it doesn't look so attractive. So how could you make it so engaging and so that the probable customer or your business user can start using your web page? So how can you make it much more engaging and attractive? Let's add the CSS and see if it creates a magic or not. I know this is not our prime focus, but CSS definitely helps. So the link is the tag that we will be using to specify the reference. So this is the reference where I have to add. So whatever is your CSS style. So this is an external style. So I use my href property to attach this external style here. So I'll have to include, so you can see that it gets listed. Yes. And it's not mandatory, but still you can mention that it is a style sheet. So CSS is the default style sheet, and JavaScript is the default scripting language for your HTML. So we have attached this now. Okay. So let us see again. Okay, look at that now. Look at that. So you can see this before CSS. So literally it is nothing. It doesn't look like anything at all. But you can see like after CSS. So if you are, if you have fancy taking for your fonts, if you love fonts, maybe you can change all these fonts. I've used some default fonts. So however you want, you can go ahead and change it. You can see that whatever we have given in the CSS that I've highlighted, it's now getting reflected in this new page. So you can see the difference between this and this. So that's why I opened another tab for you to see the difference. But nothing is going to work. So you can see that the hover, so you can see the red is changing into maroon, and this maybe not much of a difference, but you still can see. I would say if you're using CSS, don't change those text size and the alignment and placing, because there the effect that you will be getting where it will be like flickering a lot, and it will be the alignment will be an issue. Always change the color or some highlight, those things, not the size and alignment. So you can also see like how nicely these rows are getting highlighted. So now whatever we add, so nothing is going to be coming on because we don't have a JavaScript functionality yet. So that is what we are going to see now next. So let's start our JavaScript coding, which will be the next module. Now let's start with the app.js, which will be your JavaScript file that you will be including and coding for DOM manipulation. So this app.js file has to be integrated inside your index.html. So how we have included our style, we will have to use another element, which is your script, and we have to include src instead of href. So that we will do it later. So now let's start creating this code for the app.js. So let's start with this document element, and we will have to do the coding for one of the event. So we'll be writing those functionality, whatever we have done. So we are going to create the event and attach your functionality for that particular event. So there are ways, different ways by which you can do it. An event listener is one of the ways. So I can specify, so as you can see in this IntelliSense, this purple color box indicates that it is a method. So you can see that it is a method. And this blue brick that you see, so that is a property. So we'll be using this method. So I'm adding an event over here. So what is the event that we are going to add now? So we are adding this event, which is called as the DOM. So I will explain. So what exactly is this? DOM content loaded. Now this event fires when the initial HTML document has been completely loaded and parsed. So without for other dependencies like your CSS files, style sheets, images, or any other elements to finish loading. So your original content, so if it is loaded and passed, this event will be fired. And the target for this event is your document itself, and that has to be loaded. and you can listen for this event on the window interface to handle it in the capturing, bubbling or the tumbling phase. So JavaScript event has different type of phases also. When the event can traverse inside from your parent to your child so that it can be handled at that level also, it's called as your tunneling. And when it has to go upwards, so it will be like bubbling phase. So different ways by how your event can traverse and it can be captured. So there is another event which is called as load. Now that will be, you will not be using that for this particular purpose. So here I'm just using this event to check if the content, if that particular document, your HTML document is loaded without the other dependencies. That's what I said, without the style sheet or other features to be loaded. But another event is there which is called as just load, and it should be used to detect a fully loaded page along with style sheet and everything. So it's usually people confuse between this load and the document content loaded. So understand the difference. For load, it is like fully loaded, whereas DOM content loaded is only when the DOM features or the HTML content is loaded. So let's write the function for this. So we will be using this syntax. So first is this event name, and here we are going to include the function. So all of the function that we will be including, so it will be going inside this main function that I have. First thing that I'm going to do is create a variable. In this case, we will be creating a constant because we are not going to change anything. To capture where exactly these event and the functions will be affected. So in our case, the list, movie list is where we are concerned. We can add a movie, we can delete a movie. So we have to create entity which can refer to that particular list. So I'm creating. So you can use a var also. Here, since this is not going to be changing, so I'm using a constant. So I'm using this method which is called as your query selector, by which you can select that particular, the element, whatever element that you have created. So here I want to select my unordered list. So I'm using this movie. So it is present inside container which is called as your movie list. So inside which I'm selecting this unordered list, and that is getting stored in this list. So this is, it's like disabled or like grayed out because we have not used this list object yet. So when we use it, so it will be highlighted. I'm also going to create one more to store my form. So whatever forms, you can have like multiple forms also, and all the form elements I'm storing here. And so let's do the first one. Say if I have to delete my movies. So to delete these movies, I'm going to attach. So we have already created that list. So to that list, now I told you, right? So now if you start using it, it will be highlighted. So you can see that one. So I'm adding another event listener. So whenever I'm going to click that, I'm going to check if the user is clicking the delete button or he's clicking something else. So I'm using this click event. So I'm attaching an event handler I'm attaching over here. And then I'm also, you can also pass on another parameter. So in this case, I'm passing some E parameter, which is, you can also name it as event also, or whatever name that you want. So this event parameter is nothing but all the metadata will be stored in that particular object, E or the event object. So it will have all the necessary properties stored there. So you can find out the source of the event, you can find out the target of the event. So everything will be stored in the event object. So here I'm checking using my if condition. So I'm checking if the target, okay, so if the target element has, I told you, the event object will have the source where it originated and which is the target. So here I'm checking if the class name is equal to delete, meaning if I'm trying to click on the delete button, I'm checking that. So if it is right, so if it is true, then I'm creating li, which is your list item, and I'm trying to remove that particular element there. So I'm saying the target, so I'm saying which is the parent. See, when I have to delete the element, it has to delete the entire li, right? Including the span, which is the movie text, also one more span which has the delete button. So I have to delete the parent element. So here I'm mentioning that I'm creating the li, which is the parent element, and now I say the parent node of this particular li. So I want to delete this. So to delete an entity in DOM, if you have to do it, you have an method which is called as your remove child. So you can see that. So the parent node along with your, so both your span, so the entire li element I have to remove. So I'm removing it like this. I'm calling this method which is called as your remove child, which is going to remove that particular li element. So now this is with your li. So here we have added this, and we are trying to delete it. So this is one of the functionality, and the next one that we have to do is add movies. So before adding the movie, so let's see if this is going to really work. So for that we have to include one more step. What is that? Yes, right. We have to attach it. So your index.html does not have this app.js linked yet. So let's add that. So here we'll be using script src is equal to, so this is my app.js, and let's include this one. So once you have included, so in my app.js, I have given the main DOM content loaded event. So underneath I have these different features included. One is the deleting the movie, another one that we will be writing is adding the movie. So let's see if this is going to work or not. So go back to this. I've already added the script, and so you can open it, so or you can refresh the existing page also. Let us see if the delete button really works now. Yes, it works. So, okay, I just deleted everything, but as I told you earlier, this is not a permanent database that you will be like storing. So these does not get reflected in a persistent way. So when we refresh the page, we are going to get it back, but we can see that the deletion via DOM manipulation using JavaScript code has worked successfully now. So we are done with the first feature. So we will have to move on to the second one, where we can add a new movie, and when we click on this button, it has to be instantly added. Let us go back to the editor to add the next feature now. So let's get started with adding the new movie. So it's not like the straightforward delete feature. There are certain series of steps that is involved when we are adding a new movie. So first being to creating the elements, like whatever elements that we are going to add. So it's just not one text or the movie list. We also have to add the delete button along with that, right? So that would be the first one. And the second one would be to add the text content as such. So what is the text content or value? What is the new one? So the delete text and also the name of the movie. So that has to be added. And you can see that each and every it has a distinctive style property. The left a purple border when it is highlighted, and each row it also has a delete, which is like a red color button which is curved on the edges. So these different style features have to be included. So how do we do that? So that would be another step that we have to do, which is adding the classes. And finally, we will have to attach it to the DOM. So then you attach it to your DOM element. So let's start with the first phase. So all these elements now it's present in the form. So from the form we are trying to add the new element. So for that we'll have to capture the form. So form is in the form of an array. So each HTML element can have n number of forms. So we have already given the ID as add movie. For that form we just have one form. So we are retrieving that and I'm storing it inside my add form constant. Next, so I'm using this add form to add this event listener over here. So when the button, so here you can have all these events. So here I'm saying submit is the event. So submit is the most important event, so by which you can actually submit the value. Otherwise, whatever changes that needs to be captured will not be done properly. So I'm including this function. And again, I'm passing this event object, which is your E. So now here, I'm adding all these ones. So first one that I'm doing over here is to include your prevent default. This prevent default method cancels the event if it is cancelable, meaning that the default action that belongs to the event will not occur. Say for instance, if we have to use it when the user clicks on a submit button, but it has to prevent that clicking or submitting of a form, or there is a clicking on a hyperlink or something, but it should be prevented. So these default actions now, if you want to prevent, so you can use this one. So here we are going to use it because we don't want this to be literally bubbled up, and but you also have to note that not all events are cancelable. You can use the cancelable property to find out if some event is cancelable or not. And this particular prevent default method also does not prevent further propagation of an event through the DOM. So if you want to literally stop it, so there is another method which is called a stop propagation. So we are invoking this method first, and so let me just close this one also. And I want all these other features to be included within this one. Okay. So first step after creating capturing the form element, I want to create the other constants for these values and elements, the other elements. So first thing, I'm creating a constant called as value. Now here I am selecting using the query selector again, this method again. And I want to retrieve this input type. So where I say my text box, so I want to retrieve it. So where I say the type as text. So I want to retrieve the input type where the type is text. So be very careful with the quotes. So if you are using the double quotes as the outer one, just use it for that, and use an inner, for the inner quote use a single quote, so vice versa. So check on that and how it is closing. So otherwise it will not throw any error, but you will not be getting the value that you expect also. And the second constant that I want to create it is for the list item. So here I have the document, and here we are going to use this special method. You can see that there are so many number of create element, create even many create methods are there as a part of JavaScript DOM feature. So we are going to use this one create element, and I'm going to create a new li element because this is the one that we want, which needs to be added to the unordered list. And of course, we will have to create the corresponding variable or the constant for the name of the movie. So that has to be there, right? So I'll have to create that one. So that one again is, as you can see, it's a span. So I'll show you the HTML code here. So quickly, let's go. And so you can see this one. So this is what we are trying to create here in this feature. So I will have to create two elements over here. So one is for the movie, another span is for the delete button. So these two has to be created. So this is a span, and you can see that the class will have to add next. But this li element, we have to create it like this. That is what we are doing here. So I am creating a span. So one is for the movie name, and another one we have to create a delete button. So if we have to create a new record, so each record has a movie name as well as the delete button. So I'm going to create that as well. So in this one again, so what is the element that we will be creating? In both the cases, both are span, which is present inside li. So li is the parent element, and these two span will be the child element. So all these have been now created individually or separately we have created. Now we have to set the hierarchy. So we have to append these two as child of this li, and this li has to be attached to this body. So this one, so this appending will do it at the last, right? So first step, we have created this elements. So first we have retrieved the movie, and we have attached event listener for the submit button. And then in the second phase of creating elements, we have created. So we have checked if whatever is the value that the user is entering inside the text box. So using that, we are going to create it. So then we have created the li element, which is your list item, and then the span element for the movie name, span element for the delete button. So all these have been created. Now let's go to the next phase, which is to add the text content. So we have already received the value that the user has entered in the text box, and we are storing it in the constant called as value. So now that we have to attach it to this particular element, which is the movie name. Okay, so that will be the next one. So here I will say movie name dot. So it has this property, as you can see, which is called as the text content. So this is the span element. So if you have to create a text for that, so I'm saying that whatever the user has entered in the text box, that is stored in the value constant, so that I am storing it here, that I'm passing to my text content property of the movie name, which is nothing but the span that we have created. Now the second one, we have also created this delete button span, right? So content we have to create, so which is nothing but the text that will be displayed. So here we are creating the button as delete button. Okay, so however you want to create it, remove or the decaps, however you want to create, you can go ahead and create it. So now this step is also over. So first we have created this form, and then we have created all these elements, the corresponding li, and then the movie name span, delete button span. And then we have also attached the corresponding content for these two span elements. Now we have to add the style. So of course, you can see like how it is displayed. So this one has a red color buttons, and then you can see the different these borders, so that we have already created in the external style sheet. This has to be updated here. So we are doing this. So I say class list dot add. So this is add. So we are adding the class name for the corresponding element that we have created, so that you get the style feature that we have already defined. Okay, by default it goes on with your add event listener. Alright, so this is the class name. Okay, so we are adding it. So let's go to the style.css, and so you can see this delete and name. So all these are present over here. Right, so all these are there. So I want to attach, so you can see this one, name and delete, it already has this one. So that we are trying to attach it here. So this step is also over. So we are attaching the class for the style or the theme purpose. Now final and most important one is to attach it to the DOM, so that all your content all your elements along with those textual content added with those class properties with the CSS features, now it is all rendered onto your DOM in a proper hierarchical way. So that is very important. So that is the final step. So I am saying li. So now li is your parent element, right? So I am attaching my li. First, your li has to be attached to the list. I think we have already created this list, which is nothing but the unordered list. So this li has to be attached to the list, and inside your li, these two spans, your movie name and delete button, both has to be attached. So your movie name and delete button are the child elements of li, and li is the child element of your list. So it has to be attached. So first let's attach your movie name. So the child of your li, which is the first span, and I'm also attaching the delete button, so which is another span child, and finally I'm attaching the li, which is in turn a child of the list element. Okay, so here I say list dot append child, which is your li. Okay, but inside your li you can see the movie name and delete button. We can go to the index.html to check. So ul or the list is the parent element, inside which I have my li list item, and the li it becomes the parent for these two, which is the name of the movie and the delete button for each corresponding record. So these two child elements first we are attaching to li, and then this li we are attaching to the ul. So that is what we are doing here, right? So this will be the final and most important step. So with this we are done with our script. So make sure you save this one, and let's go back to this and refresh it once. Okay, so this delete button, it is working as usual. We have already seen that, and let's see if new movie can be inserted. Okay, let's say wow, now you can see that instantly new movie has been added at the bottom, and you can see the two span elements, okay, which is the child of this li. It gets added to the parent, which is the list item. So this is the outermost one, which is the ul or your list, and then each one is the child, which is your li. The li has two child, which is your movie name as well as the delete button. So we have first created these values, and then the classes have been added to ensure that the CSS is consistent. And then finally we use the DOM's append child. You can use your append method also to attach it so that this hierarchy is formed. So using DOM manipulation via JavaScript. So we have seen that very powerful in a powerful way, and in a very simpler and effective way, how we can add new elements, new nodes, attach events, listen to events, and also to delete it. All these, it can be done so effectively. So you can keep adding more. You can try to validate this also, and say if I want to edit this, I want to edit the existing movies, even that it is completely possible. You can do that. Or only the style, if you want, you can change that style also. So everything just with JavaScript. So just with JavaScript, so how you can create the elements. So without the HTML content at all, you can just right from the heading to the footer to the content, everything you can create just with your JavaScript. So that is the power of JavaScript. So I think we have done quite enough with this DOM manipulation. So for a quick recap, we started with these 3 files. So style.css. So I walked you through the entire style and theme features I have incorporated. And we also had these 2 images already. So you can include. So this is just an overview guideline of how this DOM can be manipulated in one way. You are free to explore having this as a base, and you can just work upon how you want to carry on with your DOM manipulation. So we created first this index.html. So we created all the content, the head and body. And initially we didn't attach it with the style sheet as well as the script. Then we created those containers, the wrapper and page banner, so that we had the corresponding styles for all these. And we also created a UL, which is an unordered list with all these list items. So these list items internally, so it has, each one had 2 span. One is the name of the movie, another one is the delete button for the movie. And you also can see that last we have also added an input element for the text box where you can add the movie, and also a button to submit so that the new movie has been inserted. So after this, we created this JavaScript coding. So we started with the DOM content loaded, and first we saw the delete movie. We used the event listener whenever I click on the delete button. So based on the event object, I check for the target and I'm removing that particular element. So I'm using the remove child over here for deleting a movie or deleting any particular node as such. And we are using append child to add the movie. So these 2 are the important functions that you have to keep in mind. And in the second one, we added a movie. First, we created this form, we captured this, and then we created those individual elements, the li span for the movie name and delete button. And we also had those values that needs to be written, which was added. And then we added the class. And finally, we used the append child to append these 2 span element to the li. And then li, which is the child of your list, gets added. So that is how we saw this DOM manipulation. So I hope you all enjoyed this demo, and also your the concept of your DOM manipulation via JavaScript is clear to all of you.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
In this video, we bring to you 6 simple applications that you can build using JavaScript. We'll first create some simple beginner level projects like the to-do list app. Then we'll move on to a quiz app. Then we'll move on to more advanced apps like the weather app, the tic-tac-toe game, and finally we'll conclude the session by creating a snake game application. Now I'm sure you're excited to dive deep into it. So let's begin.
Using this JavaScript, CSS and HTML combo known as called to-do application. A to-do application is kind of general task manager application where you can attach, add the task, delete the task, and complete a task. very simple and sophisticated application we will try to start working with. And here we start working with our first very simple statement that is known as call to do. So let me go and create a new folder named call. Not here. New folder called to do app. Inside this to do app, I like to start working with HTML file index.html. And now here again we would like to start working with HTML by considering our CSS file will be well taken care of. So we say div here we will say class equal to container. Now inside this we would like to have some header portion. Okay, so we say another div tag, and inside this div tag we'll say div id equal to this box. Okay, and again class equal to header. Class equal to header. Now here after that we would like to use the h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I can say my to-do list. After this h2 we would like to use the text box input type equal to text, id equal to item, and placeholder equal to give anything. I am saying title. Okay, and close this. Next we like to use the span tag, and this is span. I'll say conflict equal to. Now I do not have the function name called new element, but we would like to create it. New element. Okay, and class equal to give any name. I'm saying add bt. Okay, and here I would like to add it. That's my span tag. Now div tag is also getting closed. So after the div tag we would like to use the ul. You know that is for unordered list. Here I will say id equal to list. Under this ul tag I'll look for li, and within this li you can say some name, learn new tasks is the first item. Like that I can have some other items with me. Play games. Walk with the dog. Like that I can have n number of tasks which is available to me. Okay, so here the ul tag is getting closed and the div tag is also getting closed. That's it. Okay, so I do not have any CSS file with me, so I can just create CSS. In this I like to include it in my here link array to style sheet href equal to with the link of app.css. That's it. Let me try to see the outcome. Okay, so I can have very simple look and feel for title. Nothing is there. Add, which must be a kind of a button for me or whatever it is. So it is just a span tag for me on which I will try to click and perform some action. Remember, this is not my button. Now here once it is ready, I would like to go ahead and talk about my main CSS which will help me to make the complete look and feel more better. Okay, thank you. So we're going to start working with the CSS now. From my CSS, we want to basically perform the edit where close button I want to create it, and I want to create a close button to hide the current list items. In multiple activities I have it, which I want to do it with my CSS. So let's get started with CSS now. And with my CSS, I would like to create some basic effects to my application. Fine. So the step number 1, I would like to say asterisk for everything. That means for everyone. I'm saying box sizing, border box, basic one. Nothing is affected because it's for common for all. Here, I would like to start with my body now. Body, background color, I will say light steel blue. Light blue I've taken. And background image, it's up to me whether I would like to use it or not. But I can use height 600 pixels. Next, background position. That I would like to use center. Next is background repeat, because if I do not have an image, I would not be using repeat. So background size, cover. Looks beautiful. Well, going ahead, we talk about our container part now. Okay. So if I just see my previous code which is there with me, that is called calculator app. Here in this app.css, I have an option called container. So that was my container. I just copy this and I use it again here. Here in container width, I would like to use 50% now. Background color remain white. Align self, center, display, block, margin. Just start using 120 pixels, auto, and box shadow. Border radius we are not using. Padding, once again we are not using. Box shadow, 5 pixel, 10 pixel, 20 pixels, and black. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So this is my simple look. Now talk about the UL part now. Margin 0. Next, border left. Border left 6 pixels. Tail. Next, list hyphen style hyphen type. I'm saying none. Next, padding 0. Let's take a look. Better. Okay. Now, so few things we have used. Border left 6 pixels, solid tail, padding. Now we talk about our UL and allied part. Okay, cursor, pointer. Next, position, relative. Next, padding. We just would like to use 12 pixels. Like this. Background white. Remove white smoke. Okay, font size. You can select 18 pixels. Transition for 0.2 seconds. This is for transition. Okay, and the last option, user icon select, none. Perfect. Now looks beautiful. You can see now how the effects are. Awesome. Okay, UL and LI tag. Now we talk about our positions wise properties. UL, LI colon, hover. Okay, I say background color, okay, and after that I use UL and it's child odd values, background color, again I can use the same. Okay, now after this we are using this called UL li dot checked. Now I'll be using background, then color. I'm using the same white, text decoration, line 3, which is the checked option. Okay, now after that, check before. I also want to use it, so we just say UL checked before, UL li check colon before, content, after that position, absolute, after that border style, border color, sorry, border color, I'm just using called white, then border style, solid, then border width, border hyphen width, border hyphen width, we're using 0, 2 pixels, 0, then top 10 pixels, left pixels, then transform, rotate 45 degrees, then height 15 pixels, then width 7 pixels. Now you see this now, how they work like in. That JavaScript will be applied later on to make it even more better. So we are just getting it ready for that. Okay, after that we'll be using for close. In this close we are using position, absolute, then right, 0, zero, padding, 4 options, we are using it here. Okay. Then afterwards, close, hover. In this close hover, we'll be using background color. That's called orange red, and color white. This is for close hover. Then we're talking about color header. Header will be using background color, teal, then padding, 30 pixels and 30 pixels. Color, okay, text align, center. Looking beautiful. Well, this is your header, what we have written it now. After that, we'll be talking about color header after an input. Dot header colon after content colon and then display table. After that, clear both. That is for header after. Okay. Now after this we'll be using for the input. Not dot I'll be using, rather I'll be using directly input. For input. Now input I have to make it in more better way, margin 0, then border none, then border radius 0, then width 75%, then padding 10 pixels. Okay, then float left. The next option will be font size. I'm using 16 pixels. Perfect. Nice. So this is my text box. Okay. Now we'd like to talk about buttons. Okay. It's time to talk about core buttons. We'll be saying dot add BTN. So once again, the condition is going to be remain same. We talk about core padding 10 pixels. Talk about core width. We say 25%. We say background purple. Then we talk about color. Okay, and we use float left. After this float left, we talk about texture line, center, then font size. We talk about 16 pixels. Then we talk about cursor, would be pointer. Then we talk about transition. Here we talk about 0.3 seconds. And then border radius 0. That's it. and at the same time we talk about called add button. Okay, colon over background to change to beach. That's it. Let's check. Awesome. So you see now how exactly it's looking now. So my to-do list CSS part is over. Okay. Well, after this, we're going to talk about our JS file, which is the most important area of your code. Now here, let me close down everything and start creating another file here. One is called app.js. The main calculation goes here. So from this point onwards, we would like to start working with a property, whichever we have created here. On the top of that, we start working with. Okay. So in my CSS, what are the things that are required that we want to understand? Okay. So we talk about option called li. Li stands for what? List items. So let's start working with var my node list equal to document dot get element by id, or also I will say document dot element by tag name. And the tag name is what? Li. It's called list items. Okay. After that, we're creating var I is a variable. Then for I equal to 0, I is less than node list, my node list dot length, and then I plus plus. Okay. Later on, we have to create var span equal to document dot create element document dot create element. Which element I want to create it? Span. Or else I can write in a capital letter. Span tag I want to create it. After that, var text, or else I can say var txt equal to again document dot create text node, and I'll just give the value here by saying forward slash. So we're creating a new text. Okay. Later on, we just say span dot class name equal to close. After that, span dot append child txt, and then my node list I dot append child span. So the first function which we have written it. Okay. So there is a name called node list. This is just a typical logic. In fact, I would not even say the function. It's just a logic which you have written. After that, what we need to do now is we have to start working with our option called var close equal to document dot get element by class name. Get element by class name. Name is called what? Close. Okay. And here I say var I, and once again for 0 I is less than close dot length I plus plus. Okay. Then close I dot on click. Okay. Close I dot on click equal to function. And now here we say var div equal to this dot parent element, this dot parent element, and now we say div dot style dot display equal to no. Okay, and now next thing. So this is for when you try to click on a close button to hide the current list item. Okay, so you can say current list. Okay, now next what we to develop the code is to basically add a check symbol, okay, while clicking on a list item. That means if any item which you have basically clicked, so what should happen now? So it will get striped saying that hey, this task is over now. So we can say var list equal to document query selector UI. Okay, and I say dot add event listener on which event? On a click event, and then I need to write what function which takes event as a parameter. Okay, here I say if dot target dot class list dot toggle dot toggle. Here I say checked. Okay, and what should happen now? But before that, I just need to check the condition for if ev dot target dot tag name. Just wait. Ev dot target dot li. Then what? Then dot target dot class list dot toggle check. Okay, and here we pass a value called false. That's it. Okay, now you have to basically go and create what functions for this. So after that, I'm going to create a new function now. I'm saying function new element. Okay, here we say var li equal to document dot create element. Which element I want to create it? Li. Then var input value equal to document dot get element by id item dot okay, and after that we are just calculating this value. We are saying var t equal to document dot create text node. Okay, here we pass input value here, and I say li dot append child of t, like this. And here we are saying if input value equal to blank, nothing is there, then what? So in such cases we can say alert is basically the validation for me. Alert, this field cannot be empty. Okay, this field cannot be empty. So this is the first alert message we are showing that else condition. In else condition, we have to say document dot get element by ID. Okay, which is a type of item. Okay, so taking about item, which is a type of. So else condition, which is saying document get element by ID. Rather than item, let's pass list here. And inside this list, we'll say dot append child. And here I'll be passing what? Array case. Okay. Otherwise, what would happen? We will talk about this option called document get element by ID item. Item dot value equal to blank. Okay, that's the case now. After that, we will start working with our span tag now. And the span tag will have its own condition now. So first we check about this, and now we talk about how span tag now. So we just say for the span, we say var span equal to document dot get element, document dot create element, document dot create element of type what? Span. Okay, so we're using var span equal to document dot create element of type of span here. So after this span, we'll be talking about our next feature now. So this after this span will be so we're now talking about call var txt equal to once again document dot create text node. We talk about u. So after that span dot append child txt. Okay, and then in the same line we'll be using li dot append child span. And then last but not least, we have to basically iterate through all for I equal to 0, I is less than close dot length and I plus plus. Then close of type I, we are passing it dot on click equal to function, and here we are saying var div equal to this dot parent element, okay, and div dot style dot display equal to none. So friends, we are almost ready now because our JavaScript file is ready. After that, we'll be talking about how to include it in HTML to take a look. Well, everybody, so we are all set now since we have our application ready with me. JS is ready, CSS is ready. Now in our index.html file, we have to just check how to apply this JS within my code now. So in my index.html file, I'll just go to the bottom of my page that is called script src equal to the name called app.js. That's it. Okay, and let's check about my final outcome. Okay, so you can see now the crossbar automatically appeared. Okay, with my application. Let me try to add another one that is called welcome. See, it is automatically getting added. The moment I click, you can see it is called strike. That means it is done. If I try to click on this, it goes off. If I click it here, it's strike. If I click here, it's strike. Add another. It's also working. Delete it. Click it again. It is unchecked or unstrike now. So guys, that's it. So we are happy, like finally we have finished one of our very important project, which is a called to-do application. Okay. So this time we're going to develop another very interesting example using this HTML, JavaScript and CSS together, and that is called working with a quiz application. This is one of the very interesting project. We'll be developing it from the scratch, and I'm sure that you will enjoy a lot. So what we will do, we'll start creating a new folder now. First of all, I'm going to give the name called HTML quiz. Now I'm going to create 3 files inside this. Number 1, I'm going to say index.html. Then I need another file that is called app.css. And the third file I'm going to create inside this that will hold the script related part. So we are saying script.js. So we have total number of 3 files ready with us. Now from HTML page, we would like to develop this HTML tags first. So we'll go to the HTML and see. So we have got this basic HTML syntax ready, and from here we will start working with the div tag first. Here onwards, div tag. So within my div tag, we would like to create another div tag. Okay, so the first top level class to this particular div. See, we haven't created a CSS, but we would like to offer some of the CSS classes available here. So we say div class equal to container. Now we have got another div tag inside this. So we will say div id equal to question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. So that is the name or ID of this div, and we say class equal to hide. Now within this div tag, we would like to offer some details, but before that we would like to create some embedded div tags inside this. So we're going to create another div tag here, and this div ID equal to answer hyphen buttons. So that's the ID name, and we would like to offer the class also, class equal to btn hyphen grid. See, again I'm telling you, these classes we are just creating it, but we would like to use this in our CSS. Okay, so they are just the normal class names we are giving it right now. Now inside this div tag, we want to offer some more details. Now what exactly the details are? Number 1, we would like to offer few buttons now. Button. So we say button class equal to btn, and after that we would like to give the name called answer1. So that I can have this button class copied 3 more times. And now we can change the names to 2, here 3, here 4. So we have total number of 4 answers ready with us. Div tag is getting closed here, another div tag is getting closed here, and now here, before the last div tag is getting closed, we would like to create another div tag. Now inside this div, we say class equal to controls. That's another div tag. So under this div, we want to offer few more buttons. Button. Here we say button ID equal to start button. start hyphen btn. Okay, and then we say class equal to start hyphen btn space btn, and we say start here. Now I'll just copy this complete line and put it again. So rather than giving the start button, we say next button, and class equal to next hyphen button btn, and we will give additional property called height, and here we give the value called next. Let me make this S capital and next. So 2 buttons we have created. After this, div tag is getting closed. After that, I would like to start another div tag, and in this div tag we will offer class equal to score. Okay, and here we would like to start working with a span, and here we will say span id equal to right hyphen answer, or answers I can say. So after that, a div tag is getting closed, and that's it. And with the last div tag is getting closed, which you can see right now, we would like to use the script tag. But one more thing, this div tag I would like to close even before. So 2 div tags are getting closed, and this is another div tag which is closed at the end. And here we want to include a script tag, a script src equal to a script.js. That's it. So our HTML page is almost ready. Let's review. And yes, I can see some standard buttons has been created. Now we would like to give a better look and feel to this kind of buttons and complete UI by offering some awesome CSS. Okay everybody, so we'd like to start working with CSS part now. So to work with the CSS, we have to offer few things. Here we're providing a root, and with this root some basic settings we are offering it. Number 1, hyphen hue hyphen neutral, hue hyphen hue hyphen neutral. The value we're giving is 200. After that, we're giving call hyphen hue, again hyphen wrong. This value we're giving is 0. Then we are saying hyphen hue hyphen correct 145. So these 3 values we have given, followed by body. In this body we would like to offer few details. Number 1, hyphen hue. This we are making it with the variable hyphen hue neutral, the one which we have already declared. Okay, now we will try to provide padding. So this padding we are giving 0. Next property is margin. Margin will also remain 0. After that, display none. After that, not display, I would say none. Instead, it is better we can have flex. After that, width, we are providing width almost 100, followed by height. So height we are providing is called once again 100, Okay, now we have called justify contents. This justify contents I can say center. Perfect. Going forward, align items. Here we can say center again. Now background color. Which color you would like to give it? So we can just use this option called HSL. And this we'd like to use this var. Again, in this var we are using hyphen hue and followed by 100%, comma 20%. These things, and this is style we would like to use in my index.html page. So within my head tag, well, in index.html file, how you would like to define the style? So we always use link CSS. So the value is automatically style.css, but we would like to change to app.css. That's it. Now we'll see the final outcome. Now it looks better. Okay, so it is only for the background, nothing else it is impacting. Now we want to offer few more things into my CSS. It is only for the body. Now we would like to go ahead with the body dot correct. Body dot correct. We are providing hue, var, and here we would like to offer hyphen wrong, and also sorry, not wrong, just for correct. And we can use body dot wrong So same thing I'd like to copy. So rather than saying correct, we're using wrong here. Well, these two properties we have defined. Going forward, we would like to start working with a container. Inside my container, I would like to offer width. Basic thing that we are providing 800 pixels, followed by max width. This max would be 80%. Now, going forward, background color. We are offering white. That always looks better. Followed by border radius. That we are providing 5 pixels. After this, padding. This padding will be 10 pixels. Followed by box shadow. This box shadow we can say 0, 0, 10 pixels, 2 pixels. So this is we have applied for the container, and container is used right over here. Let's see. Okay, now it looks better. So this is where it comes under my container. Now we would like to offer the buttons. Here in our CSS, we want to now offer the button colors. So dot btn hyphen grid. Well, in index.html file, so we have a call button grid. This button grid we would like to start from here. btn grid display grid, followed by grid hyphen template columns. So here we are saying repeat. In this repeat we are saying 2, auto. Then we would like to offer the gap this gap will be the 10 pixels, followed by margin, that will be the 20 pixels, and then 0. This is for my button grid. Let's see. Awesome. So that looks pretty nice. Now going forward, we would like to apply the styles on my button. So how my button will looks like in. Well, button grids, we have created it. Now we would like to go ahead with the buttons. So .btn followed by the details. So hyphen hue, var, will be using neutral. Okay. Going forward, we would like to use border. So this border we want to use 12 pixels, or I would say 1 pixel, and then solid and HSL values we would like to give it once again var hyphen hue followed by 100%, 30%. Okay, so these are the values for border, followed by background color. So we would like to use the same details. Now we would like to use background color. So in background color we will just use HSL rather than this. So hyphen hue 100% and 50%. Okay, followed by border radius. Border radius 5 pixels. Now padding. Padding just 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Then color. This color will be white for sure. And the outline. Outline we are using is none. Last option cursor. So cursor we will be using pointer as you should see. So these are the details are available which we want to use it for my button. Now the last option, we want to use it for the button hover. .btn or hover, and for this hover we want to say border color. This border color we would like to use black. That's it. Let's see. Awesome. So this looks pretty nice, as you can see right now here. Well, so this is how my initial looks like. Okay. Now I also want to change this start button and next button both. So here we want to use dot start hyphen btn, and also for dot next hyphen btn. Common look and feel for both. Font size 1.5 REM. Next font weight. Now this font weight we want to give bold, followed by padding. This padding is be the 10 pixels and 20 pixels, followed by 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Next cursor, will be as usual pointers. Now we want to go ahead with the controls. With controls we say display, flex, followed by justify contents. This justify contents I will say center, followed by align items, and here we say center. And last option which is left is called hide. This hide we say display none. That's it. Let's check this out. Well, so this will be visible to me. So the moment I said start, then only the other buttons will be visible. So this is how my program is. Well, my CSS is all set. Well, let's get start working with the script part now. This is a major part of your main code development. So here we will start working with this const, and here we will say start button equal to document dot get element by id, and here we will give the name called start -btn. That's the name. Like this, I just copy this line, make it available here. Like we will call start button, we have a call next button, and here next button. Like here another one. Here we change the name and give the name called question container element. Container element. Question container element document get element by id. Here we give the name called question -container. Question -container, because this is already there. You see, question -container is already there. We're using question -container. Like this, we would like to use one more, and that is called question element. Question element document get element by id. Here we will be passing question, followed by we want to use answer button element. Answer buttons element. Answers, or I can say answer buttons element, answer -buttons. Answer -buttons. So naming convention must be chosen very carefully. Now we will provide option called shuffle question, because we want every time the questions to be get shuffled. Shuffled questions. Shuffled questions. Current question index. Shuffle questions and current question index. And we would like to provide one variable called let quiz score equal to 0. So we created those variables. Now, once it is done, we want to basically go ahead and start creating a set of questions for my application. So here we want to provide the questions. So we say const questions. Const questions equal to array. First question which I would like to create it here is called question. Now here we will say JavaScript framework. So which one of these is a JavaScript framework? So that's my question now. Okay, so I would like to have answers for sure. So here we are providing answers. So what answers we would like to provide? So in this answers, the first answer I can say like this. Here I say text. First will be Python. Okay, Python. Answer is true or false? Correct? False. So it will be the false. Copy. Now let's change the value. Here I say Django. Correct, false. Third is React. So here I can say true. Last I'm keeping it called false, as usual same. So like this we have created a question and 4 answers. Okay, so we're all set now. So here after that we want to create a few more. Okay, so once again I would like to bring some questions now and related answers. So I just copy this. First, so second question I can say who is the Prime Minister of India? So we can have 2 answers available. Okay. Talk about Narendra Modi, the value is called what? True. Second, we're going to give the name called which value is called false. So I've taken the values like this, and we can take one more just for the demo purpose. So like here, next is called what is 4 multiplied by 3. I can have many answers. So I'm just making the first is called 6, which is false. Second is 12. Like that, total we have created 3. Okay, so we all are set with this multiple questions. Okay, now once it is done, we would like to offer one function here. Okay, and what that function would be? The function would be known as called clear status class. Function clear status class. It takes one parameter called element and here we will say element dot class list dot remove element dot class list dot remove correct, and once again I copy the same line, wrong. So we have two options available, called what right and what wrong. Now going forward, we want to have few more functions to be attached. There's only one function we have attached, that's called clear status class. Now we would like to add one more function here called function set status class. Okay, and here we pass two parameters now. One is called element and second is called correct. Two parameters we are passing it now, element and correct. First we are calling this function called clear status class, is a function which we have created, pass element, followed by we are saying if correct, then element dot class list dot add correct, okay, else use the same option, but we'll try to add wrong here. So this is how we would like to apply right or wrong. So this is set status class which we have it now, followed by the most important function which we're going to use it right now here is called your select answer. So you have to basically select the answer. So this is a little bigger function. So let's try to understand. Function select answer. Here we pass e as in parameter, and from here we will use const selected button equal to e dot target. Number one. Second, const correct equal to selected button dot dataset selected button dot dataset dot correct. Now going forward, we'll be calling this set status class function. In this set status class, we'll be passing document dot body as the first parameter and correct is the second parameter. Okay, now we're using array dot from, and here in this array dot from we're using answers button element dot children. Okay, followed by dot for each. Here we're using this button as in parameter. Now here what I will do, we're using this option called set status class. First parameter will be what? A button, then button dot dataset dot, we can give the value called what? Correct. Okay, so this is how we are using this array. Now we'll be utilizing the main evaluated value called if. Shuffle quotient dot length. If shuffle quotients dot length is greater than current quotient index plus 1, then what? Then we are saying next button dot class list dot remove, and here we will say hide, so this will be hidden. Okay, else condition says what? Start button dot inner text. Okay, start button dot inner text equal to restart. Okay, and next is called start button dot class list dot remove. What we need to remove? Hide part. That's it. Okay, and here we're using this option called if selected button dot dataset equal to correct. Then quiz score plus plus, and document dot get element by id. Here we are providing write hyphen answers followed by dot inner HTML equal to quiz score. So whatever the score will be after selecting the correct answer, this will be available to the user. Okay, now the next thing which we're going to develop it is basically your reset state. Function reset state. Function reset state. So what we're going to offer here? We are saying clear status class document dot body. Okay, here we are saying next button dot class list dot add hide. Okay, now we are using this while option. Now answers button element dot first child so here I will be using answers button element dot remove child. Here we have a call dot remove child, and here we will be giving answers button element dot first child. So these are the functions are used right now. We haven't called those functions, but we'll be calling those functions one by one. But this is something which we wanted to start with. Okay, well, reset state is already set. Now going forward, we would like to start working with the show quotients so that the user can start seeing the quotient. We are saying function show quotient. Show quotient. The first parameter will be quotient, and from here onwards we would like to use a quotient element. So we have a call quotient element dot inner text equal to quotient dot quotient. Now followed by quotients dot answer quotient dot answers dot for each, and here I would like to use we are passing what? Answer as a parameter. Now here we'd like to create a button called const button equal to document dot create element. I'd like to create a button now. Okay, after that we are saying button dot inner text. We have to set the value equal to answer dot text, then followed by button dot class list dot add. Here we are offering BTN. Okay, now we are saying if the condition is answer dot correct. If answer is correct, then what? Then button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. Okay, now the next thing is we are using button dot add event listener, attaching the listener to this event. Which event? On click event. Second parameter will be select answer, then answer button element dot append child of what? Button. So this is your show questions, followed by what is the next question it will appear. So here we say function set next question. Next question. Here function set next question. Here in this next question we are just saying reset state, the function we are calling it, and saying show question and here we are passing this shuffle questions and we are passing this current question index. That is what the set next question is offering it to me. Now the last function which is left, that is called start game. How the game will start? Function start game, and here the main magic begin. Here we say start button dot class list dot add, and here hide. After that shuffle questions equal to, we have a call questions dot sort Okay, here we say math dot random and 5. We are passing this value. Okay, after that we are saying current question index. Initially we are giving 0 right now. After that question container element, which we have already defined, dot class list dot remove hide. Okay, and then we are calling set next question, which is a function we are calling it, and initializing our quiz score with the value called 0. Well, start game is ready. Next thing which we have to start with our button. So here we are saying start button dot add event listener. Here in this, on my click event, I will try to call this function start game. First thing. Now next we'll be calling next button dot add event listener. On click, we are using. Okay, so here we are calling current quotient index plus plus and set next question. That's it. So we are almostly done with our code. Script.js we have basically already initialized there. Okay, so the values will be kept automatically. So most of the things are now ready with us. Okay, so our JavaScript is almost ready. Index.html file is there and app.css is also ready with us. Now let's finally see how my overall look and feel really looks like in. So just go here and try to refresh and check on a button called start. Awesome, I could see the first question appears automatically. Which of these is JavaScript framework? If I select as usual my correct answer for React, now you can see is automatically making the rest of them as a red and now giving me the next button now. For the Prime Minister of India, I'm saying Narendra Modi. Great, next. And I say 4 multiplied by 3, I say 12, I say next. And which of those used in mobile app development? Flutter and Flask, I say Flask, it says Flutter. And now you can see the application looks perfectly fine and it gives me the restart now, and that's it. So this is how, dear friends, your project is now completely working and expected as the way it was designed for. When I once again restart and you can say start button, now it's giving me 4 multiplied by 3. That means it is once again have taken random question. Hello everyone, and welcome to the another very exciting project for our development in JavaScript that is known as called Weather Pro. It is in a continuation to the series of the previous project what we have developed in JavaScript, and this is once again a very competitive project I'm going to present to you, which is called Weather Pro, where I would like to offer you the real-time weather application into your browser taken from the real-time weather applications. Okay, so let's get started with the new development of our application, which is called a Weather Pro. Now once again, compared to the previous project what we have seen, these projects were working more a kind of static in nature, where like you talk about snake game, you talk about tic-tac-toe, or other type of games like an online quiz, where the data was very much static in nature, but we were presenting the data in the form of more dynamic in nature. This time, this project we are presenting you while connecting with a real-time weather application, where I'll be making a one REST API call, or else you can say asynchronous call. And since JavaScript is working as about a pure asynchronous nature, you will be enjoying the way how the JavaScript can communicate with your backend, load the data, and represent the records in a very, very beautiful manner. So once again, we would need this VS Code editor only just to develop our code. And once again, for developing a presentation part, we'll be using HTML. For formatting part, we'll be using CSS, and to make some dynamic update, we'll be using JavaScript. Now here, I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Parallelly, I just want one more that is known as called app.css, and another file we need it, and that is called your JS file. So we are saying app.js file. So total number of 3 files are available to us. Now I'll start working with an HTML now, and here we'll start with this HTML templates. Now here, first of all, I would like to load my CSS file, which I do not have right now, but certainly I can use it. Okay, so I can just say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to app.css. Well, that is my CSS location. Now I just want to create this link rel I would better use inside my head tag. That will be the more convenient place. Now in my body, I want to have some of the div tags, and there I can decide where the weather to be displayed. So I can just start with my div tag now. With my div tag, I say class equal to, I can just create a class which later on I can offer different size of or different type of style. So we can say container. So we're saying div class equal to container. Now within a div tag, we'll like to use another div tag, which is a nested one. So this div will have another class called class equal to app hyphen title. App hyphen title. In the same div tag, we can use this typical paragraph tag, and here we say weather info. Weather info. Now, after this paragraph tag, we want to have a text box, because I would expect a client to enter the detail on which city or for which city he or she would like to get the details. So we can say input some properties like ID equal to search, second type equal to text, next placeholder equal to enter the city, next autocomplete. I'm saying autocomplete off. The reason because I do not want the previous value user can see. In this case, we can say autocomplete off. I do not want any autocomplete in this. Okay. Now, here it is getting close now. After that, we also want the locations. For that, I may use some of the PNG files and all. But right now, I just want to display the details of the user, like which city he belongs to, and accordingly I can display the records right in your application. So for that, I really need some of the div tags once again, where I can display the details of this particular city. So I'm just having this only text box. Let me go back and check how it looks. So I have a call enter the city. So here I'll be picking up the city, and somewhere down the line I have to display the records. So after this div, we can also have some of the locations to be displayed. So we can just use the notifications and also the location where you want the details to be displayed. Okay, so we can use div class equal to temperature value, temperature hyphen value. Okay, so div class equal to temperature hyphen value. Inside this, I'll be using paragraph tag, and here in my paragraph I'll say hyphen and this degree centigrade or whatever you want to display it here, and we'll use a span tag within this and show in degree centigrade. That's it. And if you want to define the temperature description, after this div tag we can use another div tag, and inside my div tag I can define the temperature description. Okay, so we can say div class equal to temperature hyphen description, temperature hyphen description, and within this I'll be using what, a paragraph tag. Here I'll be displaying all the description. So right now that is the only thing which I want. Let me check. Okay, so it's here right now. So now let me try to collect the value from the client and perform some JavaScript tag within this. Okay, now it's time for us to go back and try to bring some of the CSS features into my code now. Now, few things I would like to say is I have basically downloaded some fonts which I would like to use it in my application, and I also have some of the icons which I would like to use during my application presentation. So there are some PNG files are there which I've downloaded from the internet just to bring more beautiful experience towards my application development. Well, this is another background image which is called bg.jpg, which I would like to make it as a background of my existing application. So I'll start with my CSS and see how this CSS can really bring some new features to my code. Well, first thing I need to have a called font face. So to make this font face, we are using this statement name called here @font face, and I like to use font family. Font family I'm using Montserrat. Okay, it is already there with me, Montserrat, and the URL what is looking forward for. So we are saying src URL, and I'm saying under the font, so we have a file called ttf. Okay, that is called bold.ttf. That is the file which is there with me. Next thing, so for every location I want to use the font family, font hyphen family, I want to use same Montserrat. And the next thing is like in my body. So in my body, few details like background image, I need URL, and in this URL we can say bg.jpg in my background. Next thing is background color, that I need it still blue. Then I need height, I'll say 500 pixels. Next, your background position, this I need it is center. Next is your background repeat, I say no repeat. Next is your background size, this I'm saying cover. This is my body part. Okay, let's check. Okay, looks awesome now. You see this now. This is how my weather info is looking like it. You can see like the background looks awesome now. Now, next thing we require a container. So we are saying dot container. Container we say width 50%. Next, background color, we're just using white. Next, we need it is your align self, that will be center. Display will be block. Margin, so in margin we can say 100 pixels. After that, border radius, we are saying 10 pixels. And then padding bottom, this padding bottom will be 50 pixels. Then box shadow, this box shadow we are giving 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and black. This will be with my container. So index.html file we have a called container. Now, okay, looks awesome now. So this is where exactly the details will be. Okay, now after this CSS container we have used, we can talk about called title. You can say app title. Inside this we will say width will be 100%, then height will be 150 pixels, then border radius 10 pixels, then we need display we need flex, and then we need align items. This align items we are just saying center. Next we need justify content. That will be the justify content will be just center. Then flex direction would be column. So this option we are using for our tool name called what? app-title. Okay, so here in my index.html file we have a called div class equal to what? app-title p equal to weather info. Let's check. Okay, so this is the another we have used that is called app title. Now we need to use it for paragraph. Inside my app title, what should be alignment for my paragraph? So here this app title is space p, but it should be the class, so we are saying dot, and there also we have to use what? Dot, because both have to be the class type. Okay, so here you can see now there is a difference. I forgot to add dot, and now you can see it looks better comparatively. Paragraph. So once again in my paragraph I'll be having text align, center, padding I want 15 pixels, then I need margin would be 0, and auto, followed by font size this I'm saying is called 1.2. Yeah, this is position. Then color we are giving hash value called 333. Okay, now here, okay, so some changes in a paragraph. Well, going forward for the search, because if you remember we have an index.html file, we have a call id equal to what? Search. So here in my app.css I have to use hash search. Okay, so this search conditions I want to use it. Now inside my search I need few things. One is called display, I need block, after that I need margin left, auto, margin right, auto, width I'm looking forward for 5 pixels, height that I'm looking forward for 20 pixels, then border radius I'm looking forward for 5 pixels, then outline that is called none. When we say border, okay, in this border what we can say 3 pixels, space solid, okay, and once again sea blue. That's what. Let's check. So this is actually the text box. So once again, search you use display block, margin, left auto, margin right auto, width 5 pixels, width padding, sorry, one thing I said, padding should be 5 pixels, width should be 40%, that's why it is smaller, width it will be 40%. Let's check. Yeah, that's look better now. Okay, so my text box is now ready. I'll be having some of the details for the notifications also. So what I need for the notifications, let me go back and create a class for notification. So dot notification. Okay, now in the notifications I would like to give some value called background color, and in this background color we are just giving white, and after that we are saying display, and we are saying none. This is for notification, and followed by the notification, we're talking about the same notification. Okay, and followed by its paragraph. We are giving the color. First of all, we are saying color. Color is basically red. Okay, or else if you want to give maroon, it will be maroon. And after this, the next property we are taking is called font size. Font size we are taking is called 1.2 em, followed by margin. Margin we are taking is 0. After that, text align, center, padding 10 pixels, 0. So this is for notification P. And then the weather container, okay, in my weather container I will say width 100%, sorry, yeah, width 100%, height we're giving 260 pixels, or if to you 250 pixels if you want. Background color, this background color we are giving is called once again white, and followed by margin top 20 pixels. 20 pixels. This is for weather container. Now for the weather icon, weather hyphen icon, I'm saying width is 100% and height 128 pixels, just to give in a better look. Now the next thing, we're using dot weather hyphen icon space img. Here we're getting display none, and sorry, display not none, I will say rather block, display block, and margin giving 0 space auto. That's for icon. And location icon, if I want to give, then location hyphen icon. This location icon I can say same width height, so width I'm giving is 100%, then height I'm giving 40 pixels, and then we give this option called padding, then 10 pixels. So it's for location icon. Now followed by location icon, we are also giving call location icon img. Okay, dot location hyphen icon space img. Here we're giving the value called display block, display block width we're giving is called 32 pixels, and then we're looking forward for margin. Margin would be 10 pixels and auto. Then cursor. So cursor will be pointer for sure. And then we require padding. Padding we're looking forward for 5 pixels. Followed by border. Border we are looking forward for steel blue. Steel blue, solid, and 2 pixels. Then border radius. Border radius we're looking forward for 10 pixels, and followed by your color, steel blue. So these are the look and feel we have to basically offer it for my current application, which I yet to discuss in my next development. Then I'll be having some small properties here. Okay, and those properties are nothing but to give you the details of like temperature values. So we say dot temperature hyphen value. Okay, this temperature hyphen value we can give it is 100%, and height we're giving this called 60 pixels. Okay, this is for temperature value. Let me copy this again, and I'm giving this temperature value space paragraph. Here I'm gonna give padding 0, margin 0. Then color, which color we're looking forward for, so we can just say dark gray. Okay, or any color which you're looking forward for, it's up to you now. But if you want, you can change the color also to the another one. We're giving this called hash 293. Okay, 251. Okay, that is a more perfect color for this development. Now font size 4 EM, then followed by text align, and once again center. So this is for temperature value P. We haven't used much, but you can see now it looks somewhere in much more better way. Okay, that is called temperature value P. Then you can use a temperature value span here, dot temperature value span space span, and here we'll remove the additional dot. Now within this span, say color, once again same, and font size this is for span. And in the same temperature description paragraph, you can use it dot temperature hyphen description space P. So this will be having the padding of 8 pixels, then margin 0, followed by color, same color, the one which we have used it earlier, after this color just a text align, center, font size 1.2 EM. This is for temperature description. Okay, last which is available for your location. So let me give the location now. Dot location space p. Here we can say margin 0, then padding 0, then color, same color I would like to use. After this color, text align and font size. I'll copy, text align center, and here we'll be giving some different value called 0.8. Okay, and last, which is left with, called div. In that, relative, here position, I'll be using absolute. Top, from top, I'm using 600 pixels. Okay, and right, I'm using 120 pixels. That's it. Okay, so all set. So you can see now, here we have to basically offer the details how my pictures will be taken it up. So this is what my CSS. Now we'll be applying some of the CSS into my HTML to see how it really looks like it.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Okay, so we have seen some of the CSS classes we have introduced. In my HTML, we have used this autocomplete equal to off, then we have used div class equal to temperature value. Okay, if you just check carefully, we have used this temperature, and div we have used temperature hyphen value. But before that, we would like to use some other properties too. Okay, after this autocomplete equal to off, we want to use another div class. Okay, before my previous div tag is closed here. So here, after this, we would like to use another div tag, div. Here in my div, I'll say class equal to location hyphen icon. Location hyphen icon. Okay, and here I'll be using img src equal to what? Under icons, I'm using the file name called location.png, and alt equal to, we leave it as it is, a blank. Okay, now here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, now there's another div tag is getting closed here. So two div tags are closed. After that, we'll be using another div class for notification. Here div class equal to notification, div class equal to notification, and this div tag is getting closed right here. Okay, now another div for the weather condition, another div tag, and here we say class equal to weather hyphen condition. Weather hyphen what? A condition, or I can say weather hyphen container, whichever. So I can say weather hyphen container. Under this weather container, I like to use another div for weather icon, div for class equal to weather hyphen icon, weather hyphen icon, and within this I want to use another img src equal to, once again, icons slash unknown dot png. Okay, div tag is getting closed. So after this div tag is closed, I'm going to use temperature value. So the temperature value is anyways used here. If you see, it is in call temperature value after the first div tag is closed. You see, like temperature value we have used. After that, the paragraph tag and the temperature hyphen description P. After the P, there's a div tag is getting close. Okay, and after this, we are using div class equal to location. So we want to use div class equal to location, and within this location we want to use one more paragraph tag with this hyphen. After this paragraph, it's close. This div tag, and another div tag. 3 div tags are closed. That's it. And at the last, before my body tag is closed, I would like to use script src equal to app.js. That's it. Let's check. Great, my application looks pretty beautiful now. So this I want to be display only when I don't find the weather and the location and all. So look and feel is absolutely good. And now I'll start working on my JavaScript front. Okay, so let's go ahead and start writing our JavaScript code. So in just JavaScript code, first of all, I need few things. First thing what I need is call individual elements or individual properties of my application. I need const icon element equal to document dot query selector, and I'll be using the name call dot weather hyphen icon. Okay, now copy this. Now we will call icon element, we can say location icon. Call location icon. Here we are saying dot location hyphen icon. Now next I need it is called temp element. Here we are using the property called dot temperature hyphen value space p. Next we are looking forward for desc element, which is called description. Here we are giving temperature hyphen description hyphen temperature hyphen description space what p. Then location element okay, we need a location element and we use dot location space p. Next we need notification element and here we're going to give the call notification. So 4 properties we have taken. So we are selecting all the elements. Next statement what we're going to talk about. See, this statement is all about selecting the elements. The next step we are talking about call get the input field. So we are saying var input equal to document dot get element by id. Here we give the name called search, which is the name or id of my text box. Let city equal to blank. Next we're going to give call let latitude equal to 0.0. We are initializing this value, and let longitude let longitude equal to again 0.0. So we are getting the coordinates right now. So this is how to get the input fields. Next, we want to apply the events here. We are saying input the variable dot add event listener. The variable what we're talking about, which event listener we're talking about, key up, key up, and what event you want to apply. So we are saying function with a parameter name called what, event, and now we would like to attach the logic. Now we are saying if, what is the condition, event dot key code equal to 13. Okay, then that means number 13 is basically the enter. See, the key code means what, 13 represent the enter keyword. So event dot key code equal to what, 13. So we are saying event dot prevent default. Why we are using this? Because I do not want my page to be get refreshed. Just to avoid this, we are using this. And after that we are saying city equal to input dot value. Now you'll be using this another function because I do not have function created. Otherwise I have to call the function name called get search weather and we'll be passing this as a parameter. So we are going to get search weather. I do not have this function, I yet to create this, and pass it here as a what, city, and we say console dot log city, whatever we are basically printing it. Okay, so that is the first thing. Later on we need to get the data. So to get the data we are just using this variable name called const weather equal to const weather equal to curly braces. After that we are saying weather dot temperature equal to this, and which temperature conditions you want. I'm saying unit of type what, Celsius. I want it in Celsius, put it in double quotes. Okay, so next statement will be getting the details in Kelvin. I'm saying const Kelvin equal to value of the Kelvin is what, 273, and after that const C. Ultimately what we need is we need to interact with our backend API from where I will get or receive the updated weather applications. Okay, now to get this I'll be using one very popular API here that is known as called openweathermap.org. This is one of the very popular app which people use it, and it's used and trusted by many companies. Clear? So here what you can do, this openweathermap.org, so you need to basically first of all get yourself registered, because if any third-party application is interacting, it requires that particular unique API key. Since as a visitor you really can't get it unless you register yourself, so I have my API key with me. So I'll go here, it'll ask me for the registration. So I already signed up, so if you're not, you need to sign it. There's an API key for me which I need to copy, and this API key I'll be using it in my project. So I just use this property called const key equal to paste my key here. Okay, after this pasting the key, but make sure that you're rather using my key, you use your key, otherwise this application sometimes won't work. So I'm basically trying to use this tool name called geolocation. I'm saying if geolocation. Okay, in navigator is, there's a browser object model element. So here we are using navigator. Okay, navigator dot geolocation dot get current position, in which I'll be passing the first parameter name called what? Set position, and second parameter will be show error, in case if any error is received. Okay, else. In this else condition, what would happen? I'm using this statement name called notification element. You see this notification element dot style dot notification element dot get elements by class name, but I don't need this. Rather, I will use what? The style dot display equal to block. Then I'll be using the same notification element dot inner HTML equal to, you're gonna use a paragraph saying what? Browser doesn't support. So you have to enable the current location of use. Okay, that's where exactly. So after that, we have to basically set what? The user position. Okay, if the user is having that support available. So after this location, we'll be just using another function here, function set position. I'll be taking position as a parameter and take latitude equal to position dot chords for coordinates dot latitude. Okay, like that. Longitude equal to what? Position dot chords dot longitude. After this, we'll be using this function called what? Get weather. So this get weather will be the function in which we'll be passing it. So this function will be soon seen. I'll be having it defined below. But as of now, we are just saying get weather, and in which this we are passing latitude and longitude. That's it. So we have this function name called what? Set position, in which we'll be passing all the values. Okay, at the same time, I'll be using one more function here, that is called function, not function, in fact I would like to use location icon, the one which you defined at the top, dot add event listener. Which event listener? I'm saying on click. Second function which take event as a parameter, and inside this I'm saying console, just to confirm whether the records are being taken, console.log hey just, and we say get weather. Okay, once again we'll be passing what? Latitude and longitude. Same, I just copy this and pasted it here. Okay everyone, so we have written till here. When I try to run my browser, so I should see there is a message name called show error is not defined. But obvious, because this message what we're writing it here is called show error. Okay, this as a function, as a parameter, it is not defined. Let me define this function called show error. So we are saying function show error, which take error as an, just take error is in parameter. Now in this we are using notification dot style dot display equal to what? Block. After that, once again, notification element dot inner HTML equal to what? We're just using this as a paragraph, and here error dot message. Okay, and after that paragraph. So this is how we are basically writing it down. And now see, it is immediately asking you to know your location. Okay, if I say allow, that's okay. Okay, so nothing. You can see now it is saying get weather is not defined, because right now the moment I click on this, so it is saying like get weather is not defined, but obvious because I told you this get weather function I need to develop. So I get to develop this function called get weather, but before that I'm using another function called function get search weather. Get search weather, in which I'll be passing what? City name. Now what exactly my API will be, in case if I want to make a call, I will be using let API equal to, now the URL will be what? http :/API dot open weather map dot org. Now open weather map dot org slash data slash 2.5, that is a version, slash weather, okay, question mark. I have to take the city dynamically, so I'm saying weather question mark q equal to, here we're using what? City, and we're using ampersand app id equal to the one app id we have used it already. Okay, what is that? That key. So that is a key which we've already written. That app id we are passing it right over here. Okay, q equal to city and app id equal to this. Now after that, to make the RESTful API call, I'll be using one independent or by default API which is available to us, that is one is called what? Fetch. Okay, so if you just check this fetch, it is basically a take request info and give you the what? A promise response. So return type will be the promise type. In this fetch I'll be passing what? The API, and we'll be using dot then means if the request is successful, we are saying function response, then function is in parameter response, we are saying let data equal to response dot, I'm expecting the response of type of what? JSON. We're saying JSON now, and return what? Data. So it will be returning data back to me. Now if it is successful, then what? Then I'm saying dot, then once again it is chaining, again function, again data is in parameter. Now in this case we'll be getting a lot of things. I'm saying weather, okay, dot temperature, it's a predefined, dot value equal to, I'm using what? Math dot floor. Inside this we are passing what? Data dot main dot temp. It is a predefined property, we are receiving it now, hyphen Kelvin. Whatever the Kelvin value is, basically we're taking is called 273 on the top, minus Kelvin, followed by another property, what? Weather dot description weather dot description equal to, we're using data dot weather 0th position because it contains a lot of data, but I will be taking what? Description out of that. Then weather dot icon id, weather dot icon id equal to data dot weather dot icon, then dot icon, then once again weather dot city, okay, equal to data dot name. After this, weather dot country dot equal to data dot sys dot. So these are the properties. I have it right now with me, okay. And once I received all the property, I'll be using dot, then I'll be using one function, and I will say what? Display. There's no function written called display weather, but I'm gonna say there's a one function name called display weather. This function I yet to write, but this function I'm just putting it here. Okay, now this is closed. After that, since I need to get a weather from the API provider, so I have to also pass what? The latitude and longitude, which I'm receiving it from the client, because here I just want to have two things, the properties as well as weather, both, and both I'll be using it one by one. Okay, so here we have kept this get search weather, and now I'll be calling one more function after this logic, and I'm giving the name called function get weather. Okay, it takes two parameters. One is called what? Latitude, and second is called longitude. So we have two things called latitude and longitude, and here I'm using this property called what? Let API equal to, once again, if you remember, I've used this statement. I'll just copy the same and pass it here, but challenge would be this time I will not be passing city name, because there are two options are available. Either you type the city name, or else you click on the icon and let your application identify the location which you belong to. So after this weather question mark, here I will not be using Q, I'll be using what? LAT equal to latitude, okay, and we're using and LON equal to we're using longitude, okay, and app ID equal to what? Key. So this is the variable which we have it now, okay. Now similar thing which we have used it on the top, okay, called fetch API. So I just copy this same fetch API again, because I really don't want to waste time on keep on typing the code. When we know it very well, it can be similarly done. I just copy and paste it here. So the same fetch API dot then response data equal to response dot JSON return data, then weather dot temperature mat dot floor sys country dot display weather. So we have used the same thing here, and after that we have to use the last function here, that is called display weather. Display weather, and here in my display weather I can use what? Icon element dot inner HTML equal to, I'll be using img src equal to icons slash dollar, and we'll be passing what? Weather, okay, dot icon ID, okay, dot png, okay. So that we are basically putting it here, dot png, and after that we're just closing that. Okay, and this icon we also need to close here. So rather than closing this, I'll be closing that, and this I'll be closing it here. Now we'll be using temp element dot inner HTML equal to what? We'll be using this dollar weather dot temperature dot value. Okay, and after this value we can just use this asterisk sign, the one which I told you. Okay, and use span Okay, next we are using called doc element. So we have DAC element. So we have called DAC element dot inner HTML equal to weather dot description, and last but not least location element dot inner HTML equal to what? I'll be using once again this, and here weather dot city comma dollar weather dot. That's it. These two properties we have to use it, and we are all done. Let's check with my code if I get any error. Now allow. So awesome, you can see now 27 broken clouds, globe undefined, that's perfectly fine. Intercity, you can see, awesome, beautifully it is showing you the conditions. It's saying smoke 28 degrees centigrade and all. Let me put another city here. I'm gonna say called Pune. Awesome, your application is working perfectly fine. And let's see one more. I would say awesome. And now we are planning to develop one very special game for you in JavaScript. And now it's time to talk about another very interesting game that is known called Tic-Tac. Tic-Tac-Toe is world's favorite game. We have already played a lot in our childhood days, and it's still my favorite game. So I have decided to basically offer you this Tic-Tac-Toe game developed in JavaScript, HTML plus CSS, which can create something really very great effects for the end users. So let's go and start developing our next game that's called Tic-Tac-Toe. So in this Tic-Tac-Toe, I will start working with creating a folder called Tic-Tac, and inside this I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Now here onwards the same thing, I'll be creating this HTML tags, and now here onwards we want our some classes for headers and footer, but so we're going to create some div tag now. So in this div tag I'll be creating some of the tags in which the CSS class will be applied. So we're just going to create a classes, we're going to just use those classes, but we'll create it later on. So just go ahead and create those. So we are saying div. Okay, so now this point onwards is my first div tag. Inside this I'll keep my h1 tag, and under this h1 I will be offering some of the headings which will be useful to contain some necessary information with regards to this game. So div, here we say h1, and inside this h1 we give the message called class equal to header, and here I'll give the name called is a tic-tac-toe game. After this div class, here we will start working with our form tag. Within my form tag, I will start my div. After div tag, I will use label. So label for player 1, or else I can say player 1, and inside this let's give the name called player 1. Label is closed, and after this label we'll start working with our input tag, input. Now in this input, what are the details I need? First I need call type equal to text number 1. Second, placeholder equal to enter name. Next, name equal to player 1. Next we want id equal to player 1, and then any class if I want to apply. Anyways, we're going to close this. This is my first text box, and same thing I would like to create for my another one. Since the first div tag we have used, let me go and create another div tag. In this div tag, I'll use the same label, copy the same, paste it here, and this is for player 2. So we have this 2 players with me, and after this div tag, I'll offer the submit button now. Input tab to submit. Start game. Now the form tag is closed here. Div tag is also closed. So you want the div tag to be closed or before that, that's up to you now. So here we have a called div class, whichever we have taken. So if you want, you can basically put it later or before, whatever. So we have a basically form tag with us. So form tag is there. Later on you can just show some containers where the details will be visible to me. So here after the form tag, let me try to offer, but first check whether it's really working fine. So here we have this option called enter name after this tic-tac-toe. So here the details we have taken, input updateable text and input updateable text. Okay, so 2 values we are taking now, and accordingly we will go ahead now finally. After the form tag, we would like to start with working with the div tag again, div, and inside this div, since I haven't created any CSS classes, so those we can use it later on, but let's have this div, and inside this div I would like to use one more div tag. Okay, and here we want to use one more div tag. So inside this div we will be using one more div tag. So in this div we can just give the value called data id equal to 0, id equal to 0. It's just the value we're passing it. Div data id equal to 0. The div tag is getting closed. Fine. So that's how we want it now. So here the first div tag is closed. Like that we can create another data id. So 0, 1, 2, total number of 3 we want to create it. So I want to create 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. So the way we have created here, for this div, let's go and create one more div tag, id equal to 1, 2. 3 options we have it now. Okay, like that I can keep on creating the others also. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total number of 5 we have created. One more I would like to create it now here for 6. There will be no difference because we haven't changed anything here. Okay, so the div tag is getting closed here. Okay, and that's it. And if you want to create some clear board or button, that you can basically offer it a little later on, but here we can use one more div, and here we say div class equal to relative, and within this div tag I can use any image tag if I want, so I just leave it as it is. And after this I can create one more div tag, and inside this another div, okay, and under this I'm going to create a button. Okay, and in this button we'll be having some value. Okay, we can give the value name called replay. This button is created, and now we can create a clear board span, and here is a clear board. That's it. Okay, so here is just a small game I want to develop it. Better. Now there's no user interface has been used, so this user interface will be using it later on by offering them a pure look and feel, so that it gives me more better look when your application will start. But most importantly, I need to start working with the JavaScript part where the logic will get calculated here. Okay, so we want to start with the JavaScript, so let's get included the JavaScript in my code. So here I can say here a script tag, a script equal to, now the file I haven't created, so let it be as it is. That's it. So this is my script tag, and let me try to include my style sheet also. So I just say link rel equals style sheet, and give the name called app.css, though I haven't created, but I'm giving it. Okay, that's it. So we have taken this HTML into our consideration. Now we'll be creating this CSS as well as the JavaScript to make this example complete. Well, we are ready with our HTML. Now it's time to basically go back and spend time on our JavaScript. So we're going to create a new file now with the name called app.js, and inside this we will start writing the logic with our main application. Okay, now the first thing is how we're going to start now. Yeah, so first thing what we need to do is we need to attach window dot add event listener, and when the window will load, some logic should happen. So I'm saying load. Second is the name of the function. So the name of the function perhaps does not exist, but I can give the name called app, which I'm going to create it shortly. Now here, first of all, let me try to create a game board. I'm saying let game board equal to, now let me have some of the values, because it is 8-digit, so we just make it like that, and one more for making it 9. Okay, so that's how we're going to create it now. Okay, now this is all empty right now. After that, we're going to create let turn just a new variable equal to 0. What this is, it keep tracking if X or 0 player its turn, like which player turns it to be, so just it is trying to measure it. I'm saying let winner equal to false. Okay, now let's go and create the player. So create player. How are you going to create a player? We say const player equal to what we're going to pass, name, okay, equal to. Now inside this we can say name equal to name. Next we say return name. That's it. Okay, after that I'm defining let player x equal to player with the empty value, and again player y equal to player as an empty value. Now let's try to initialize the app. Okay, initialize the app. Now inside this initialize the app, we're going to create a new function app, and inside this we're going to create a variable like by saying let input field equal to, first of all, document dot get element by id. Here we're going to take the class name of this particular text field, so we are saying input hyphen field, okay, dot focus. Okay, now after this we have to say const add players equal to, once again, document dot get element by id. We'll just give the name called player form. Okay, next we are saying add player, okay, dot add event listener. We want to attach the event, on which event, submit event, and what logic, add players. Okay, after that, once the players are added, we are saying let replay button equal to, once again, document dot get element by id, or rather I would say document dot query selector. Document dot query selector replay btn. Okay, it will be just the name. We are basically taking that, and here we say replay button dot add event listener. Which event I want to say? Click. Okay, that is the first event. Second, reset board. Reset board. That we are basically passing that. Okay, now this is the initial case which we have it. Now beyond that, I will add, this is the players what we have added it right now. Let's like to add the players. So this is how we have initialized. After that, let's add players. How to basically add the players? Here we have to just define the function add players. Okay, so we'll take event as a parameter and say event dot prevent default. This prevent default will try to prevent the default behavior which is submitting to be get avoided. And now here we say if this dot player 1, so we just define the property called player 1. If this dot player 1 dot what value, okay, is blank, okay, or this dot player 2, sorry, this dot player 2. Now I just want to find it out its value also, value blank. Then what I should do? In this case I'm saying alert, you must enter a name for each field. The user has to add the values and after that return. Okay, now the next thing is like we would like to select the players in this inside this by saying const player form container. Again, const player from container equal to document dot query selector, document dot query selector. Here we will just pass the value called enter hyphen players. Okay, now we say const board main equal to document dot once again query selector board underscore main. Okay, after that player form container dot class list dot class list dot add. Here we're giving the name called what? Height container. Height hyphen container. And after that, you just say board main dot class list dot remove height hyphen container. Okay, so we have basically taken that. And after this, what I will do, I'll just say player x dot name equal to this dot player 1 dot value. Okay, this for player x, copy this, player y 2, and after that, that's it. So we have done it now. So we'll be calling other functions one by one, but that is the first thing which we have implemented. Well, so add player function is added right now, and after this add player we have to basically call one more, that is called, which returns the current player. So I'm saying return current player, and here what I will do is we will just write function, and here we say current player, and in this current player what we will do is we will say return turn just variable, okay, percentile 2, we're just adding it with this 0, Okay, if it is, then X turn, I'm telling you. Okay, or else so we are adding like the current player. Who says the current player right now? Well, after this, adding the return current player, we're going to add another function that is known as called return the current player. Return current player is having this value, and after that we need to say resize the square in event browser is resized. Once again, if the browser is getting resized, automatically the square size of your tic-tac-toe should also get increased. So we just say resize squares, and here we're gonna say this option equal window dot add event listener. Now we have a call option called resize here, and the second parameter what we are passing is called on resize. Okay, on resize. Now let's try to add it. After this, we are writing this function called function on resize. That is the function name for me, the one which we are passing into the second parameter. We are saying let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. In this we are passing board underscore cell. Okay, and then we are using another option called what? Let cell height equal to all cells with the position, okay, dot offset width. After that we are saying all cells dot for each. Here we are passing cell, and after that we are using cell dot style dot height equal to, now here we are using this backtick and use this dollar sign and say cell height, and that too in a pixel. So this will be taking the dynamic values. Okay, that's it over. Now we have to just launch our build board. Now build board. So how are we gonna build our board now? For this we are saying function build board, and inside this build board we will see this option called let reset container equal to document dot, once again query selector, and pass the value called dot reset. Okay, and after that we are saying reset container dot class list dot remove, and we are passing the value called reset hyphen hidden, this value. And after that we may call some other type of functions also. Okay, so for those functions I can say first will be called on resize. After that we are calling add cell click listener, but I do not have that function with me. These functions we need to create it by our own. Okay, so we will just leave those for a time being. Let's go back and create another functions now. So we just want to write another event which cell click event for player to attempt to make move. So here we are trying to say cell click event for player to attempt to make move. Now this function we need to create it, so we just say function now. We just say function and give the name of the function to make move now. Function make move. It takes event as a parameter, and here we are saying console.log and say turn. Now let's go back and try to check the another condition, that is called let current cell equal to %, because we have to read the value from there, and here we are saying what, event dot current target, event dot current target dot first element child, okay, dot dataset dot id. So we're reading these values. After that we use another variable called let cell to add token. Now here we are typing document dot query selector, and here in using backtick I'm using this value called data -id, okay, equal to, here we are using once again in a single quotes dollar current cell okay. So this value we are taking it like that. After that we are using this situation called if cell to add token dot inner HTML exclamatory mark blank. Once again, if cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what next? So cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what you should do, I'm saying console dot log and give the value the one which you want. Okay, so in this console.log, what value we can give it? Cell to add token, we have it. It is taking this value to the current cell dot inner HTML console.log, and inside my console.log we can set this cell is already taken. So values are already taken for this, and now we will be returning those values. After that we will be using else condition, and here we use once again if current player okay is X, then we'll be using this option called cell. See, we have this property option available called cell to add token. So we are saying cell to add token okay dot text content equal to current player okay, and we say game board, the one which you have created, pass in this game board this value called current cell, and in this current cell value will be equal to X okay. Else we can say cell to add token dot text content equal to current player, okay, and say game board current cell equal to like this. Okay, so here we are adding the values like that. So it is closed. After that, we can just use the function name called isWinner to check whether the user is winner or not. So we are saying is winner, okay, and after that we are saying turn plus plus. After that we are saying change. We do not have the function name called change board header names, okay, so it's just like that we're giving it. So as usual, we can leave this function for a time being, and we'll call this little later on. So leave it as a for a time being. Okay, so your function is now ready. So the next thing what we need to check whether it is tie or not. Okay, so we are saying function check if tie. We're just checking the function whether this game is tie or not. So here we say if the condition is turn greater than 7, alert, game over. Okay, we can say game over, also you can say a tie. Okay, well, after that we are saying winner. Function is winner. Now what we will check is we will check const winning sequences. Winning sequences, and here we are having this array and having the different conditions associated. We say 0, 1, 2, probability we are checking it, and then I just copy it. Well, we are saying 0, 1, 2, and here we are saying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 0, 3, 6 again, 0, 3, 6, and once again 1, 4, 7, 4, 7, and next we have a call 2, 5, 8, then we are checking the value called 0, 4, 8, 8, and one more last option we'll put is called 2, 4, 6. So these conditions we are adding it now. After this array we can say winning sequences dot for each, and give the name called winning combos. Winning combos, and inside this winning combos we are giving let cell1 equal to winning combos position 0, then let copy and paste 3 times, cell 2, cell 3, and here we get the value called what, 1, 2, 3 values we're giving it, and after that we are checking the condition. Let's say if, and here the conditions we are checking. What exactly that will be? For the game board we are saying game board cell 1, current player, sorry, current player, ampersand, come down, game board, cell 2. I just also copy this the same line and paste it multiple times. Now here we are checking the condition for cell 2 and cell 3 and cell 3, and after that we are starting the position. So after that we are starting the position call by calling this condition call const cells and then equal to document dot get element by document dot query selector all, and here let's select the position dot board underscore cell. Okay, then after that we will be using cells dot for each cell, and inside is what we are passing. We are saying let cell id equal to cell dot first element child. Okay, dot dataset dot id. So this is the value which we are basically adding it now, and we are using one more if condition. We are saying if cell id, now we are talking about call cell id triple equal to cell 1 or cell id cell 2 or cell id equal to cell 3. Okay, and in that case we can use cell dot class list dot add, give the name called board, just give the class name winner. So here we'll be giving the winner, and a part of that we can use the other conditions too. Okay, so here it is adding the value, and now let's say let current player equal to document dot get element by id. So you can basically define it. So current player you want, so we can use the current player or whichever conditions you want. So here we use what, the cell winner. Now small change, rather than using current player we can use the current player text. The new variable we are creating it, current player text document dot, rather than saying get element by id we can say query selector, and in this query selector we'll be giving the value by saying dot board player hyphen turn, the value which we are giving it here, and that query selector value which we are given this, let me try to put it in a parenthesis like this. Okay, now here we just check if current player x, then what? Then in this case we can say current player, whatever the value we are using, current player text dot inner HTML equal to, now we can define the value whichever you want to offer it. We just use a condition called div class equal to Okay, so we are saying congratulations. Okay, and here we say congratulations along with this dollar sign, and here we pass player I dot name, and here the div tag is getting closed like this. Okay, so that's the message we are basically printing it, and after that we give this value and say this message called winner equal to true, and after that if you want to apply remove that function we haven't written, we'll be talking about a little later on, and just say return true again. So your function is ready now, and later on we can just check the condition if winner, or we can say check if tie, and return false. That's it. Now in a continuation to this example, we're gonna develop another function which the name is called change board header names. So let's continue by defining the new function called function change board header names. So this change board header names will be the new function for us, and here we would like to check whether the user is winner or not. So here we say if not winner, then what? Then in that case we have to say let current player text equal to document dot query selector. In this we'll be getting the details like dot board, and here we're gonna give the name called player and hyphen turn, player hyphen turn. Now later on after this particular variable we have to just check the condition by saying if current player equal to x, if the position is x, sorry, let me try to put it in a capital letter here, x, then we have to say current player dot inner HTML equal to, now here we have to just use the same option called backticks because I want to go multi-lines. That's the benefit of this backtick. And here we say in our inner HTML span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style, close this, and here we want to use the statement. Now this value we want to write it with name attribute, so it is getting closed, and here we are saying dollar with this player x dot name, and then close the span tag, and we say you are up like this, and after that we say div class equal to, we're just going to create a class which later on we can apply the CSS style on the top of that, u hyphen r hyphen winner, and here we say closing the div tag. So the div tag is closed. That's it. And now after this line, what next we have this called else condition. Else. What else? Here we say current player text dot inner HTML inner HTML equal to, after this we're going to write the span class equal to, here we say name hyphen hyphen, same option we're going to use it. So in this condition, so winner conditions, so let me try to copy the same rather than copying it again and again. I'll just copy the whole text. Span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style player, rather than saying X we have to use Y. You are up, you are winner. Okay, so here it's getting closed. Well, after this what we have to do, create another function called reset board. Function reset board. Now in this function reset board, we just say console.log a small message resetting is added. Now afterwards we will be using the game board, and the same game board what we have used it earlier. I'll be using the same conditions. On the top, if you remember, that was the game board for me, so I'll be using the same game board. Let me copy this, with the same condition. Okay, game board equal to this. After that line we will say let cell to add token, cell to add token equal to document dot query selector all. Here in this I'll be using another class called letter. Now cell to add token, whichever we've used, dot for each square, and within this square we would like to use square dot text content equal to blank. After that, square dot parent element dot class list dot remove, and here we would like to say board, okay, underscore underscore cell winner. So these classes we yet to create, because these CSS classes we are just using this, but we haven't created. We'll be using it little later on. So that was the point. Now after that we are defining the turn value, turn equal to 0, because we are resetting it, and winner equal to false. After that, winner equal to false, we just define another variable called define let current player text equal to document dot query selector all. Document query selector all. So here we're going to use the name called board, define player hyphen hyphen turn, after that current player text dot inner HTML equal to, once again we have to use the condition for up and winner point. So let me try to copy this. Inner HTML equal to, okay, and in this we have to say player x dot name. Okay, just everything is same, no change at all. Okay, now here after that we're gonna write one more function called function add cell click listener. That means when I will be adding or clicking something to my cell, what kind of event I would like to listen. Here we are saying const cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's check the condition board cell, and here once again we say cells dot for each dot for each, and here we say cell dot add event listener. Which event I want to listen? Click, and the second parameter will be handler. Once call make move. Okay, and this function which we have created called add cell clicks listener, okay, this I'll be calling it here. Perfect. Later on, once it is done, let's try to add one more function called function remove cell click listener. Remove cell click listener. Now here we say let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's pass board cell, and now we say all cells dot for each cell, and here we say cell dot remove event listener, which event click, and second parameter will be make. That's it. So friends, now here most of our JavaScript code is written now. So going forward we would like to use CSS, and finally we'll be applying everything into our HTML file. Well, after the JavaScript file is ready towards my application, now it's time to go and create our HTML file now. Sorry, the CSS. So inside my tic tac, I have got app.js and index.html ready. Now here I'm going to create another file here called app.css. See, you can basically put this app.css in any other folder like in static folder, but I have just kept it outside. Now from this point onwards, I would like to start with my basic functionalities. Okay, what those are? Let's start with the first feature called body. With my body, some basic settings I would like to do, like in background image, background color. So I just start with background color. Background color, I can just use it as a white. Okay, but I don't think so it's really needed it. So if you want, you can have it. Otherwise, leave this background color because it's by default going to be white only. And now, next would be called height. Height will be 800 pixels. Next, background position. Background position, I just say like center. Next, background repeat, in case if you do not want to repeat the image. Background repeat, and here I say no repeat. Next, background size. Here we are saying cover. Okay, so it resizes the background image to cover the entire container. Okay, so that's what the body part. Now the next thing is we have to select the rest of the CSS classes. So first select div dot relative. Inside this div dot relative is first say called position. Position we are saying absolute. Next is top. From the top I'm just making 760 pixels. Next right. Right, we are just saying 120 pixels. Next, after this we are saying hide container, hide dot container, hide hyphen container. Here in hide hyphen container we will just play display colon none. Well, after that we have to use the header point. Header. Inside this header we will say color will be by default white, but still we just say color and white. Next text line we just say center. Next margin will be 15 pixels. Next font family I'm selecting called permanent marker. Permanent marker. Okay, next class we are talking about called interplayer. Let's call dot inter hyphen players. Now in inter hyphen players we will say color. Will once again we can use any other color, but we can just use white or any color you want, or you can just use hash. Okay, margin we are giving it's called 0. Auto width we are looking forward for 80%. Next text align, center, position, relative. Now next we are going forward for input field. In this input field we just say border 2 pixels, solid and black. Next outline none. I do not want any outline to be there. Next padding I can take 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Now margin we are saying 0, 10 pixels. Okay, and finally 4 pixels. After this margin we say font size 18 pixels. Okay, so that is your input field. Next we are talking about something called input field focus. Input hyphen field, okay, colon focus. Now here border 2 pixel, solid red, or any other color which you want to use it. Next, how you want your submit button to be. So I'm saying dot submit hyphen btn, border 2 pixels, solid and black, padding 8 pixels and again 8 pixels, font size 18 pixels. Now width 250 pixels, followed by border radius 5 pixels. Next, your margin from top, let's take 10 pixels. After that, background color, let's take white only. Okay, so this is the property. Now going forward, you can associate with your submit button active and submit button focus. So we are saying dot submit hyphen btn colon active, and two options we are taking, followed by condition outline none. Next, border, we're talking about called 2 pixels, solid, and the color red. Okay, so that's the one. And after that, we like to use hover dot submit hyphen button colon hover. What you want? Change the background color to what? White. You can use white smoke. Well, here we like to use dot board. Here we'd like to use player hyphen. These are the classes we were using in our JavaScript, we remember. And here we say color we are using once again white, or you can use this white smoke, whichever you want. So, well, later on, text align, center, margin 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels, height 54 pixels. Okay, so these are the properties initially we have taken. Okay, so after this turn, let's go and start the another classes here. I'm saying dot name hyphen style, and here we are saying color red, and then font size 22 pixels. Well, now coming back to the another properties, now we're talking about the next important called border container, called board container. Dot board container. Here we define width, which is 40 pixels we are taking, or sorry, 40% we can rather take. After that, background color, that we can say coded blue. Okay, next margin we are taking is 0 and auto. After that, font size we are taking 0. Next, border we are taking 2 pixels, then solid, and then black, followed by box shadow. We remember this box shadow is one of the very CSS3 popular property. Here we are defining 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGB we can talk about called black. Okay, So my border color will be, shading color will be black. After that, we're offering this board cell dot now in this board cell we are defining width. Now in this width we are using calculation CALC, and in this calculation we are defining 100%, okay, divided by 3. This calculation. After this, the next property will be display. Display will be inline block. Next, font size, we are taking 40 pixels. Well, text align, center, border, we are taking 2 pixels, solid and black. Padding 20 pixels. Vertical align, top. Next, font family. This family I can use permanent marker. Okay. Now, next option, a part of this, we have a call, your board cell will board cell hyphen winner. I would say rather hyphen winner. Now, spelling wrong, this has to be D. Yeah, board cell winner. Let's make background color red. Okay, and later on just use letter. Now in this letter we just give the color combination, so color will be white. Next, position, relative, top 50%. Next, transform, translate y to minus 50%. After that, font family, we are making it once again permanent marker. Let me copy. Okay, now here next option will be called winner container. Here we're giving winner with dot winner hyphen container. Okay, so for this winner container, what are the values we want to use it? That's you want to basically do it. So if for this winner container, what I would rather suggest is you can use dot reset, text align, center, margin 20 pixels up. That is for reset. And now reset hidden. Inside this reset hidden, we will set display none. Display none. Okay. After this, the replay button. Now we're going to talk about replay button dot replay hyphen btn, and here width we make it to 25%. Okay, and followed by padding 10 pixels, we take it from here, and 20 pixels. Border, this border we are taking is called 2 pixels, followed by solid, okay, and black color. Now later on, border radius we are taking 5 pixels. Later on, outline, I'm saying none. After this outline, we say letter spacing. Now this letter spacing would be again 0. After that, text transform. This text transform value we are talking about called uppercase. Next, font size. Font size, we are taking 16 pixels. Then margin top. Margin top would be 12 pixels. Then word spacing, that you are taking 3 pixels. Followed by background color. This you are taking white as usual. So this is for your replay button. Okay. Now in a similar line, we can also have call dot replay hyphen btn colon hover, followed by dot replay hyphen active. Now apply the common style outline. We are making it none. Then color, we are making it as called white. Then background color will be black. Okay, and when it comes to the congratulations, so we'll be using this dot okay. So this congratulations class will be using font size to what, 24 pixels, and after this we are using this call winner dot u hyphen r dot winner. In this winner we will be taking font size, okay, that's 18 pixels. After that, height, we are taking 18 pixels again. Then line height. Line height, we are taking 18 pixels. And then margin, 2 pixels. And then 0. Okay, that's it. So last but not least, we would like to use this dot replay hyphen btn. This I'm saying width 50%. 50%. So this is what my CSS file is all set. I know it was pretty lengthy, but it is required for this particular application. Okay everyone, so we are all ready with our CSS also. Now it's time to go back to our index.html file and take care about the final finishing touch. So we have this index.html file with us, and now the CSS class which we were using it in our application, that is known as called this permanent marker, this class is not by default available, so we have to include this using this external API. So here where we have a call CSS with us, before that we want link So within this link, we want a one variable name called href equal to, now we have to give the proper location by saying https://fonts dot google apis .com/css family equal to permanent plus marker. Okay, so if you just copy this into your browser, you will get to know where exactly it is using. Okay, if I just copy and paste it, so I just need to say https before, https fonts dot google apis.com/ spelling wrong, css family equal to permanent marker. That is the main URL from where I can take this kind of font. So here CSS, so that's what I was cross verifying it. Well, it's there, we have included our CSS also, but in which class we need to use, that is an important now. JS, I also want to include it. So here in my head tag only, I would like to include script src equal to app.js. So here my script is actually loaded now. After that, if I just go back and check the final outcome of my code, which is index.html file, well, it pretty much looked like in basic. Nothing else has started when we talk about called start game. Okay, so it needs to start because there is no CSS class are attached. So I need to attach those classes within my code. So here onwards, we have to start with offering those CSS classes so that at least I can apply those common behaviors to my application. Okay, like here we have a call div. We haven't attached any class to this. After this body, we have a call div h1 class equal to header tic-tac-toe. Then we have a call div. We have a call body. Under this, we have a call another div tag. So just imagine how many type of classes are available. One, we have a call div class equal to header. Div class is closed. Again, we have a call one more div tag. So like that, multiple CSS files are there where we have to apply the new CSS class to make it happen. So now we have to just go back and change our HTML and to apply our main class. So this is what my final HTML, which looks like the same. You can see we have added all those type of CSS classes which we had, that is called enter player, player form, player container, label, placeholder, and player container. And if you see all different type of classes, we have attached this to. Okay, because here only my CSS class will get applied and the JavaScript will apply those kind of dynamic CSS based on certain conditions. So these CSS classes are already there, added inside your HTML page. Our app CSS is ready, app.js is also ready. Now let's go back and try to reveal how it looks like. Awesome, so it looks like pretty nice. Tic-tac-toe is a game, it is expecting. When I say start game, it says you must enter a name for each field. Validation is working. Let me try to add 2 names and say start game. Awesome, so now you can see it is saying, hey, you are up. Now let me try to give the values. Awesome, now you can see it's saying like, hey, you are a winner. Great. So guys, congratulations on this, the first example of how the tic-tac-toe game is used. So it is a classical example of CSS, JavaScript and HTML together. So this time we're going to talk about our next very interesting feature that is known as called dealing with another example that is called snake game. So snake game is one of the very powerful example which I'm going to share with you, which will help you to understand like how we offer a very simplest way of developing a mini project. Okay, that is something which is a snake game. Let's see how the snake game is important and how we're going to deal with this. These are our previous examples which we have seen, which I will call a project which we have created, that is called quiz application. And now we're going to start working with our new project. Now here, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder that is called snake game. And inside this snake game, we need some new folders. First folder I'm going to create it inside this, that is called images. And within this snake games, I'm going to create few new files that is called index.html. And here I'm going to create a new file name called app.js. At the same time, I'll be having some of the CSS files if I need, so I can say app.css. So total number of 3 files I have it now. Let me close down all the files whichever I have opened it earlier. So now that looks cleaner approach. So this is a snake game for us from where we need to start, and we have a called index.html file, and here I will as usual create our basic HTML syntax, and here I would like to include our script tag, script src equal to app.js. That's it. And now going forward, we will start developing our next implementation of snake game. Now inside my body tag, I would like to have some basic property called speed. Okay, and later on I'll be taking the input from the client, so we are saying input type equal to. So here we can justify the speed, and we can give id equal to game speed, and followed by value equal to, we can give the value called 5 initial value, and min equal to 1, that is the minimum value, and max equal to 9. That is the maximum and minimum value we can offer. Beyond that, I won't allow the users to go. And step, that means the increment value, that is 1. Well, that is the input type. And now another input, we are taking input type equal to button, and value equal to start, and then id equal to game start. Okay, so we're giving these values. After that, I can give some breaks. So 2 breaks we are giving it, and start working with the div tag now. And in this div tag, I'll be using the canvas. It is a HTML5 feature. We use canvas, and I just give id equal to game area. That is a canvas, and after this canvas, we will, that div tag is closed here. After the div tag, I can use another div tag, div. Here I can say class equal to, I may not have any class written, but I can say class equal to relative. So later on, if I want to apply any CSS style, I can certainly apply. And after that, I can offer the images. Okay, so I may not have any images right now, so I just leave this image blank right now. Okay, and this script src, I'll load it only before my body tag get closed. It is always a good practice to keeping this script tag on the bottom of the body tag, always designed for good practice. Now this is almost ready for me. Let me check. Okay, so I can see values. Now it will go maximum 9, that is how we have given, and minimum is 1. start is the button which is not doing anything, but later on we can allow some logic inside this. Now we have to start working with our main JavaScript tag. This is my app.js, and here onwards we will use some of the properties, okay, which I want to initialize it. So we are saying var game start equal to null, initialized. Second, game speed equal to null. Next, game area equal to null. Game area context equal to null. Then game area width equal to 0, that is in integer value. Game area height equal to 0 again. Then cell width equal to 0. Play score equal to 0 again. Next, snake equal to null. Next, snake food equal to null. Next, snake direction equal to null. Snake speed, or else I can say speed size equal to 0. Next we have our timer equal to null. So these number of properties we have initialized. Okay, now after that we will be writing a function by saying function name is called initialize. Okay, and here in initialized we would like to use some of the properties. First we are saying game start equal to document dot get element by id. Here I can give the value called hash game start. Let me put it in double quotes, game start. Now game speed, now these all basically the values are there. Game start, game speed, these all values we have to take it. Okay, so we will be seeing these values one by one. So let me say the another one, that is called game speed equal to again document dot get element by id. Now we are passing the game speed. Now here once again I will take another point, game area. I say game area. Here you have to give the value called game area. Okay, so these values we have taken. Now we'll be talking about called game area context. Game area context equal to game area dot get context. And in this game context we will be using what type of context? We are saying 2D. Okay, because I want to have the kind of 2D. So this is how the kind of environment we want to set. Next we talk about game area width equal to, just initialize to 400. Next game area height equal to 600. Now cell width we are initializing with 20. Next game area dot width. Okay, so game area dot width equal to game area width, and then we define game area dot height dot equal to game area height. So these are the values we are initializing this. Okay, now after that we have to start writing the logic. Here I'm saying game start dot, now we have to line which event you would like to take. So I will say on click. So when I basically click, what should happen? So on click equal to function. So what you want to write it here? I'm saying this dot disabled equal to true. So I want to disable these values, and after that we want to call another function inside this. But which function? Let's do that. So here we are saying function start game, and here in start game we want to define the initial score. See, the initial score for the player will be certainly 0. So we say player score equal to 0. After that, direction, in which direction you want the snake to move. So we are saying snake direction equal to right, in the right direction. Then speed size, the variable which we have defined, so speed size equal to, because it will be accepting the value from the text boxes or from the drop down, so it certainly will be string type. So we have to use %. So we are using this option called %, and here we are using game speed dot value. Okay, so we are using this value game speed dot value. Now here we would like to calculate certain things. What those are? First we are saying if, okay, what if condition. See, this function we are writing called start game, because there are certain things which you need to make it. So like that we have to define it. So function initialize, we have started, okay, and then after that we have written on click within this. So this is what the on click we had, and there onwards we have to finish this point. And after that we've started start game, and now we'll be writing the logic for this. So here we are saying if we're saying speed size, we're saying if is speed size greater than 9, in case if it is, the value uses hard coded it, then we would like to write the logic here. And what this logic would be, if says if it is greater than 9, we say speed size equal to 9. We basically initialize to what? 9. Here we say else if speed size is 0, we say speed size, speed size equal to 1. That means if it is less than 0, I will be making it minimum to 1. If it is greater than 9, I will be making it to 9 maximum. And that's it. Okay. So after this else if condition is getting closed, we are saying speed size equal to 1. So here we just say snake equal to array. So that is my array for me. And after that we are saying snake dot push, because it needs to move ahead, and here we'll be pushing it towards by saying x position 0, and then the y, and here the y value will be what? Cell width. That means how far it can go. So it will go within the width of this application. Okay, so that's how exactly we would like to make it. Okay, so here we have a call cell width, which we have given here. After that, what we have to do is we have to define our own function called clear interval, and this clear interval perform any logic whichever I would like to make it. Okay, so here after that snake.push value has been given. Here I will be creating one more function here that's known as called create food. Okay, so here we're saying create food. So create food will be the function for me. Now you might be thinking where this function is, but this function will be declared soon within your application. But here first we are saying the function called clear interval with a timer. Okay, whatever the timer will be passing it, and after that this clear interval will be saying timer equal to set interval. With this we are saying create game area, create. Now here in our application, whatever the value we are giving it, that we need to basically implement. So here we are giving this called create food is a function we are calling. After that we are calling this clear interval. Clear interval will be just like in a typical function which is there. After that we are using this option called create game area. So this will be available to me on which the value will be taken that. Okay, and then we will be telling you how you can call this function create food and how to create it first. Well, so we are talking about a functionality called create game interval. So this create game timer is the one which we have to create it by our own. So this function which we are passing it after the saying set interval, this function is not yet there. So we have to basically go back and create this function within my application. Fine. So what we will do is just particular one, we will try to comment it for a time being. Okay, so here we have a call what? Create interval. In this create interval, we'll be passing any parameters which we are passed as a timer here, and here we are calling this called create food. So here after that we'll be calling this function called create food. So let's go and say function create food, and this function create food, let's go and write a logic here. And what logic we want to write it in a create food? We say snake food equal to, and here in our curly braces we use two direction x and y. We say in x we say math dot round, and inside this we say math dot random. After this math dot random function, we have to just take this calculation and check the another parameter called game area width, minus cell width, the one which you are passing it. And here after that we'll be performing the calculation by saying cell width. Okay, so this is for our x coordinate. Similar way we would like to use for my y coordinate also. Now math dot round dot number, game area height, but here rather than using width we'll be using height, minus cell width, let me give some space, divided by cell width. Okay, so that's where exactly it got closed. Okay, now here our application is now ready by calling the function called create food. Like that we'll be going to create another function called create game area. Let me go and create all the functions first. So we are saying function create game area, create game area. There's another function for me. After this create game area, there will be another function I'm going to create it, that is called control. Function control. Okay, After that, we're going to write one more function called function write score. There's another function available for us, control, we have a called write score. There's another function which you're going to write it down here, that is called function write score is done. Now we say create square. Create square. There's another function. And finally, we'll have a call change direction. Function change direction. So that's it. So these many functions we wanted to create it here in our system. Well, we know it very well that we have taken this called create food. Create food function is already ready now. Now we're going to talk about our next function called create game area. And in this create game area, we are defining two locations, var x direction and y direction. So we say snake x equal to snake. The position we are taking is called 0, and we are saying dot x. For the x direction, we are saying var snake y equal to snake. Position we are taking once again 0 and dot y. So two directions we have taken, x direction and y direction. Now here we are starting game area context dot fill style, that you know it very well, it is a property. Fill style equal to which color you want to fill this up. So I'm saying hash white color. Okay, and then we are using this game area context again dot fill react. Fill react. Now give the position values. I'm saying 0, 0, game area width, game area width, game area height. So we are basically filling the values. With color we want to use it called stroke style. Let me take this game area context again dot stroke style. Stroke style equal to, now we give the another color here by saying hash. Okay, and then the next option called same game area context dot stroke react, stroke react, and here we pass the values again 0, 0, game area width, game area height. So we're passing those values like that. And now after this we have to write a logic of the directions. Now see, when you talk about snake game, it moves left, right and center, up and down. So now in this case we have to increment the situations accordingly. So we say if the snake direction equal to right, then we say snake x plus plus. Now else if same, let's copy this, snake direction left, then what should happen? Here we say snake x minus. Okay, so we're taking like that. Let me copy this again. Now here we're taking about left, right, we say down. So in this case we say snake y plus plus, and in this case if it is up, then we say snake y minus. So these conditions we are taking it now. Now here after this else if condition, we would like to take another if condition. Now here in my if condition, we are using some more lengthy statements. What's that? We say if snake x, if snake x minus 1 or snake x double equal to game area width, which we have taken, divided by cell width, okay, or we are taking this condition called snake y double equal to minus 1. Okay, so we're giving this call minus 1, or snake y equal to game area height to cell width, or here we will take the another condition here. Yeah, we will take the another condition here called, we will have another function called control, which we have created it some time back, and inside this control it will take some parameters. So what those parameters we can pass? Here we can say snake x comma snake y comma third parameter will be snake. So this would be my another function. Okay, so here we are passing the conditions just like that. Okay, now here this is available to me as a parenthesis, and here we are writing the situation for right score, which is so far the function is only created, not described more. So we are writing the right score. The score will be written here, and here we are saying clear interval because the timer will be stopped. Okay, and we are saying game start dot disabled equal to false, and after that return. That's it. So this is the logic for we have written to this particular example. Now we can use another if more conditions here just to check the behavior of my code.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Well, here we have finished till this game start dot disabled equal to false, and we returned. Now going forward after this return, we would like to have another condition for the snake x. So we say if snake x double equal to snake food dot x. Okay, snake food dot x ampersand snake y double equal to snake food dot y. Then in this case I will say var new head var new head equal to here x colon snake x y colon snake y. Snake x and y colon snake y. These options we are taking it. Now after that we are using this option called player score plus equal to speed size and then we are calling create food method again, and here after that we're using the else condition, and in this else condition we are saying var new head equal to snake dot pop. Okay, and we are saying new head dot x equal to snake x, and new head dot y equal to snake y. So these values are basically associating with your heads, and after that we are saying snake dot unshift snake dot unshift, and here we are passing this option called new head. That's it. And after that we'll be starting with our for loop by saying for var equal to var I equal to 0, then I is less than snake dot length and snake dot length, and once I plus plus. Okay, later on we just use the option called create square, and in this create square we are passing snake position I dot x comma same snake dot y. That's it. So it's getting closed here, and after that we are calling the same option with this snake food. Let me copy this again, and here rather than using this we can say snake food dot x and snake food dot y. Okay, so now this values has been added into my code. Now we start working with your control. Control needs to take 3 parameters, x, y and the array. So we are passing this option called control, and in this control we are taking x comma y comma array. 3 parameters we are taking it. Later on we are using this option called for var I equal to 0, I is less than array dot length and I plus plus, and after that we'll be using this option called if condition, and here we say array I, which value we're passing, dot x double equal to x ampersand. Here we say array with a position called I, and in this we are saying dot y, and this position we are checking for the y condition. So it returns what? True. Return true, the condition. Okay, that is for if condition. Else return what? False. Now that's it. Now we are talking about this option name called write score. This write score we have to use the game area context dot font equal to, here we'll be passing the situation. We are saying 50 pixels and then sans hyphen serif. After that we are using call game area context again. Let me copy this, take it again, call game area context dot fill style equal to, here I'll be using the another color now. So we say hash okay. Now after that we are saying once again the game area context dot fill text. Here we are saying score colon, and here we say plus player score whatever it is with game area width slash 2 minus 100, and then again game area width slash 2. So this is where exactly the right score where the data will be actually written. Okay. Next we'll be having this option called create square. At this create square it takes two parameters. One we're talking about called x, second is taking y, and now here we're using this game area context same dot fill style equal to, let me give the color. After this we're using call same game area text dot fill react. Here we are saying x multiply by cell width comma y multiply by cell width comma cell width comma cell width. This is what my create square is. Now we are left with only one option, that is known as called change direction. It's time to figure out this last function called change direction, which takes one parameter called e. Typically we talk about for parameters. Now here we are passing this option called var keys equal to e dot, and later on we want to say if keys equal to 40, okay, ampersand is snake direction equal to up. Okay, so here we say snake direction equal to down. So we are changing the directions here. Okay, now let me try to copy this, and here we use else if four times. Okay, so here we talk this 30, 40, and here we say 39, and followed by 38, followed by 37, 39, 38, 37, and here we say up. Let's change to what? Left, down, right. Here we say right, up, left. So three options we have changed, and last but not least here I will just use window dot on key down equal to change directions, and window dot on load, okay, equal to initialize. That's how exactly we want to use now. And this function what we have defined in initialize. Okay, so in this initialize we are having this game start dot on click and all, so we have a call start game now. So this start game will be calling it here. Okay, so in start we have a call snake, we have a call snake dot push, and after that we are calling this function called what? Create food. Clear interval, and here we say timer equal to, here set clear interval, and here change game area slash speed size. Let's say we want to use it. Okay everyone, so our code is almost ready. So we have this complete JavaScript code ready with me. Now it's time to basically use within my HTML just to check how it may behave. So in my HTML page, I have written this normal speed, number, game speed, value, button, start, we have a call game start. After that, we have a call canvas where we written id equal to call game area, dev class equal to relative, and that's it. And here we have a call script src equal to app.js. So that's it what we have written now. Finally, we would like to see how it may look if I try to use in my browser. Let me try to refresh. Okay, I really do not see any changes in my code. Okay, despite I'm having this, because the CSS content is actually missing. Okay, because there only my code will really look better, because if there is no CSS, it won't really make good towards my application. Okay, and I also want to have certain images, but those images we will take it a little later on. Let me go back and try to bring CSS into this picture now. So first of all, have this index.html file with me, and here I want to use CSS. So inside my head tag, we want to use link rel equal to style sheet. Okay, href equal to app dot css. Okay, now here in my CSS we want to offer certain details. What those details I want to start working with? I will start with my body part. Body. So we want to offer the font family. So font family, maybe a little bit later on I can use it. First I want to use margin. Margin 20 pixels. Auto. Later text align center. Next font size 150 pixels, also 150%, and here we want to say background image. Since I do not have any image, so I will just leave it as a blank. Okay, so just otherwise I have to say URL, and inside this URL give some values, but I leave it as a blank because I do not have any image. I will say background color. In this background color I can just use white. After that, height I can just say 800 pixels. After that, background position I want to use center. Then background repeat I want no repeat. Then background size cover. Okay, let's see if there is an effect in my. Okay, I see it's now in the middle. Better. Now inputs canvas, we have to basically take that. Here we talk about called input. Okay, in this input I say font size. Font size may be optional, I can make it, but let me say font size 100%. Then text align center. Then padding, I want to say 5 pixels and 7 pixels. Okay, looks better now. Well, here after that I can use canvas. In this canvas, I want to say the background color. I just say white. After that, border radius. Border radius I can say 20 pixels. Then shadow if I want to use it. So I just say box shadow. Box shadow I can say 3 pixels, 5 pixels and 6 pixels, and the color is black. Let's check. Awesome. So I can see here the logic is there. So shadow you can easily see how it has been using, and that's it. And this div, I can say div dot relative position absolute top. Here I'm saying using 760 pixels, left 120 pixels. That's it. So this is where exactly I program. Now when I say start, okay, so there may be some error here. They say cannot set a property of call on click null. So this we can just check this into this game start dot on click. Let's check. Anyways, we just try to fix that issue in while. But anyways, we have our created CSS, and now going forward we'll be implementing rest of the logic within my code. Okay everyone, so we have changed some names here because there was some value was mismatched, so we have basically changed those values with your properties. And now when I try to relaunch my application by this index.html file, so now in my index.html file when I try to add, so it's just as usual. Same, let me say start, and here you can see game start. When I go up, you see like it's starting right now. Okay, isn't this an amazing game right now, friends? Okay, that is the same game what you used to play it earlier. Okay, but you can just change the direction, go up, and you can see the score title being placed here. That's it. So this is where exactly the look and feel of your game has been taken. And you can just increase the speed. Suppose if you just put a value called what 0, it by default set whatever value you want to take it with the start. Now you can see based on that the speed can be justified and the example can be developed. Okay, you can see the start button is disabled because right now the user is still going on. Unless the user game is finished, this one is not going to work. Fine. So like that you can see, and automatically this will be positioned. There is one called food. That is how we have used it in my example now called app.js. You can see we are using this example name called food, create food. So in create food of the specific interval time, this will be automatically created and the snake will eat and increase the size of the code. Okay, that's it. And now the CSS has been given. If you want to add certain image, certainly you can add it. Otherwise, this is the first game which we can see how it is running and giving you the better example.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's get started with the JavaScript interview questions. So let's get started with the beginner JavaScript questions. We have multiple levels available. Here we start with the beginner level first. So the first question is always like, what do you understand about a JavaScript? So we know it very well that JavaScript is a very popular scripting language. It is basically designed for client-side scripting and server-side scripting development. Why server-side? Because nowadays JavaScript is also used in a backend using Node.js. So that's why it is also called for server-side development. So the question is like, JavaScript is actually also helps the developers to develop some more responsive HTML pages, okay, which can be well understood and executed by the web browser, okay, which having the support capabilities for object-oriented programming skills. Now, the next question is like, what is the difference between a JavaScript and Java? See, the reason is because the JavaScript initials are Java, so everybody think like, okay, there is some relationship with the Java. So actually the thing is like, there is no relationship with Java. I would say JavaScript is object-based language, where the Java is object-oriented language. A lot of syntax and some standards are matching with Java. That's why exactly it is saying it is JavaScript. Otherwise, there is nothing like that. But another difference, if I talk about, JavaScript is mainly designed to run with the browsers, where the Java is designed especially for the virtual machine and operating system. Now the other thing is like, JavaScript does not need a compilation because it is directly used interpreter. But when you talk about Java, it requires a compiler as well as the interpreter both. Now, what type of various data types are supported? So all standard data types like in byte, short, int, long, float, double, character, boolean, these all different type of data types are supported in JavaScript also, just like in traditional programming languages. Okay. Now, what are the features of JavaScript? So the first feature which you always remember, it is a lightweight programming language. It is being interpreted by the browsers rather than compiled. It is a cross-platform. That means it can work across multiple browsers. So it is not specific to the browsers. So that we need to understand. Next, it is an open source. Hence, you do not need to pay for any licensing fees. It comes free with all different type of browsers. It is an object-oriented, but I would not say it is a pure object-oriented. I would rather say it is an object-based language. Next, it can gel well with multiple front-end as well as the back-end technologies, because most of the languages which are coming up in a market, they have a support available to get integrated with the JavaScript, and due to that, JavaScript is very popular. So it is also used especially for the development like a network-based application. So in case if you want to have some kind of network-centric application, here the JavaScript really suits very well. Okay. Next question, what are the advantages of JavaScript? So the first advantage which we are talking about, like JavaScript basically have a very nice interactive language. It is a event-based, okay, functional programming language, I would say. So it is a quick feedback because it loads very fast in your existing web pages. It is giving you the support of developing a very rich user interface. Because of that, your application look consistent across multiple type of browsers. Another is like, we have a variety of JavaScript based frameworks are available. Like you can talk about Angular, you talk about React, you talk about Vue. They're all basically different type of JavaScript based frameworks that helps a developer to enhance their skills with writing less amount of codes. So how you create a script or how you create an object in JavaScript, it is very simple. The curly braces. Curly braces is basically designed to give you the feel of this is a typical object. There are a variety of ways are there to create an object in JavaScript, which we're gonna see in our next PPT. Okay, now here we see about the next set of questions which are there with us, like how to create an array in JavaScript. So creating an array in JavaScript is very easy. Now you can see the square brackets. Okay, they are the way to basically create a array in a JavaScript. So just a square brackets are the very simpler way, so-called literals, to create the array objects in JavaScript. Actually, you should know that array is also an object, which is a predefined object, comes with your JavaScript, so-called implicit objects. Now, what are the built-in methods available in JavaScript? So you remember about these methods comes from those built-in objects comes with your JavaScript, as we have mentioned in our last slides, like math, boolean, string, okay, date. They're all basically predefined objects are available. Under those objects, these methods are actually available. Like date, if you can see, it will display the current date and time. Concat, to concat two different type of string. Push, some adding some new records into your array. Pop, to remove. Round, to do the round. Length, to calculate the length of the string. So these are all some well-known methods or frequently used methods available in JavaScript. Now, what different type of scopes available in JavaScript for the variables now? So scopes are basically designed to give you the visibility within your program. Okay, so different type of scopes are available. One is called a global scope. So global scope is having the availability within a file. Anywhere else you can access this particular code or particular variable. That is called global scope. And local scopes are those scopes which are accessible within a function and hence cannot be accessed by any other function or outside of this function. So two standard type of scopes which are available here. Now, what is the this keyword in JavaScript? This means to refer the current object. Okay, so whenever you see the this keyword, it is designed to refer the current object in JavaScript. So we typically define the this keyword to assign the value to my current object properties. Usually this is a place where this keyword is mostly used. Now, what are the conventions of giving the names to the variables? Okay, so some standard naming convention which we should always follow, but few things, as you remember, there are certain reserved keywords are there in JavaScript which you cannot offer while giving the names to your variables or to your functions. Like if I can say var, let, const, and many more which are there available, which you cannot assign to your any existing variable provided or functions under your JavaScript. Now, here they are trying to say variable names cannot begin with any numeric value. Like you cannot give var with ABC, so not ABC, I would say rather 1, 2, 3 or something like that. So they must be a combination of, I would say, integer as well as a character. Okay, so they must only begin with letter or underscore characters. It is the same like as we have it in Java also. Now, naming conventions are very important. JavaScript is a case sensitive, hence the small a and capital A have two different meanings for the JavaScript. So that part needs to be well taken care of. Now, what is a callback in JavaScript? So you need to understand the callback in JavaScript is a kind of function which you are passing as a parameter to the another function to execute. Okay, so callbacks are mainly designed to tell your application that they need to wait rather than continue to execute. So callbacks will help you to behave asynchronously, and that's what exactly this most valuable feature of JavaScript. So as I discussed already, so it is where the function needs to be passed to get executed. So how do you debug a JavaScript code? So to debug your JavaScript code in any browser, you can just press the F12, no matter which browser you have it, either Chrome or Firefox or anyone, you can just press the F12 key and there you can get this option called debugger, where you can just go and perform all the necessary debugging related stuff right over there. Or so many other editors like in Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, Atom, they're all offering you the built-in support to debug your JavaScript code. Now, what is the difference between a function declaration and function expression? So there's a very simple difference. So when you say function ABC here, okay, so you declare as a separate statement within the same JavaScript code. Okay, In another example, what you do, you define a function within a variable name called a, which you can create to construct some another object for this. That's the only difference between these two. So this function can be called before the function is defined, and this will be created when the function is pointing and reaching it. Okay, so it can be used only after that. So that's what we have discussed now. Going forward, this offers the better code readability and better code organization, and that the other part is basically used to create a conditional or a declaration functions. So what are the ways of adding the JavaScript code in an HTML file? So there are, I would say, two ways are available. One, either you can declare it in a separate file, you can add it, or second, you can write a embedded JavaScript code where you can just write a JavaScript code either in your head tag or body tag. But there'll be one difference, like if you're writing it as an embedded JavaScript, you cannot use it for the different HTML file, where the internal JavaScript file will be limited to that HTML. However, external JavaScript will be more useful when you want to reuse it again and again. So these were some standard basic JavaScript questions for us. So let's go ahead and talk about something which is related to your intermediate questions in JavaScript. Now, so what do you understand about the cookies? See, the cookies are basically a kind of a small text file, okay, which is kept in your browser and contains the information about your client activities. Okay, so whenever the client is accessing your websites, these websites can track your activities through this particular cookies. Okay, so they just basically record your general behaviors, like what you're doing with your website, so that accordingly they can give you the better recommendations. Now, how you're going to create a cookie in your JavaScript? So creating a cookie is one of the property available under your document object, so that you can create it using document.cookie and give a key. So your all cookie stands with your key and value pair. So you have a key, you have a value pair. So how are you going to read the cookie? So cookie you can read with the help of the same property called document.cookie, and here you can just use this statement. Like what? Key and value pair. So whatever the keys you have defined, similar key you will be reading it to give the value of whatever option you want to read it. Now, how are you going to delete the cookie? So cookie can be deleted it very easily by calling this delete cookie function, where you can just tell about the time and duration when you want the cookie to be get deleted. So when you set the expiry time, so cookies are deleted after a specific period of time, that will be treated as a good programming practice. So what is the difference between a let and var keyword? See, there's a new feature which is there added called let keyword, which is known as called block level scope. The block level scope means your variable whichever you're defining under any block level statement will be limited to that particular block. Like if you're defining it any opening block and closing block, so beyond that you cannot see that. Suppose if you're defining it under if block or any block, so these type of variables are no longer accessible outside, where the var keyword will be typically treated as a global variable and hence it can be accessed anywhere. So what is a closure in JavaScript? So closure is basically going to give you a better way of providing the consistent way of developing a JavaScript code for the developer. So closures are basically created whenever a variable that is defined outside of this current scope can be accessed within the current scope. Okay, that means which is a variable which is defined outside of this scope, even using the scope of this particular closure, it can be accessed inside too. Now, what are the arrow functions in JavaScript? Friends, arrow function in JavaScript is very popular now. They're just gonna give you a kind of alternative way of defining the function keyword. They are just a shortcut way of defining the function in JavaScript. These are simple handy functions, I would say. So what are the different ways of HTML can be accessed in JavaScript codes? So there are multiple ways are there. So you can access using document.getElement by class name. You can access getElement by ID. You can get access document getElement by tag name, and you can say document.querySelector. So these are the multiple options are where through which you can access the element within your HTML tags. What are the ways of defining a variable? So var keyword, as we discussed, you can define a variable. You can also define the variable using const. So if you define any variable using const, so these variables will get constantly declared and it cannot be changed once you define the value. So any value or any variable which is defined using const, it cannot be changed in later stages. What are imports and exports in JavaScript? So to make your JavaScript modular, so there's an option available of importing it and exporting it. So what exactly the difference? Difference is very simple, like you are writing the set of JavaScript code, and if you want to get it accessed outside in another JavaScript file, so how the two JavaScript files can communicate with each other, that is where exactly the important export code comes to make your JavaScript highly reused and more modular. Now, these are the quick example. As you can see now, two different files are there. So if you want to make your particular variable or function accessed outside, you always use export keyword with them. And if you want to access them out, you can just use an import keyword. As you can see, it is defined there. So another file can easily access the content of the previous files to make your code even more modular and useful. So what is the difference between a document and window in JavaScript? See, document is the one which is a part of your document part, which user can actually see that. Okay, so the document object is the object which falls under the category of window. Window is a top level object. So in JavaScript we have an option available named called BOM, that is called browser object model, in which the top level object which is there, that is called window, and under this we have a called document. So whatever you see under your browser, it is a part of your document. So what are some JavaScript frameworks and their uses? See, JavaScript frameworks are mainly useful to make your application more organized with less code and without getting into the detail. Okay, so having this particular framework will give you the opportunity so that developer can use the JavaScript in much more better way to write a complex code in more simplified manner. This is where exactly your frameworks are designed for. So there are some very prominent and useful frameworks like in React, Angular, Vue.js, and lot many other names are there in market, which will be using this JavaScript as a core and take the entire JavaScript development to the next level. So the next question is, what is the difference between a undefined and undeclared in JavaScript? See, it is very simple. Undefined means the variable which is undefined. You're declaring a variable, okay, and which you haven't defined. Okay, that means the variable has been declared but the value has not yet assigned. That is called undefined. Undeclared means the variable which you're trying to access, that itself is not available. It doesn't even exist. So what is the difference between undefined and null in JavaScript? See, undefined, as I already told you, it means the variable has been declared but it is not assigned with any value. Null is actually the assignment value that we can assign to any variable which contain no values, as an alternative I would say. So what is the difference between session storage and local storage? See, it is very simple. HTML5 has offered these features to you. So the session storage and local storage both offers you the data which can be stored in a browser, but session storage is short-lived. The moment your page is deleted or closed, the session data is immediately get deleted, where the local storage data is remained for the longer period of time, and the data doesn't get deleted after the browser history is over. Okay, so I would say the local storage time span is far bigger compared to the session storage. Okay everyone, so we'll have some advanced JavaScript questions now. We've already seen the beginner level as well as the intermediate level questions. Now it's time to discuss about some advanced level questions too. Like the first questions comes like, how do you empty an array in JavaScript? So it is very simple. If you want to assign
So there are a few ways of that. Number one, by assigning the array length to what? To the 0. So automatically turns to empty. Second is what? By assigning the completely empty array. Okay, the third will be by popping up all the elements of the array. So multiple options are there, and the last which you talk about called by using the splice function. So these are the 4 important aspects are there which you can treat how to empty your JavaScript array in a very simplified manner. Now, what is the difference between event capturing and event bubbling? See, this is one of the very common question. We talk about event capturing. Event capturing is actually the kind of process where you just try to capture the event of outermost element and then propagating it to the innermost element. So event capturing is what, like you're talking about picking up the element or picking up the event from the outermost, like you talk about called nested div tags. So you pick up the particular event from the most outermost div tag and you're just passing it to the innermost. That is called capturing. The bubbling is the process, okay, which starts with the innermost and goes to the outermost element. It's just an opposite direction. That is called event bubbling. So the question is one of the very popular, like what is the strict mode in JavaScript? See, the strict mode of JavaScript is introduced to give the better error handling capacity of the JavaScript. So whenever you talk about call strict mode, so all variables have to be declared explicitly. So you cannot leave it like that, and it cannot be assigned to the read-only properties. So we can enable the strict mode only by adding the use strict mode on the top of the JavaScript file. Now, what about and how we would be able to get the following output of the below JavaScript code? So we have a call var a equal to 10, and we have written one function in the if block, and after that we're just capturing the value of a, and then you are printing the value in a console.log. So what would be the output for that? See, it'll be a call 10 undefined. Once again, it'll be kind of what? It'll be undefined. How come it would be? Look, it is very simple. First thing, okay, in your application, you are basically saying the if condition statement in the code will evaluate the eval function. As you know it very well what exactly the evaluation is. Later on, the eval function, okay, will take the function and will return the function abc, whatever the function it is available, and then inside the if statement it executes the abc and returns the undefined, because as you know it very well, the if statement code executes at runtime while the statement inside this if condition is being evaluated. So that's where exactly it is. Next, can you write a JavaScript code for adding the new element in a dynamic manner? Yes, exactly, you can write it down. So you have this very common function available named document.createElement. Like people say, like I want to add the new text boxes when I click on the button. So I can write it very well. So either it will be a text box or it will be the new element you want to add it. So document.createElement is one of the very common, I would say, the function. And later on you can use the typical DOM functions, like I can talk about create next node or append child. So using this combination you can easily do so. Next, what is the difference between call and apply? Very common question. So the call method, whatever the method you have it in a call, these method arguments are provided individually, okay, along with this value. But in apply what happens, arguments are provided in the form of array along with this value. That is the only difference between call and apply. So what would be the output of the below JavaScript code? As you can see right now, we have written one object name called student, provided one property called college with abc. After that you're saying object.create, passing this student as an object itself, and after that you're saying delete student1.college and console.log student.come. So what would be the value for this? So it is very simple. It is a very simple example of object orientation. So the output will be what? abc, as we are accessing the property of student object. So certainly the value will be what? abc for sure. Now what would be the output for below JavaScript code? As you can see now, we have written a one function foo and it is return 11, so we are saying type of foo. So this will certainly refer to what? To the error. Reason is why? Because a function definition can have only single reference variable as its name. That's why exactly it will be throwing what? An error to you. How do you remove the duplicate value from the JavaScript array? It is very simple. We have a called filter function. So the filter method, I can basically call it, and 3 arguments it may be expecting it: the name of the array, the current element, and the index of the current element, so that it can remove all the duplicate elements from there. So how do you remove the duplicate elements from JavaScript array? So it is the same way I told you, like first it takes 3 parameters. So using the filter method and by using the for loop, so the empty array is used for sorting all the repeating elements. So like that you can simply make it more easy. So how can you draw a simple JavaScript DOM? So you can say it is a very simple JavaScript DOM elements which are there, where you can have the document and then the HTML and followed by all child elements like an head tag, body may contain further child elements like an anchor tag. So these are all basically known as called a presentational elements through which this complete HTML hierarchy will contain inside this.
Now with that, we have come to an end of the JavaScript tutorial and also to the Software Development Week by Simplilearn. We hope all the sessions were informative and interesting. If you have missed out on any of our sessions, then please feel free to check out our official YouTube channel, the link to which is in the description box below. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in the session or the previous sessions, then please feel free to write us down in the comment section below and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries. Until next time, thanks for watching and don't forget to subscribe to stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.